Good morning, good day, everybody. We're gonna be starting in a second. I'm back here with my hot cocoa, because that's gonna be something I'm gonna be using to to do the stream, because there is gonna be a lot of reading. I already know from playing through Discards, there's gonna be a lot of reading. A lot of fucking reading. Thankfully, though, there's gonna be a lot of breaks to actually enjoy some combat stuff, which I'm probably over-leveled for, but still. I'm not meant to be on screen yet. I'm just gonna... I'm still vibing in the open chat. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I know, I haven't switched scenes yet. I just finished setting up stuff, so I'm gonna, like, turn off. Hi. Hi. Okay, LD player. Where is this? Game audio, LD player. LD player, where is this? LD player. Cool! You should also be able to hear yourself speaking through the POG, so feel free to comment, please. Drop a comment so I can know if it works or not. That'll be much appreciated. How's the sound? Testing the POG.
Testing the POG.
Okay, it works. It works perfectly. All right, hi. Hello, hello, guys. Hear you, the POG,
Well,
and
I
the
can
music.
hear you, the POG and the music.
Amazing. Probably raise it a little bit more. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay, first things first. We're gonna start with Ode to Sun, obviously. This is a beautiful thing, honestly. I really like how it looks, especially the menu. It's one of my favorites in terms of like the events. As you can see, I already have all the characters from the fucking event, and Darren, I have her as well. She's really powerful. She's really powerful. And considering I still have 12 event tickets, we're going to be going ahead and actually roll this first event. I'm not exactly expecting anything here, to be fair. Not really expecting anything. However. Oh, nice. Two eight rings. Oh, do I have it? Ooh, lovely. I got iron. I do think I have iron. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me check actually. I'm pretty sure I already have almost all of the tickets anyway. Yeah, I have all the tickets, so I might as well spend them. Yeah, I might as well spend them. Don't really see a need to like keep them around at this point. Flora. Cool. And then one more. Oh. Yeah. Okay, and now we're gonna go ahead and do something really quickly else. I'm gonna exchange tickets because I can. You buy one ticket, get one ticket. Yeah. And I'm gonna continue building my pity here.
Slavin reporting in 3.
Welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you for dropping by. As you can see, I'm gonna show off my cast since I don't think you've ever seen the game before, Drake. So I have there is a variety of characters here. They all get the Life 2D model. Life 2D model at like when you level them up to level 3. Well, S ranks do. We have this dude. We have this lady. My favorite so far, I would say, her. Character-wise, and I would say her as well. She has a really cool one. left to do. The only reason that is like persistently annoying on playing on PC, because you can play on PC if you play through emulator. But emulator has a persistent issue with the audio that basically staggers the game, as you can see. But as soon as you start playing the game and start playing, like enjoying the storyline and going through the storyline, the voice lines reset it. So when you play storyline, it disappears. But as long as you don't play the storyline, you have these little slowdowns. This is Nox. She's also pretty cool. This is Vanilla. They're all pretty cool, honestly. And now we're gonna be starting. Actually, no, I can't really do anything with that here for now. We're gonna be starting with the event. Just jumping right in. I already rolled in, might as well. Let's begin. Okay. As you progress in exploration in the distant bird will unlock more abilities. Okay, so this is the ability. Visual performance. Okay, actually, let me check something. I'm pretty sure I had one. I accidentally clicked on it and had to skip through. Let me see. What is it? Oh, the sun. No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I seem to have something here. So, is there like a introductory cutscene? If yes, I'll have to watch it like here because I need to fucking catch up on it. Let me see. So we're gonna watch it quickly because I skipped it.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, the sun. To nowhere. Oh, to sun. Intro. Fuck it, that's me. Okay, fair enough. There's just like me. Yeah, I go. It's probably gonna be in English because a lot of people play in English. Okay, so yeah. Let me see. Okay. It doesn't appear like there is. Let me see. Path to no, the sun. Let's check it. I'm just gonna check. I'm gonna check another dude who streamed it. If he has it, we're just gonna watch it with him. Effectively, that's gonna be what we're gonna do. Live reaction, Theo live reaction, basically. Theo live reaction. Doesn't appear like there is. Hey, Mira. Welcome, welcome. I don't think there is. So, okay, we're gonna just go through.
Hi.
Wow, thank you, game. Into the dream. Into the dream we go. This is a very Chinese-themed event because it showcases the world outside of this city. The sun deformed. Demise befell. Okay. Okay. I think there's a misunderstanding happening here. They think it's a Apostle of Ashes, but it's just Yao. I assume it is. The Apostle of Ashes is invading from the northwest of the city and is now rapidly advancing within 20 kilometers from the broken front line. All combat units are to assemble to intercept the enemy. It must not enter this sea. Its flames contain high-intensity mania. Beware of contamination. FSC troops are in the far front. Rows of anti-mania shields collide with the flames, yet the shields of blue light shatter as the unyielding equipment melts. The enemy breaks through yet another line of defense. Like a firefly bird, the apostle flaps its wings and mania flames envelop everyone in scorching heat, burning your skin. Prolonged combat under high temperature nearly dehydrates everyone.
上帝の支援はまだか。あの化け物がもうすぐディスシティに侵入する。そうなったら、イレギュラーキューブがいくらあろうが手遅れだ。
Where are Paradiso's reinforcements? Out having a picnic? The monster is about to enter this city. No amount of hypercubes can save us then. It's not time yet. There's a more cost-effective solution. For the time being, hold the front line. Paradisus will give you the right instructions.
第3班は設備を回収。第4班が代わりに奴を食い止めろ。できるだけ長く。
Squad 3, retreat to the group. Squad 4, take over the holdout for as long as you can.
第5、第6は何をしている。早く準備を整えろ。いそ。
Where are the squads 5 and 6? Hurry up and get moving, quick! With a loud thud, the sturdy wall of soldiers is breached. The soldier in front of you is blown away by the heat wave, crashing heavily into the ground and going silent. Save him! You step forward to help up the soldier who's still alive. The next second, a mania storm engulfs you. You instinctively shield him with your body. Furious shrieks pierce your eardrums. Flames consume your sanity. Clearly, you see a twisted eye of the beast drawing closer, like a gaping maw ready to swallow everyone whole. Back off! Shackle! Red light pierces through the flames. A sharp wail bursts out as the mania illusion is split apart. Suddenly, you see that the evil giant bird impaled by shackles struggling fiercely. You've caught it! By the next second, it screams, and the golden runes on its body suddenly ignite, forming strange patterns. The flames trace the thorns and follow the shackles, setting your entire body on fire. An unseen human sorcery? No. The mania is corroding the shackles. Chief, it'll hurt you. Let go. Let go of the shackles. Too late. The flames are burning all over your body, using the shackles as fuel and forcing the connection between you and the apostle. You try to retreat from the battle, but your convulsing right hand is completely out of control. The screams and fight blur in your ears. Steam for blood and sweat distorts your vision. In the searing daze, the apostle in front of you disappears. The adjutant and your comrades are gone, leaving only... Where am I? The sun deformed. Demise befell. Who's there? Before you get a response, breathing becomes difficult. The high temperature inside you is devouring your organs. The world grows brighter, hotter. Hills burned and charred. Lives ebbed and fell. This time you see it as clearly as you hear it. A burning humanoid figure is drawing near. And behind her, 10 suns hang in the sky. Searing heat, blazing flames, and various mirages of wraith beasts are destroying an unknown city.
Poison uncured, from plants impure. Dragon's frenzy,
Bane of the sea. Mind invaded.
By foul spirits. 10 suns in sky. Lest crops survive.
Crimson bow taught, white fletchings shot. Where sun sank low, my heart finds home. Face your doom, as you wish.
Peak intro FR, it's late here, so I am asleep. Have a fun stream, Theo.
Thank you, Cairo. Welcome. Be sure to be back once you on the talk show. It will be pretty good, I think. Oh, I know the song. It's a banger. A force different from the hypercube seeps in, accompanied by weird chanting. Patterns that greet light spread, suppressing the black flames and biting the fiery bird. Both the high heat and illusions are gradually subdued. At the end of the light patterns on the edge of the battlefield, several unfamiliar figures appear
Oakley
on
will
the
be there, I
burning
hope.
horizon. Reinforcements have arrived. It's time. Gather your forces, defeat the Apostle, and protect the MBCC chief. Under the influence of the Suncrow Apostle, Celestian phenomena in this city are changing in each small area. These phenomena will have different impacts on each battle. Tap here to view the specific Celestial phenomenon effect. The minimum speed decreased by 30%. The enemy physical damage taken is reduced by 30%. Enemy unit damage increased by 30%. A bird! Yeah.
もしこのシーンが
Okay.
私の一歩が全てに花が咲き乱れる
No, let's look more.
燃え尽きよ立ち去れ
Yeah, let's use a more
近寄るな
a most appropriate combination. Yao is maybe not the strongest person here, but she's definitely the most appropriate here to have. Let's do this.
が鳴ってるよダーリン
Let's go. I'm gonna crush this. The iridescent birds can affect the celestial phenomena within a small area. Try to make use of it. Yeah, as you can see, I'm brutally over-leveled for this. I am brutally over-leveled for this. Okay. Sorry, I had my
ここで咲かせるわここで咲かせるわ終わるまで
I had my double speed reduced because I was doing the mania training on brutal difficulty. I managed to almost finish it on not brutal difficulty, on the biggest, on like second to biggest difficulty. But I hate that map, man. I really do. It's not fun. Nice. You snap your eyes open. The temperature around you drops sharply, and the sweat on your back turns cold instantly. You shiver. Before you are not the high heat and flames in the nightmare, but the familiar ceiling of the BCC lounge. The buzzing in your ears also gradually quiets down, and you slowly make out the repeated voice in the announcement.
排除作戦は成功しました。S 級首都の制圧および撃退完了。危機は去ったとみなします。FAC はリング研究所とともに引き続き警戒しながら捜索に当たってください。
The expulsion operation has so far been a success. The S-Class Apostle has been suppressed and repelled, and the threat has been temporarily resolved. The FEC will also cooperate with the Ring Research Institute to remain on full alert and continue citywide searches.
戦闘はまだ終わっていません。灰の使徒はまだ生きています。使徒は自身の破壊力と、そして決して侵入を諦めない意志を明らかにしました。各部門は早急に体制を整え、敵の次の攻撃に備えてください。
Okay, makes sense. The battle is not over yet. The Apostle of Ashes is still alive. It has proven its destructive power and will not stop invading. All department members should rest well for the time being and prepare to face the enemy next attack with your full strength. Nightingale's voice comes from the PA system, ever so reliable and calm, but also more tired than usual. She was also injured in that battle. The medical staff in the ward are also busy. Probably due to the heavy post-battle workload. Everyone is in a hurry, and no one notices you're awake. Get up. You struggle to get up but fail. The burning pain from blazing shackles lingers. The brief moment of clarity is quickly overshadowed by a headache. You collapse back into bed, stars bursting in your vision. At that moment, a refreshing coolness spreads from the palm of your hand, soothing the restlessness within you as it flows along your arm. You realize someone has been holding your hand the whole time, and you hear her voice.
まだ起きたばかりなのですから無理をしないでください
You've just woken up. Don't push yourself right now. Such a familiar voice. Have you heard it before? A foreign fragrance wafts over, and you turn your head towards the direction of the voice. A strange woman, wearing dark green clothes, is leaning on the other side of your bed, holding your hand. Ooh, she's pretty. She's pretty. Her eyes are gentle, and she looks at you openly. When you turn to look at her, she smiles slightly.
直接邪水の炎に触れるなんて全く無茶をしますね。ほら、枷も燃えてしまったようです。しばらくは熱が続くでしょうね。
How reckless of you to dare touch those demonic flames with your bare hands. Now that the shackles have been ignited, this fever won't break soon.
そんなに汗をかいて眉を潜めて、もしかして悪い夢でも見ましたか？
You're sweating buckets.
教えてもらえませんか？
You're sweating buckets and your brow is all wrinkled with the frown. Did you have a nightmare? What did you dream of? She raises her hand to wipe the sweat from your forehead. She's surrounded by rising wisps of green smoke emanating from a calm energy. The exact power that's soothing the heat within your body. This is a sinner's power. You only answer her with a question. This is a healing ability. Who are you?
私のことを覚えていないなんて。リスの用心もひどいものですね。
You don't remember me, do you? You did city officials surely know how to break my heart.
せっかくあなたを邪水から助けたのですから、少しは覚えていてほしかった。
I went through a lot of trouble to rescue you from that demonic being. I wish to at least be remembered for the deed. The foreign fragrance of her grows more recognizable, same as the scent you smelled in your dreams just now. You are...
私はトジャクと申します。東州都市連盟が派遣した施設であり、リスの上帝が最悪に対抗するために招いた客人。そして、あなたを金、いえ、灰の使徒から助けたあなたの命の恩人でもあります。
I am Duro, an envoy from the Eastian Alliance, a distinguished guest invited by Paradisus to fight the calamity, and also the person who saved your life from the claws of the Sun Crow. I mean, the Apostle of Ashes.
まずは感謝の言葉が聞きたいですね。
How about a little thank you to start with? Eastia, the eastern part of the continent across the sea. After the fall of the perishing star, the surviving city of Eastia formed an alliance to strengthen themselves. Hindered by natural disasters, communication with this city was difficult. In Nightfall 106, a new round of global calamities struck Eastia gravely, even severing the fragile hypercube trade. The place was silent for several years, giving rise to rumors of its sinking in this city until January 31st, Nightfall 114. The envoys from Eastia arrived in this city, marking the first official contact between the two continents after 8 years of estrangement. It is for confronting a sudden and severe tide of ashes. A new calamitous apostle, the Sun Crow, has invaded this city. Oh! Oh, wait. This is the same place where, now I'm definitely certain that this is the same place. This is the same place she is from. This is the same place the Owo is from. Definitely. From a ritual to change the phenomenon. Complete. There's a phenomenal revolt on this cloud. Squall. Perform a ritual to stay celeste phenomenon. Once the preparation which is completed from phenomenon will evolve. Dumper. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Chapter 2. The Envoy. To resolve a calamity brought by the Apostle of Ashes, a delegation from distant Istia arrives.
戦闘なんてなければいいのに。
It's 7:33 p.m. February 1st, nightfall 104. East Side City Council Meeting Hall. The Tide of Ashes Special Operation Meeting. Inside the hall, you and the representatives of this city council are seated on the west side, facing guests in outline attire on the opposite side. Dressed in a light, smoky green robe, Duro stands out even among the envoys. She sits across from you on the east side of the venture. In the center of the meeting, the Shorel from Paradisos is reporting yesterday's battle results. The target, codenamed Suncrow, invaded from the northwest of White Sand and got closer to the sea than any other Apostles of Ashes did in nearly 3 decades. It passed through 3 mandatory surveillance nets without triggering any alarms, an unprecedented occurrence. The Suncrow is powerful and particularly intelligent, capable of consciously controlling mania radiation to create interference and evade detection. It was repelled at the first encounter, but entering the sea is its instinct. It will definitely assault the broken front line again. We know very little about the enemy. While strengthening our defenses and conducting searches, the most important task at this stage is to gather information. To this end, this city accepts the support of the Eastern Alliance to locate the Suncrow and eliminate it once and for all.
違法との協力は久しぶりだ。今までその必要がなかったからな。しかし今は特殊事態だ。あの化け物をよく
Oh wow! This guy.
経験を我々も必要としている。
This guy, he's back. He's the this city's outland inspection leader, basically. We haven't cooperated with outland states for a long time, as there has been no necessity. But given the current special circumstances, we need Istia's experience, since they are experts in dealing with that monster.
よろし
Please.
よろしくお願いする。
A man in white from the Eastern delegation stands up and bows to you formally. His face is hidden behind a bronze mask, but the bizarre outline patterns on it are enough to draw the attention and wariness from those around him.
金雨現れ、干ばつ降る。すべては始まりに過ぎません。東州使節団の代表として、邪水がここに現れると分かった以上、見て見ぬふりをするわけにはいきません。
The Suncrow brings drought and devastation, and this is just the beginning. As an envoy of Istia, I cannot sit back knowing that such an evil is at play.
もともとあれは長年東州を害してきた怪物ですが、我々も戦い続けて数十年、少しばかりの経験を積んでいます。去年の天災であれは封印を破り、外に逃げおせました。東州としては
That monster has plagued Istia for years. We fought it for decades, gaining expertise along the way. Last year's natural disaster broke its seal, allowing it to escape. Of course, Istia would hunt it down wherever it may flee. We've traveled thousands of miles here, hoping to help you all quell this disaster. On the other side, Shorel aptly projects images of the Suncrow being sealed in NF-106. This visual evidence is what convinces Paradisos, you suppose.
7年前に奴を倒したことがあるだと。あれほどの灰の使徒を相手にイレギュラーキューブをどのくらい消費した？
You defeated it 7 years ago? How many hypercubes did it take to deal with an Apostle of Ashes of this magnitude?
実を言うと、106年の天災により貿易が隔たれたため、東州が持つイレギュラーキューブはほぼ皆無でした。我々は自身の力のみで金を倒したのです。
I'll be frank. After the disaster at Nightfall 106 disrupted our trade, Istia's hypercube reserves were nearly depleted. We can only rely on our own strength to defeat the Suncrow. The hall erupts in murmurs. Representatives of this city whisper among themselves, clearly skeptical that there exists other solutions to mania disasters besides this city's unique hypercubes. You recall those strange green symbols you saw before passing out yesterday. They are unlike any FAC force fields or sin abilities you've seen, but they feel familiar, as if you've seen them somewhere before.
我々も昨日の作戦記録を確認しました。あなたたちは確かに何らかの術式で首都キーンを見事に制圧しました。その術式は著しい効果を持っており、現代のイレギュラーキューブ技術とは異なるものです。
We've reviewed yesterday's battle records. Indeed, used some kind of sorcery to successfully suppress the Sun Crow Apostle. The effect was significant and entirely different from modern hypercube technology.
当州では特殊な秘技を用いて共同を操ると聞いていましたが、それは一種の共同術式でしょうか。それはどこから手に入れたのですか。具体的な開発については。
We've long heard about Istia's special sorcery for controlling mania. May I ask if it's kind of mania sorcery? Where did it come from and how was it developed?
当州のカンナギに代々伝わってきた術式で、金羽の行動を多少ながら制限できるというだけですよ。
It's just some sorcery passed down among Istia's seers that permits minor restrictions on the Sun Crow's actions.
我々が最悪を克服し、邪推を退けたのは、当州で数千年間伝わってきた。
What truly helped us overcome the calamity, defeat the evil, was an ancient myth that has been passed down in Istia for millennia. He bows respectfully. The perishing star falls, calamity's descent. Our ancestors had long foretold the era of great disasters and recorded the true method to subdue demons and legions. There's another stir among the audience. The statement sounds very overly absurd, leaving people both incredulous of everything they've heard and eager for further explanation. The fall of Perishing Star occurred just over a century ago. Did Istia foresee the calamity before then? What method could they have suggested to resist the Apostle of Ashes thousands of years ago, back when humanity hadn't even discovered gunpowder? Interesting. Istia has always been home to gifted individuals whom we call seers. They are capable of spiritual communication and are interpreters and scribes of myths. I'll let her take over the introduction. He looked over Duro. Noticing your gaze, she turns to smile at you, but doesn't begin to speak. Instead, she turns to the door of the meeting hall. A childlike voice comes through, reciting words that take you by surprise. The sun deformed, demise befell, hills burned and charged, lives ebbed and fell. It's the poem that from your dream. You cannot forget that suffocating feeling brought by those inexplicable ominous words. Just then, the door suddenly opens. A shape darts past the front door, obscured and you can see it clearly. Next second, it leaps to the podium. It's actually a child? It could be because of her bizarre outfit or the captivating poem, or perhaps the calm demeanor of the Istian envoy is convincing everyone that this is no accident. No one stops the child, and she straightens her clothes and then bows deeply in greeting. I'm Yan Yan. I'm Yan Yan, the seer of Sunsink City. Seers communicate with the spirits, decipher scriptures, and repel demons and confront the masses. What I've just recited is the Ode to Sun, title drop, a millennium-old myth from Istia. In details the origin of the Sun Crow calamity and the method to eradicate it. Yan Yan has committed every detail to memory, specifically. Ages passed. There emerged from the sun a giant bird known as the Sun Crow. It embodied both deity and evil, wielding unraveled fiery might. Humans must worship it respectively, or else, if the Sun Crow gets angry, disaster would follow its flight, casting misfortune upon all in its path. In other words, Poison uncured from plants impure. Dragon's frenzy, bane of the sea. Minds invaded by false spirits. 10 suns in the sky. Less crops survived.
けれど属性は辛く、収穫もお供えも減り、鳥の神である金羽は激怒して、3つの災いを下して民を罰した。
It's interesting how
太陽も塔も
this definitely goes into mythical territory. Definitely. It's kind of very respectful to the original culture. I like it. I mean, it is their culture, original, ultimately, because it's like the Japanese/Chinese kind of thing, kind of mixed into things. But Yan Yan Duro, that's definitely, I think that's definitely more Chinese. I think came a tough time when the harvests were poor and offerings grew meager. Feeling neglected, the Sun Crow was furious and inflicted 3 great calamities on the populace as punishment. Eventually, 10 suns rose in the sky at once, threatening to burn everything down. And then she spreads her arms in a gesture of praising the sun.
世の英傑、歌に求む。弓は光れ、光を放つ。
Brave champion sang, Sunward quest began. Crimson bow taught, while fletchings shot.
苦しむ時、まさに英雄が現れる。名もなき英雄は天を貫く若木の枝を折り、東海より流脈を探り。
Okay, so it's basically was made. It was
最後に万里を超え、9点をもうがつ神弓を作り出した。
It was a weapon crafted from mania inflicted. I assume it was a weapon made from crafted from mania inflicted materials that they managed to salvage and snipe the bird with. Amid the people's despair, a hero came. The nameless champion snapped a branch from the sky-reaching blessed tree, took the dragon's vein from the sea, wove an unburnable wraith spirit fletchling, and ultimately crafted an almighty bow capable of piercing the sky from the miles away.
そして民の擁護とともに盛大な祭壇を前に
Finally surrounded by the people and in front of the grand altar, the girl steps on a desk in the meeting hall, pausing as if drawing a large bow with her hands. She sounds very passionate, though. She's only holding a small wooden slingshot.
英雄は弓を引き、9つの太陽を次々と射止めた。空に金羽という太陽だけが残るまで。
Yeah. Okay, the legend is... The legend has... the legend obviously...
お前が寿命を迎えた後にまた現れるからな。
Yeah, okay, the legend is definitely not correct exactly. From what I can understand here, the bow was used to fight off the apostle, maybe defeat it potentially, but definitely the material definitely was used to some special material was used. The hero drew the almighty bow amid the sky and brought down the 9 suns one by one, leaving only the sun crow remaining. In fear and rage, it cawed as it fled. You shall live, mortal. I shall return when you are dead.
そして英雄は笑った。いいだろう。俺の後にもまだ
Let's not do that. The child's high-pitched fall echoes in the sun's hall. The girl strikes a final pause, then stands straight to signal the end of the grand play, and gives another deep bow.
以上がミツシフの大絶と版だよ。これで金羽の対処法も分かったし、行動で
We need the bow. We need the bow. We need the bow. That was a quick summary of the Outer Sun. Now that we know how to fight the Stud Crow, time to get moving. Hold back laughter. The current atmosphere doesn't allow for jokes. The idea of using ancient technology to combat mania is unbelievable enough, and this girl's animated performance only adds to the shock. What does this have to do with eliminating the Apostle of Ashes? And why is this child allowed in such an important meeting?
神話でちゃんと言ってたよね。天を貫く若木の枝を折って、東海から流脈を取って、妖霊の羽を編んで、最後に万里を超え、9点をもうがつ神弓を
I mean, yeah, it is.
それで金を落とせばいいの。
Hey, isn't practically stated in the myth? Go snap branch of the blessed tree, take a dragon's vein from the sea, weave the wave spiritic fletchling, and finally craft an almighty bow, powerful enough to shoot down the sun crow from thousands of miles away. Stop talking nonsense. What is sea? Dragon's vein, blessed tree. Such things don't exist in this city.
神話は深い意味を持たせた比喩で、神様がうちらにくれた試練なんだよ。普通の人にはわからないかもしれないけど、大丈夫。天地と対話
Of course.
人たちに解読を任せればいいの。
Myths are...
これこそが代々伝わる不劇の つまりうちの仕事なんだ。
Mr. Profound Metaphors, they are puzzles given to us by the gods. It's okay if ordinary people don't understand. Leave the interpretation to those who have gift for spiritual communication. That's exactly the job of seers in every generation. That's what I do.
イエンエンはグエン城の今代の律師不劇なの。うちがみんなを導いて典型を探して伝説通りにシアジスの
She's-
を作るから。それができ
I like her confidence.
渡して一見落着ってこと。
Yan Yan is the current seer of the Sunsink City, and I will lead everyone to seek the oracles and follow the myth's instructions and craft a multi-bow for the sun shot. Once the almighty bow is made and the sun crow is shut down, everything will come to a perfect conclusion. She pats her chest confidently, but no one would trust the child's promise. The hall is filled with rising doubts.
時間の無駄だ。俺は前線に戻る。
This is a waste of time. I'm heading back to the front line. Amid the chaos, someone left his seat. It's the FEC operation commander for this Apostle of Ashes campaign.
首都の目的地は内海だ。前回は20キロ離れたところで止められたが、それによる共同の共鳴はすでに3つのブラックリング廃墟に広がっている。
The Apostle's destination is in this city, this sea. When it got into the 20 kilometers range last time, the resulting mania resonance already spread to the 3 black ring ruins.
部隊を投げ出してこの会議に参加したのは、灰の使徒に対抗する術を探すためだ。そんな違法のガキのおとぎ話を聞きに来たのではない。前線で犠牲になった兵士のことを何だと思っている。
I set aside all my tasks to come to this meeting to find a way to combat the Apostle of Ashes, not to listen to some outland's brat nonsensical babble. Is this what the frontline soldiers sacrificed their life for?
ちょっと待って。イエンエンは本気だよ。すごく頑張って不劇の修行をして力を手に入れたんだ。ほら。
Hold on, Yan Yan is serious. I've been working hard to my seer training. I've already mastered the art. Look. She spreads her palm and musters enough strength to create a small spark in her hand. It leaps and twists into a strange rune before it disappears. She's a sinner! That's a sorcery, and it's very similar to the Mania Flames in the Suncrow Apostle. You've seen similar symbols on that giant bird. Before a bigger clamor breaks out, a figure of green and white steps on the podium, taking Yan Yan's hand. The flames are extinguished instantly. Dorua shields Yan Yan behind her, placed placidly, facing everyone in the audience.
はいはい。当州では100キロも離れれば各町の風習もかなり異なってきます。ましてや500キロも離れているディスシティです。
Well,
相手に分かるように伝えることが肝心ですよ。
even two neighboring towns in Eastia can have vastly different customs, let alone this city which is worlds away. We must communicate in a common language.
私は使節団の学者です。専門は東州神話ですが、ディスシティの科学理論についても少しは学んでいるつもりです。双方とも世界への認識がいかに異なっているのかもよくわかっています。
I am the scholar of the delegation. My area of expertise is Eastian mythology, and I have also studied some of this city's scientific theories. I'm aware that the ways we perceive the world differ greatly.
それでは僭越ながら通訳させてもらいます。
Let me be the interpreter here. Duro raises her hand. You're surprised to see the incense burner she held now float in midair, emitting a faint green smoke that swirls around her palm. She openly displays her ability as a sinner in front of everyone.
当州では霊感の高いわずか一握りの人たちは未知を悟り、天地と対話し、万物と通ずる力を手に入れ、カンナギとなることができます。
In Eastia, there are a small number of highly intuitive and talented individuals who can comprehend the unknown and gain the psychic power to become seers.
ここでその力を持つ者たちはコンビクトと呼ばれ、どこかの局長さんに捕まって幽閉されるようですが、当州ではカンナギは尊敬される存在です。
Here in this city,
特にイレギュラーキューブが不足している時では、カンナギは天才に抗う力となっています。
Here in this city, they might be called sinners and are to be captured and strictly monitored by a certain chief. But in Eastia, seers are greatly respected, especially as a key force against natural disasters when hypercubes are scarce. Dero gives you a smile, but a skeptical voice appears from the audience.
こちらにもコンビクトの専門家がいる。その子や君たちカンナギというものの力がどれくらいのものかも把握しているつもりだ。
We also have experts on sinners here. Of course, we know the potential power of this child and your seers. He implies something more. Both seers have used their powers, and analysis of their abilities has already been quickly gathered and distributed to every this city attendee. Based on their M values, one is A class, and although the other is S class, she has a catalyst tendency. They couldn't possibly have the power to confront the Apostle of Ashes.
そうでしょうか。去年の8月、イェンイェンが高齢により金融がディスシティに向かったことを知り、こうして私たち使節団が海を渡ってここまで来たのです。もしそれが一歩でも遅ければ。
Do you really? As early as last August, Yan Yan foresaw the Sun Crow's arrival at this city. That's why we've crossed the sea to come here. Had we come just a little later,
金融は昨日のうちにあなた方の防衛線を破っていたのでしょう。
the Sun Crow would likely have broken through your defenses yesterday. An undeniable fact, the whole falls back into silence.
神話は1000年以上前からあるものなので、曖昧で解読しにくい部分もあるでしょう。しかし、その中で確かに証明されたものもあります。
Our myths have been passed down for millennia. It's true that some of the ambiguous descriptions might have led to far-fetched interpretations, but there are indeed claims that have been verified.
金融が暴れる時には、行く先々に災いをもたらします。草木毒され、波は荒ぶる。あやかし夢にいで。この3つの現象は、先ほど言われた通り、すでに3つのブラックリング廃墟で前兆が現れています。
When the Sun Crow loses control, disasters follow wherever it goes. Poison uncured from plants impure, bane of the sea, and minds invaded by foul spirits correspond to the three strange phenomena. As the officer just mentioned, the three black ring ruins are already showing signs.
3つの災いの後、金融は迅速に成長し、やがて都市をも壊滅してしまうことでしょう。時間はありません。ここで互いに疑心暗鬼になっても仕方がないと思います。
After the three calamities, the Sun Crow will strengthen quickly and eventually burn down the entire city. Time is running out, and if we waste more time of it suspecting each other,
それとも皆さんは自らの目で塔の太陽を見たいのでしょうか。私たちの故郷を滅ぼし、数百万もの民を苦しめ、当主を生き地獄にしたあのおぞましい天才を味わいたいとおっしゃるのでしょうか。
do you wish to witness the ten suns hanging in the sky and experience the apocalyptic disaster that destroyed our homeland and wreaked havoc across all Evistia?
それは脅しのつもりか？
Are you threatening us?
続けてくれ。我々にはそういった現実と関連のある情報が必要だ。どうか協力して天才を阻止してくれ。
Please continue. This kind of practical intelligence is what we need. Please lend us your strength to stop the disaster. The FEC officer returns to his seat, watching Duro intently. She responds with a smile and a bow, and she resumes her calm and gentle demeanor.
いえいえ、私はただの神話学者です。金融に対抗する主力は、やはり使節団の封印師と神話を解読する不劇です。彼らにはリスの協力がなくてはなりません。
I mean, it's worth the investigation, honestly, at this point. Like, I don't think they'll lose anything from this. Thank you, officer, but I'm only a non-combatant mythologist in our delegation. The main force against the Sun Crow will be the Sealers and the Seer, who will guide us through the myth. They are the ones who need this city's special assistance. Her gaze moves past the crowd onto the silent Shorel in the corner. Certainly. The Sun Crow has a unique invisibility. Its approach to the sea this time already caused no small disturbance within the city, and it will surely follow the Apostle of Ash's instinct to return to this sea. We must not let our guard down. In the past year, the city faced many changes that led to huge consumption of resources. The production of hypercubes has not returned to normal yet either. The previous high-cost defense methods are no longer sustainable for this operation. We need a safer and more efficient plan. Hence, cooperation with Istia is necessary. From today on, please have the delegation Steelers assist the FEC in fortifying the defenses and locating the Sun Crow. All operations concerning the bow making or the myth required by the invoice will be fully supported by the MBCC. The row turns back to give you a meaningful look.
こちらの局長さんがいてくださると安心です。これからは局長さんのお宅ではなく管理局にお伺いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
Of course, I'm relieved to know that Chief will be there. Are you talking? Are you taking us to your residence? Excuse me, the bureau.
これから共に協力するためにもいろいろと相談したいことがありますので。
We'll have a lot of important matters to discuss for the upcoming operations. Look at Duro, but your gaze inadvertently fillets to the 9th Agency operative standing silently at the east wall behind everyone. He's watching the envoys, but upon noticing your gaze, he tips his hat slightly in acknowledgement. You don't need his reminder to remember the real instructions received before the meeting. You're not sending me just to help them, are you? You and your boss don't believe in the myth, or the so-called envoys. What is my real task?
確かに彼らの協力は必要です。しかし、彼らの企みにも警戒しないといけません。
When indeed they need their help, but we must also be vigilant of their ulterior motives.
あちらは8年も交流がない違法のご友人です。曖昧な神話といい、よくわからない術式といい、奇妙なものばかりです。彼らが本当に何かを企んでいるのなら、使徒の危機に直面しなければならない今、
After all,
我々は極めて苦境に立たされることになります。
it's been 8 years since we last saw our friends from the Outlands. Those myths and sorceries are beyond logic. If there really is an ulterior motive behind them, especially during the Apostle Crisis, it'd be too dangerous.
ですから彼らに協力すると同時に局長には警戒してもらいたいのです。
So while assisting them, please also keep an eye on Chief.
連絡します。
I will stay in touch with you. 9th Agencies again? Sure, agree to cooperate. After receiving a positive response, she gives you that evaluating look again with her amiable eyes.
それではよろしくお願いします。局長さん。
Well, I look forward to our cooperation, Chief. It's been almost a year, and we finally caught up with it. The Sun Crow has grown much stronger than before. Here, it's known as Apostle of Ashes, and the disasters it brings are called the Tide of Ashes. There are probably many of its kind here. But unlike the Istia before, this time the Sun Crow has a very clear purpose. It wants to enter this sea, or rather BR000. I can only get so much information here, but from the first encounter it's clear that the Apostle of Ashes resonates significantly with the Black Rings. The Apostle's power was notably strengthened as it approached the sea. Its proximity also caused an obvious resonance in the sea and the Black Rings of this city. What will happen if it enters the sea? This city is very wary of this. They've prepared many counter strategies, and they view this crisis in an entirely different way. Although information is limited, a chance must lie somewhere. Invoke to sever dragon's foot. Okay. Interesting. So this is gonna be a long fucking stream, huh? It's probably gonna be a long stream. I can already tell. It's been an hour and I'm only through like 2 chapters. The origin. The scholar from the East Side delegation has a discussion with the chief, but the outcome is hard to swallow. Is this what you mean by collaborative effort? The Bureau's VIP lounge has been decorated in an Eastern style, with wisps of smoke curling through the air. Dora leans back on the soft couch, looking as comfortable as if she were at home, flipping through a report in her hands.
あなたの部下は責任感が強いですね。局長さんが心地いい部屋を用意すると約束してくれたと言っただけなのに、ここまで丁寧に用意してくれるなんて。
Your subordinates are diligent. I merely mentioned that Chief agreed to provide me with a comfortably furnished room, and look how nicely they've spruced up the place. I never said anything like that. The directive from above is for the MBCC to seek a method to eliminate the Sun Crow at your guidance. You said we'd have many things to discuss, such as?
金融に関して当主は実践経験こそあれど理論的なものに欠けています。ここでの研究が一番の理論補充になるので 今勉強しているところです。
Istia has practical experience in dealing with the Sun Crow, but lacks theoretical conclusions. The research here is the perfect supplement for reference. I'm trying to cram down as much knowledge as I can.
現象を伺い、神弓を作ることについては、ヤンヤンの方が頼りになるので、彼女に任せてください。
As for discovering unusual phenomena and crafting the almighty bow, Yan Yan is more reliable than I am. She will show you the way. She glances at your displeased expression and laughs. She covers her mouth with her hand and coughs softly, in spite of her complexion all rosy and healthy.
すみません。学者として長年本に没頭していたら、体の方がなまってしまって、ここまで来るのが精一杯でした。それに、慣れない環境で強い日差しに当てられ。
Excuse me, I've been buried in books for years and neglected my physical health. It's already a stretch for me to travel here, not to mention the adjustment to the new environment and exposure to the sun.
無理についていこうとも足手まといになってしまいますし、神弓作りという興味深い任務も
Very elegant way to say fuck off.
任せるしかありません。
A very elegant way to say fuck off, Duro. Perfect. I'd only be a burden if I insisted on going with you. So with a heavy heart, I'm entrusting the exciting task of crafting the almighty bow to you and Yan Yan.
途中で何か面白いことがありましたら、ぜひ私にも分析させてください。これが私が弓作りのためにできるわずかな貢献です。
Fake coughing. Oh no, I couldn't possibly go running across the city. I'm very delicate. Cough.
Yeah, exactly. Very delicate way of saying fuck off. If you encounter any interesting incidents or rumors along the way, do share them with me so I can study them further. Let me contribute to the great cause of bow making in my own way. Best of luck to you. Then she lies back down, switching to a more comfortable position. Stare at her.
あら、まだ行きたくないのですか？それでは、局長さんの夢の内容を教えてください。
She's a scholar, Chief. What the fuck do you expect? She's a nerd. She's not gonna, like, go around helping you. Oh, want to hang out a bit more? Then why don't you tell me about your nightmare? I can give you an analysis now. Maybe I'll discover something new. She suggests with a teasing smile, but the first time, the scholar closes the book in her hands and looks at you straight in the eyes. The eyes are much more honest than their owner, glinting with solid desire. Since the first meeting, she seemed very interested in your dreams. Sure, let's exchange information. I'll tell you what I dreamed about, and you tell me the truth about those sun-shooting myths. The cultural differences between the two cities are a vague excuse. I don't buy it. I'll feel like you're hiding something if you don't spell everything out. You wouldn't want any rifts in this cooperation, right, Miss Ambassador? The row narrows her eyes as she looks you up and down, then begins slowly.
隔たりがあるのは当然ですよ、局長さん。あなたに疑われるのも当然のことです。いつか私のことを信用できる日が来れば、私の口から話せることも多くなるでしょう。
It's normal to have reservations. I'm not bothered by your suspicions towards me, Chief. If one day you find that you can truly trust me, I'll tell you all my stories.
しかし、今は目の前に最悪が差し迫っています。難しいことを考えるのは。
Ah yes, my nightmare. I spent like 1,6 million in game money just to get 170 rolls without the one I want.
Ah yes, Bobby, that's the true nightmare. But with the disaster looming now, try not to overcomplicate things. Let's talk about that dream when you tire of these mind games. You hold each other's gaze and simply wait for the other person to answer first. Suddenly the door opens and a girl stumbles in.
トジャコお姉ちゃん、トジャコお姉ちゃん。いえいえね、また恒例夢を見たよ。空に太陽が10個あって、火の中にお化けがたくさんいて、それでその中にすごく大きな鳥が人の目をした仮面をかぶってて、うちの頭を口に入れて食べようとしたんだ。
Duro, Yan Yan had another psychic dream. I dreamed there were 10 suns in the sky and plenty of demons and monsters in the fire. One of them was a giant bird with human eyes and wearing a mask. It held my head in its beak and tried to eat me.
それってキーだよね。でも夢の中で英雄が現れて、シュッてキーを落としたの。 トジャクお姉ちゃんは夢解きが得意だから。
トジャクお姉ちゃん。
これって吉兆だよね。
That must be a thunder crow. But in the dream, a hero came and shot it down with an arrow. Duro, you're the best at interpreting dreams. Can you tell if it's a good omen? Yan Yan gestures around in the lounge dramatically. Though her description is all over the place, you realize her dream is exactly the same as yours? The dream interpreter simply props her chin on her hands, longingly observing your reaction.
もしかして局長さんも同じ夢を見たのですか？イエンイエンは選ばれた不劇だからこそ高霊夢で典型が見えるのですが、局長さんはどうしてそんな夢を見られたのでしょう？
Did you have the same dream, Chief? Yan Yan is the chosen seer who receives oracles through her psychic dreams. How did you explain your dream then?
あら、お二人は小さい時にはぐれた実の兄弟だったりするのでしょうか？
Oh my, you aren't two long lost siblings, are you?
局長のお兄ちゃんも同じ鳥を夢に見たの？うわ、これはきっと吉兆だよ。だって今日から神弓作りに出かけるんだもん。
I like the music. Such a vibe. Such a fucking... it really is a vibe, though. Who's the... Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. Did you also dream of the same big bird, Chief? Cool! It must be a good omen then, because we're setting off to craft the almighty bow together today. Yan Yan has already jumped up to grab your arm. Her palms are abnormally hot, reminding you of the fiery bird in your dream. You pat the girl's head and turn to Duro. Do you have anything else to tell me?
学者とはいえ、全知全能ではありません。私も真相を追い求めている最中なのです。局長さんが帰ってから、また話しましょう。イエンイエンとはうまく。
We might need to split this stream, by the way, into parts, because it's long. This is probably even longer than this Cars was, because I need to fight, I need to do the mechanics, I need to do everything. So it's probably gonna take a while before I finish this. So probably gonna split the stream in this part 1, and part 2 will be on next week. We'll see. We'll see. A scholar is neither omniscient nor omnipotent. I'm always on the path of seeking the truth. Let's talk again when you return. You and Yan Yan will get along well.
同じ夢を見たわけですから、本当に貴重なのかもしれません。
After all, you had the same dream. Maybe it really is a good omen. Her expression has already changed, and she stashed away her curiosity about you. Duro picks up the documents and lies sideways on the couch, seeming concentrated on her reading and reluctant to be disturbed. Black Sea rings, corruptors, the Sea. Even this city doesn't have a definite explanation for everything. They hypothesized that the Apostles of Ashes originate from the highly concentrated collective human subconsciousness. They are projections from psychic dimension into the material world. This aligns with the notion of divine and demonic entities. As the collective subconscious is erratic and
Now,
unstable...
this event is way shorter than Disca's, but maybe little long.
Well, it took me 6 hours to pass this Cars. 6.5 hours to pass this Cars, purely reading. So I would say it's pretty long. And it's just second page and I'm already 1 hour in. It's the second chapter and I'm already 1 hour in. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be stuck here for a while. As the collective subconscious is erratic and unstable, so are the manifestations of the Apostles of Ashes. It can be inferred that during the era of disasters, the apostles that are most likely to survive this unusual selection process are those that induce the most fear, despair, and negative impressions. According to Seer's psychic records, besides attacking humans, calamitous demons, aka the Apostles of Ashes, also engage in mutual predation. It now seems this is not for the power, but to eliminate competitors and ensure their own survival. Their desire to enter the sea may possibly stem from the same reason. The Ring Research Institute considers this an instinct of the Apostles and uses this affinity for the sea as a criterion to distinguish this species from ordinary corruptors. Moreover, this tendency is specific to BR000 and not other black rings. Near this city, this instinct even overrides all their other characteristics. Interesting. The drawings of the sun that you are reading recount the hero's sunshot journey, which originally started from a tree. There is a disturbance at BR002, and 3 is drawing. The drawing has also changed. Now, Chief may explore the Black Ring's abnormal phenomenon with Yan Yan and try to decipher of mystery of the Eastern myth. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Brave champion sang, Sunward quest began. The sunbow carved from the blessed trunk. Berries and fruits, mere mortal woods. In divine breeds, born divine seeds. To defeat the Suncrow, we must craft a peerless almighty bow, and the first step is to find the branch of the sky-reaching Fusang tree. Yang Yang lectures you while reciting the poem animatedly. Is that even real? There is no sky-reaching Fusang tree in this city. What are you talking about? I'm already looking at it, right over there. The Eastern girl plunged toward the ruins of the high tower of Black Ring. The towering after image is so high it's almost touched the sky, looking somewhat different than before. Somehow, it does look slightly like a sky-reaching blessed tree. You recall that FEC mentioning that after the Suncrow approached the sea, the Apostle of Ashes resonated with BR00 and stirred up widespread mania within the city, causing the 3 Black Ring ruins to behave slightly abnormally. Okay. You withdraw your gaze. Regardless of whatever the myth and true is not, it's necessary to investigate any unusual phenomenon at the Black Ring ruins. Off we go! Wait, Observer! Before we go, there is one more thing, more important thing. What? Yan Yan has brought you a little gift. She looks up and down, sizing you up, with both hands and giggling. You have a bad feeling about this. Excitedly, she pulls out a set of clothes from her bag and puts them on you. She even brings out a small mirror for you to check how you look. Oh, wow. Chief looking cute. Even has the bow hand. That's kind of cute. That's the bow glove. That's the bow glove right there.
Half Chinese, half vampire chic.
Yeah, exactly. Half Chinese, half vampire chief. This is a gift from Eastian delegation. It's imbued with the Divine Lord's blessings. It can ward off all the disasters and the holy spirits. You sigh, figuring that Eastians are all about these ritualistic traditions. Thank you for your gift. Let's go. Oh. In the myth, the hero plants a Fusang tree, makes a pact with it, and gives the most attentive care. What are those tall buildings by the road? Are they Fusang trees? Those are anti-mania bases designed to resist disasters. Anti-mania bases. Sounds like a powerful artifact. We have the artifacts with similar effects back home too, but none of them has such a unique shape. Ah, could this be a fabled celestial pillar? Haven't you all heard the story of the fall of Peril and the Azurmender?
うっかり頭をぶつけて気絶しちゃったの。
You know, mood. Sometimes you just have to be an ancient deity of almighty power. You want to come down to mortal realm. You want to have a really cool entrance. You want to just like really get at it, and then you slip on a banana peel and fucking fall face first into the earth. just you know, standard deity things. Totally. Oh, so it goes like this. A century ago, the three-eyed god fell from the heaven to the mortal realm, intending to enlighten all living things. But he slipped and landed headfirst and knocked himself unconscious.
でもって神は眠っちゃったけど、穴が開いたままの空から混沌の気が人間界に注がれて、洪水や干ばつや疫病とかを起こしたの。
The three-eyed god fell into the deep slumber, but the hole in the sky remained. The essence of the ether poured through it like waterfall, landing on earth as fires, deluge, dross, thunder, vermin, and plagues.
それで人間界にすごい人がいて、陰神の権益に入って産卵最小が青い甲虫に。
I mean, yeah, they perceive things through stories.
これがセーラン補填だよ。
Hashtag just clumsy god things.
Yeah.
Ultra relatable.
Ultra relatable, just clumsy god things. The hero of that era ventured into the forbidden land of the fallen gods, took the iridescent crystals and turned them into blue light pillars to support the collapsing sky. That's the tale of the Azure Avenger. Oh, this is the iridescent crystal blue. This is like already a hint at the hypercubes. She grabs the air in front of the vehemently as about to reveal something incredible, then draws back her hands to scratch her head after a moment of thought.
ごめんね。あとはうちもよく覚えてないの。教文が多すぎて。
Sorry, I don't remember the rest.
まだ解読されてない。
There are too many scriptures, and maybe the ending of this myth isn't known to us yet.
でもこれからもたくさん勉強するから。別の話をしようよ。律師譜や古典伝以外にも神話や伝説をたくさん覚えてるの。すっごく面白いんだ。
But I'll keep working on my studies. Let me tell you some other stories, like Ode to Sun or the Skymander Saga. They're really interesting. Yan, I'd love to hear all that when we finish our mission. As of now,
キングの人の力はかなりのものです。データによると、奴が BR000 に接触してからその影響はすぐに拡散し、各地で制圧されたはずのブラックリングにも次々と活性化の傾向が見られます。
the power of the Suncrow Apostle is formidable. Data shows that after it came into contact with BR00, its influence spread rapidly, and the previously suppressed Black Rings have also shown signs of revival. An FEC soldier hands you the freshly prepared report and begins his briefing.
現在 BR00 には踏襲施設団に制圧され、状況は安定しておりますが、なおも汚染が存在するため、むやみに近づくのは危険かと。
Currently, BR002 is being suppressed by the Eastern envoys and it's stabilizing. However, its contamination still spreads up to a certain range, and approaching it is still risky.
しかしそこが目標地点なら FAC は無条件で命令に従い局長と不撃をお守りしましょう。
And if that's our target, the FSC will unconditionally take your orders and protect you. And the sir next to you too. Trying his best to look professional, the FSC soldier sweeps over Yan and then on your clothes, then before darting away. Meanwhile, you feel uncomfortable in your new outfit. An ear-piercing roar interrupts the awkward atmosphere in the car. A group of monsters you've never seen before appear in front of you.
わあ、見て見て。この先に、あと空に。
Wow! Look ahead, and up in the sky is just like the myth.
局長、新型の指導を確認。高等ブラックリングが生み出した変異と推測します。直ちに殲滅する必要があります。
Chief, a new prototype of type of corruptor has been detected. We believe it's the mutation caused by the High Tower Black Ring. They need to be eliminated immediately. The FEC soldiers are ready to battle, but you're feeling a bit uncertain. After the first encounter with the Suncrow, you've been suffering the backlash from the shackles caused by the Suncrow Apostle's mania, and since then you've been feverish. The citizens in the bureau have also been affected, running low fevers non-stop, as if you passed it onto them through the shackles. But Yan isn't showing any fear. In fact, she's watching the corruptors emerging in front of her rather excitedly. This is a type of corruptor we've never seen before. Can you even call them corruptors? They look grotesque, out of place, just like that Draco that appeared once in your dreams. as if they don't belong in this world. Could that be really some kind of mythical creature from Eastia? For a brief moment, that absurd thought crosses your mind.
妖艶に大会長と小会長、あと小猿もみんなキウの眷属なの。イエンイエン、あいつらを駆除する方法知ってるよ。
That's Raffi, Aimbird, and Imberling, and Lee Monkey. They are the Sun Scroll kin. Yanya knows how to drive them away. Listen to me. Interesting. So we need to protect the Exobird.
私の行くところすべてに救済を与える。
Honestly, for maximum irony.
もしこのシーンが立ち去れ。近寄るな。
Let's go. Monkey!
ここで咲かせるわ。ここで咲かせるわ。終わる
Monkey! Did I not use the fucking... Okay. Apparently I forgot to switch to the fucking... This is just being over-leveled things.
さようなら。
Sayonara. Okay, the second. The sanctuary grows day by day. The hero guards it all the time.
深淵の呼びかけが聞こえた。
駆除完了。でもなんで若木の近くに怪物が。
Phew! The apotropic ritual is done. But why are there monsters looking near this sanctuary? Because this isn't some auspicious blessed tree, but the afterimage of a black ring. These are all creatures of mania, you murmur inwardly. The corruptors turn out to be more numerous than you imagined, but fortunately, the FEC team cooperates flawlessly with you, and Yan Yan can fight too. Soon you've wiped out all the incoming corruptors. After getting rid of all the corruptors nearby, you realize you've almost made it to the Drifter camp unknowingly. You can even catch a glimpse of that dark gate. So, the influence of the Dark Ring has reached here too. You have to check on the situation inside the Drifter camp. Outside the Drift camp, a large pile of rubble has yet to be cleared. You can hear the crunching footsteps over the debris.
まさかディスシティにキラキラした高いビルの他にもこんなところがあるなんて。
I didn't expect to see such a place in this city besides those glittering skyscrapers.
この家とかその石ころとかはなんかの怪物に壊されたの？あ、火事になったのもある。
Were these stones and houses smashed by some monster? Ah, some were even burned to ashes.
ここってなんか良くないことが起きたのか。
Did something bad happen here? Yanin carefully examines her surroundings, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Yes. A battle happened here, a fierce one.
それも神様が怒ったから？
But it's also because the gods were angry. No. There are no gods in this city. The people just keep fighting among themselves. But this fight was not for nothing. It was a battle for survival, where ordinary people united for their dreams and hopes. I'm closing my eyes here, by the way.
いえいえ、そういうお話好きだよ。家でもばあちゃんがよくね。
I'm closing my eyes.
機運を射止めたお話をしてくれたんだ。
No spoilers for Observer here. No spoilers for Observer. I closed my eyes. I didn't catch any of this. Cool beans. my instincts survived. Yanyan likes this kind of story. Back home, Grandma always tells Yanyan the story about the hero who shot down the Sun Crow too.
英雄はみんなを守って、みんなも一緒になって英雄の力になる。そんな話ならいくら聞いても飽き
The
ない。
hero protects everyone and the people get together to help the hero. Yanyan can never get tired of such legends. You ruffle through girl's hair, and FAC guard comes over in the time to report for scouting results.
当然ながら現場では天を貫く若木らしきものは発見できませんでした。ですが増殖している特殊な汚染物が発見されました。
Of course, there's another thing. We didn't find anything resembling the sky-reaching food sanctuary, but we did find some special contaminants that are still multiplying.
そしてその汚染物は すでに流民要塞の住人に影響を及ぼしています。耳鳴りがする、または鳥の声が聞こえると訴える者が続出しています。
And these contaminants have already affected the residents of the Drifter camp. People often experience ringing in their ears or hear bird calls. The girl gets pumped upon hearing this.
あ、よくないよ。ずっとそんな声が聞こえてたら夜も眠れないじゃない。
Ah, not good. If they keep hearing those sounds, how can they sleep at night?
局長のお兄ちゃん、枝を探すついでにそこのみんなも助けてあげられないかな。ほら、神話の中の英雄ってみんなを助けてあげるよね。
Life's over. Can we help the people there while we're on the way to look for the branch? You know, the fabled heroes never hesitated to lend a helping hand. Yan Yan stands with her arms akimbo, striking a heroic pose. Okay. Can I just switch, please? I need this. Thank you.
ここで咲かせるわ。
Okay.
終わるまで。
A burb. What an interesting map. What a fucking interesting map. It's so, like, it's kind of like a painting.
ここで咲かせるわ。
It's kind of like a painting on its own. That's really neat.
お楽しみくださいませ。
Okay, so you just basically protect the things. Okay. You're reassured by what you see when you enter the drift camp. The place is still bustling like before. After all, things can't possibly get worse than how they once were at the time. Interbait roasted tofu. Authentic interbait roasted tofu. The best you can have. Womp womp.
Womp womp.
わいちゃんのご飯に負けてないかも。
Oh, it's so good, just like Grandma's cooking.
グエン吹雪の記録によると、動物同地っていう食療法があるんだ。
Why are you womp womping me?
たくさん食べたら、うちももっと早くここに馴染めるかも。
Womp womp.
The art is beautiful, though. Like I keep saying that again, but the art in this game is really fucking cool. Just like the backgrounds. Look at this background. This is the chapter we are. This is like the place we are on currently in the main story. So this is probably the only place that I'm really scared I'm gonna get spoiled for the last chapter, for the conclusion of the story. So I'm gonna try to not to get spoiled too much here for stuff. Doubtful I'll get too spoiled because they don't usually tell a lot of stuff about the storyline. They're very vague in events. So hopefully that remains here. And I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure, at least considering the fact that it's a finale of Syndicate Saga, we will not have a loss there. We will win, and the Drifter camps will stay alive. I know that much because that's just how it is in stories. The heroes must get a win at some point.
Some spoiler, not too heavy.
Yeah, I already got the little flashback scene on some stuff from chapters. I assumed from chapter 13. I assume I kind of closed my eyes to not have be spoiled. I only heard saw like one screenshot before I closed my eyes. According to the Sun City sorcery text, you are what you eat. I think eating some local food will help you get acclimated to this city sooner. Yan stuffs her tofu into her mouth while opening her little purse, taking out a few copper coins and placing them on the stall. The stall owner seems confused by the coins in front of her, unsure what kind of currency she's looking at. But upon spotting you behind Yan, she seems to have understand something. Darling, you're too skinny. Here, have a few more skewers. They're on the house.
ありがとう、おばさん。ダメダメ。今日は仕事があってきた。
Thank you, Mom. No, we're here on the serious business. The girl seems to recall something above the nodding, so she quickly shakes her head again and wipes her mouth, catching her up with you quickly. She's pretty determined. The girl's got more self-control than a certain gray mouse who can't move a step the moment she sees food. A certain gray mouse. Is he talking about Hela? Is he talking about Hela? Gray mouse. You know what? That fits. That fucking fits. Okay. As you wade through the crowd and drifter camp, you suddenly hear a familiar voice.
体の調子が悪いようだが、どれ見てあげようか。
You don't look quite well. Wanna check up?
もちろんもちろん。これは我が年特有の療法で疲れを癒し、体を
I know this guy already.
させる効果がある。
It's kind of nice to see that he's around still. Even after whatever bullshit takes place in Drifter Camp. Because clearly some bullshit will take place in Drifter Camp. I'm on chapter 10 currently. We'll start chapter 10 currently. And I'm like, I know shit is about to go down. There's some monster. There's FAC. There's the commission, the city commission that's trying to destroy it. There's some war stuff happening. Yeah, it's probably gonna go to shit. Of course. Here we provide a unique traditional therapy that can relieve fatigue and relax the body. The man speaks with while twisting himself into a bizarre posture. It's Greta, the barefoot doctor of the Drifter Camp.
Greta is best boy, just look at that gigacad level chin.
Yeah. Doctor of the Drifter Camp. He's even giving you a bottle of essence oil, but you've since thrown that funky smelling stuff away in the deepest part of your office cabinet and never used it once. You step forward to greet him and ask for information, but Yan Yan beats you to him.
おじさん、今祭祀の舞を踊ってた？ちょっと動きが変だったよ。そんなんじゃ神様が怒っちゃうよ。何よりさっきのじゃ祝福の効果を得られないか
Were you performing the ritual dance just now, sir? You didn't do one pose correctly. It might anger the deities and weaken the blessings.
はあ、お嬢ちゃん、何を
Huh?
言ってるんだ？
What are you talking about? Greta stares at Yan Yan in shock as the girl suddenly emerges before him, striking similar dramatic poses.
こうするの。あら、これはイエンエンが不撃候補になったばっかりの頃に覚えたんだ。
See, that's how you should do it. I learned this move when I first became a novice seer. Yan Yan pulls off out of book from her pocket and flips through the pages, few pictures quickly.
何？婦人ゴッホ？ゴッホは男じゃなかったか？
Greta is best boy. What? What's this novicia you're talking about? I only know how to treat nausea.
僕のはオイルで。
I was doing you. Yan Yan keeps babbling on about the ritual dance with unseen vehemence. This seems very important subject to her, and even the surrounding crowd is listening intently. Pull Yan Yan away. You try to pull Yan Yan away, but her enthusiasm is unstoppable, and she's already begun posing, so you have no choice but to watch her perform the entire ritual dance. A crowd has gradually gathered around you. People applaud from time to time, and some even tossed a few coins at your feet.
あ、もうこんな時間。大変。みんなありがとう。
Oops! What time is it now? Oh no, thank you everyone! Yan Yan pulls you away hurriedly, muttering non-stop.
仕事。
Gonna attend to the serious matters first.
炎の中で奴らを切り捨てる。わしもかつてはこうだったのであろうか。
It's cute. It's fucking cute. I like this. Okay, so we will actually seems like we will actually investigate the entirety all the three black rings. We will like revisit all the three black rings that are investigated in the story. That's actually really cute. I did not expect to get for us to get like a almost a flashback, almost like a nostalgic trip back down memory lane. I assume that's the plan, a nostalgic trip down memory lane. But I haven't actually played that. The serious matters may be important, but the Drifter Camp is full of distracting oddities. Yan Yan's trot becomes a brisk walk, then a stroll, and then she stops in front of a stall. Books for sale! Books for sale! The latest masterpiece from the great poet Raven. The book has a colorful cover, looking more like a magazine. Yan Yan glances at the book, then at you, hesitating as if wanting to say something. Check book's content. It's definitely Raven's style, but the content isn't like the great poet's previous works. It's a beautiful bedtime fairy tale, and it looks quite interesting. If try a tree in the east, heavens high, falls, yet sprouts, seed takes rise. The Drifter Camp is noisy, but occasionally you can hear some sharp, piercing bird calls. Shh. Yanyan raises her finger, signaling everyone around her to be quiet. What's happening? The FEC soldiers cautiously take their position. You look at Yanyan, your confusion on full display. I seem to hear the voice of the sun crow. Yanyan says, pausing between words. Before she can finish, the bird calls grow louder, and the peddler approaches. Okay. Here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today I have me with a unique treasure. Check out these shiny feathers and listen to this authentic East Side accent. You gotta see it to believe it. It's a bird that talks like humans, speaks better Dissian than most of us. It's an old parrot covered in damaged feathers and muttering some vulgar words in Dissian. Wow, what kind of divine bird is this? Don't you have parrots in Istia? Grandma used to tell me that parrots were also known as joy birds. They could bring good luck, but these birds no longer exist back home. Yanyan stares at the parrot, her expression turning slightly gloomy, but she quickly smiles again. Seeing one here, a sign that we will definitely succeed this time. Mythic tree in East Heaven sign. Falsia sprout seed take rise. The hustle and the bustle in the drifter camp is too much. Yanyan seems to realize that too, closing her eyes tightly. We really have to go now. No more wandering around. Yanyan mutters in self-persuasion. You exchange glances with the FEC soldiers and give a nod before heading out with Yanyan. Mythic tree in East Heaven's High. Okay, so this is the final one. But when the Fisang tree soars into the sky, it breaks the pact and refuses to hand over its branch. You traverse the drifter camp, clearing the monsters near the ruins. According to Yanyan, this should count as helping clean up the around the blessed tree. Yanyan points at the ruins of the high tower, flipping open a book to read out aloud the myth written in it. The hero guarded the Fisang tree until it grew its hardest branch. To thank the hero for chasing off the monsters, the Fisang tree decided to give the branch to the hero. Look, that's the thank you gift from the Fisang tree. The thrilled Yanyan grabs their hand and jogs over to the top of the high tower. The FEC soldiers behind you shake their heads but quickly follow you. That's the one. The girl points at the dark glistening branch at the top of the high tower and runs through it to it enthusiastically. Instead of a branch, it appears more like a crystal with a fiery hue running within it, emitting an ominous aura constantly. Roar! Awakened by the black ring, the cropter starts to stir. Startled, Yanyan dropped her precious myth book to the ground. No. This is how it's supposed to go. Something must have gone wrong. This is when the Fisang tree gives its branch to the hero. I am terribly sorry. I apologize. Please calm down. Seeing Yanyan panicking, the myth and the Fisang tree don't matter to you anymore. The most important thing now is to deal with these corruptors in front of you. So I just need to get branch for you, right? Eh? Leave it to me. I know this tree well enough. It's right next door to where I live, after all. You turn around to face the group of corruptors and the blessed tree. Don't think this is just because you sound powerful in some myth. You can do whatever you want. You're nothing more than an afterimage of the Black Ring. Yeah, let's do this. This. Monkey! Honestly, I feel why am I doing this? I can just do this. I'm not sure why I did this, the first initial setup, but I could just have done that. Okay, so this is the time we need to actually defeat the enemy.
います。
Okay, so that worked.
神木が倒された。
The Blessed Tree was defeated? Following the annihilation of the furious corruptors, the contamination of the High Tower Black gradually disappears. Yang Yang thanks you hastily before rushing to that branch. That crystalline object previously hanging on the top of the High Tower now lies quietly on the ground.
キラキラしてて力あふれる神木の枝。熱シフの言ってた弓の材料で合ってるよね。
The dazzling blessed branch,
これで弓が作れるよ。
full of power. Is this the material for the bow described in the Old Sun? Great. Now that we have it, we can make the bow. Examining the ominous dark crystal, the girl doesn't seem scared at all, and even reaches out to touch it.
いけません。あれは汚染物です。直接触ってはなりません。
Stop! That's a contaminant. Don't touch it directly. The fishy soldier nearby runs over to stop Yan Yan. Yan Yan looks over the fishy. Yan Yan looks at the fishy soldier and tilts her head cluelessly. Then she, with skillful hands, produces a piece of cloth and wraps it around with the crystal. The fishy soldiers breathe a sigh of relief, and Yan Yan at Yanran's response, but still hope you can take her to an M-value test. The crystal exudes a familiar aura. It's a distant memory, the ash crystal you found in White Sands. Yan Yan's actions have been rather naive and reckless this whole time, but you can indeed see the links to the myth. The tall Fusang tree, the magical branch. You're not sure if the myth from the east is true, but after picking up the crystal, the people at the drifter camp seem to seem to be doing better. Inexplicably, you feel this proves the Sun Crew Apostle is disrupting this city in some way.
神木を取るのを手伝ってくれてありがとう、局長のお兄ちゃん。でも神話と違って神木をボッコボコにしたけど。
We get decided the blessed for Sanctuary a beating. Thank you for helping me with the get the blessed branch alive, Zerver. Although it's not quite like what's described in the myth. We ended up giving the Sanctuary a beating.
本当に大丈夫かな。神話通りにやれてないから。
Is it really okay? We didn't do the myth as the myth said, I'm afraid. Yan froze, seeming both glad and worried. Don't worry. He picked up the myth book from Yanya accidentally dropped and returned it to the girl. Myths can have different interpretations. Maybe the hero made up the story to save face for the Fusang tree. Maybe our version is closer to what actually happened. The most important thing is, the people nearby are no longer suffering. Everyone's that headache is gone.
そうだね。なんでイエンイェンはそう思わなかったんだろう。終わりよければすべてよしだもんね。
Obviously, the myth is not going to be entirely accurate. That's just not how it is. That's right. How did Yang Yang not think about that? What matters is that everyone's doing better now.
若木が本当に怪物と一緒に民をいじめてたら英雄に懲らしめられても仕方のないこと。局長のお兄ちゃんの言う通りだね。
If a sanctuary was indeed in league with the monsters to bully everyone, then it deserves to be taught a lesson by the hero. You're exactly right, Elevzer. Yan Yan takes the book from your hand and smiles like a blooming flower.
いいスタート。今回の材料はイエンイェンが故郷でもらったものよりも大きいの。きっといい弓が作れるよ。
What a great victory. This material we found this time seems even bigger than what Yan Yan got back home. We'll definitely make the best bow ever. Hmm?
帰ってきたのか。その様子だと戦ってきたみたいだ。
Deforestation POV.
Yeah, just kick the ass of the blessed tree. Hey, you're back? You look like you've just been in a fight. Are you exhausted? Hearing the familiar voice, Yan Yan stops in her tracks. It's Greta, and she's followed by quite a few people. It seems that after getting rid of the headaches, everyone has come to here to get some essence oil from the doctor to help relax their muscles.
妻子の舞が間違ってても頭痛は治るの？
Hmm? Even though you do the wrong ritual dance, you can still cure everyone's headaches?
お嬢ちゃん、わかってないな。これはヨガ。
This is new to you, isn't it? This is yoga! Greta finally seizes the chance to clean up the confusion. He's right, it's not a real ritual dance. Though it's not the Eastian ritual dance, it still helps everyone stay strong and healthy, and even inspired many people in the West District during the Great Disaster.
西区の人たちの支え？
It inspired many people in the West District. He looks at Greta. Just like back then, he's putting those people who just got rid of their headaches in funny poses. West District has gone through some tough times before, during which everyone was cooped up underground. Not only did their bodies become sluggish, but their mood has also worsened. But Greta didn't give up. When many were in despair, he was the one who led everyone to do yoga every day. He wanted to help everyone get in shape, and also to cheer them up from by fooling around. Oh my, you flatter me too much, Chief. Greta flashes you a big smile. It seems like he enjoys the compliments. Yanin looks towards the rubble they passed by earlier, then to the bustling crowd on the street, and lowers her head slightly. I didn't mean to criticize his dance. She lifts her head, her eyes sparkling. We performed the ritual dance to pray for blessings, so that everyone can still keep a smile in the face of disaster. Though a bit shy, Yan still gives Greta a proper bow. Although your Synchro ritual dance was not up to standard, anyone who can bring a smile to people's faces has the gift to become a great seer. Oh my. And I'm sure you've got a great gift as well, Yan. Wanna come and practice yoga together? There aren't many different diligent girls like you in the whole Drifter camp. Greta scratches the back of his head and grins. Yan and Greta keeps on chatting. Yan then performs another part of the Synchro ritual dance in front of the crowd. Yes, bravo! The crowd keeps on applauding, cheering even louder than before. Wasn't there a little girl named Ovo who kept talking about the East? Too bad she went off to make a movie. Right, no wonder it felt so familiar. Exactly, it's a bit confusing at first, but it becomes fascinating once you get used to the style. Looks, doesn't that move just now look like Obo's lion dance? Yes, I can see it. Check this out, hey!
That is a very nice tree.
I love the uplifting nature of it, and yeah, this proves that Obo's
Would be a shame if I was to cut it up into floorboards for my living room.
Damn. To be fair, it wasn't really a tree. It was a metaphorical thing. It was a huge black tower. Not exactly a tree. It's kind of more of a metaphorical approach here, because it's a myth. And myths are always kind of a metaphor. True. Wow, these moves are pretty awesome too. Why don't you join
Point
Yan?
still stands.
We could use a few more companions. Let's explore the Suncrow's myth together. The crowd disperses all of a sudden. The folks in Drifter Camp has been traumatized by the force of mania. They flee the moment they hear about this kind of mission. Hey, wait! I won't force you to learn everything all at once. You can take your time. It seems a long myth exploring journey still lies ahead of Yan. This is cute. Okay. So, we explored this. And we got the branch. And we got the branch. And we got the branch. So, I assume the origin... Okay, so the origin, we finished this entirely. We need to do the next black ring. Oh. That's the main sound of the soundtrack. Floods and downpour from Dagon's claws, grand scales clanking, vast bones rumbling. Alrighty, the hero obtained a fine bow body. The next task was to find the legendary bowstring to the east.
なんと溶流だった。
But when the hero arrived at the shore of East Sea, there was a huge flood happening there, and the culprit was a wraith dragon. Yanyan puts away the divination wheel and grabs your hand excitedly.
早く行こう、局長のお兄ちゃん。次の目的地はここだよ。
Let's get moving, you live observer. The next target is right over there. Yanyan points to the rust on the map. Is it gonna flood? It floods! So something is indeed wrong in the rust. You arrive at the prophecy of the rust and find that the once stabilized contamination in the rust is rising rapidly. It's even beginning to flow.
局長、共同の影響によりサビの川の底の汚染液が塩を形成して流出しています。
Yeah, we're back. We're back at the carnival. We're back at the carnival. This, I don't mind spoilers because I already know everything that happened at the carnival. We're already past the carnival. So it's going to be a BR002, BR002, BR001, and then BR004, if I'm not mistaken. The Chief, due to the influence of mania, the contamination at the bottom of the rust is forming a current and gushing out constantly. If we don't stop it promptly, the contamination will spread rapidly towards West District.
でも毒を含んだ洪水ならそれでも十分な災いだよ。怪物がたくさん出てくるからね。エビやカニの兵士とか亀の上昇とか。みんな邪悪な竜の手下なの。
It seems much shallower than the floods in Eastia, but a toxic flood is no good sight nonetheless. Many monsters will come following this, like the prawn soldiers and the crab generals and the turtleman minister. They're all underlings of that evil dragon.
洪水を沈めて怪物を駆除したいなら。
Or whatever metaphorical meaning of the dragon is here. To calm the floods and eliminate the aquatic monsters, we must first defeat the dragon causing all this trouble. As you're discussing strategies, you suddenly hear a cry for help. Help! Can anyone give us a hand? Someone's getting trapped in contamination! Help! It's the scavengers of the rust. They're also affected by the rising currents of the rust and seem to have run into trouble. He clings desperately to an arm in the pool of contamination, looking like he's about to give out. Help him. The FSC soldiers react instantly, and without 2 minutes, they are helping the two elderly people off to the shore. Next to them, Yanyan is patting the back of the safe scavenger rather skillfully, then hands him a water bottle.
Just to let you know, there's some battle stages kind of hidden like the tree that keeps blinking in neon.
Oh yeah, I'm doing that just now. I just finished doing the tree. It basically transported me to BR002, or like the area of Drifter Camp, it seems. It's kind of like showed me that to there, and I just finished this completely, the battle stages there, because I know you need to like have them filled out to proceed further, I think. Here's some drinking water, sir. Drink slowly and be careful not to choke on it. Thank you so much. The feeble scavenger tries to express his gratitude with what little consciousness he has left. He only nods to signal him to conserve his strength and not to make any unnecessary movements. Yeah, like this, right? Like this. I finished it. Fusang tree stands in the east. That's the one. I finished this now. So now I'm doing the a vow to sever Dragon's Foot. That's what I'm doing. Floods are rampant, and even scavengers who usually make a living around the rust are get trapped. You want to help with the rescue, but are afraid it may slow you down. Ask for advice. Chief, this is our duty in the first place. Please go ahead. We'll send a team for the rescue. No, Yan wants to help to save lives too. That's what heroes do. We have to save all the victims of the disaster. Everyone wants to pinch in for the rescue. Considering the poor safety of this place, you decide not to split up, but instead search for survivors, who are requesting more support from Nightingale. Wait! You've already walked a distance when suddenly an old man's shout comes from behind. One of the recently rescued scavengers approaches you, panting heavily. You don't know the terrain of the rust well enough. Let me guide you. Agree. Don't worry, Chief. Yan can protect him. Yan closes her eyes and chants, gesturing with her hands constantly. A faint red glow emerges about the old man. You figure it's another type of Eastern sorcery. You nod and decide to bring the old man along. East Dragon Royals, Seas Peace Toils, Scales Loud Clang, Bone Spring Might. While the Scavenger's Guidance, with the Scavenger's Guidance, Yan Yan's keen eyes, and the reliable FAC soldiers, the rescue missions goes very smoothly. The rescue team quickly grows as most scavengers, upon hearing your intentions, choose to join you in saving others. Phew! Having been casting spells non-stop, Yan Yan looks like she's about to doze off. East Dragon Royal, Sea Speed Toils, Scales Loud Clang, Bone Spring Might. Chief, the special rescue team is ready. We can set off now. Finally, the reinforcements arrive. But where exactly could this Wraith Dragon be? Never heard of a Wraith Dragon, but I saw one of those weird long creatures just a few days ago. The first scavengers overhears your discussion and suddenly pops up, looking eager to help chime in. Let's go find it together. Up until now, the old man has demonstrated his impressive instincts as a seasoned scavenger. If not for the sudden pollution flood, he might not have needed your rescue. Okay. Okay, so we are doing the first one. Vow to sever Dragon's Foot. Damn, I like the combination of the technical music and the traditional music. Following the scavenger's guidance, you advance through the carnival ruins in search of the dragon, when suddenly you feel your clothes being tugged. There's danger ahead. Something very dangerous. Maybe we should take a detour? Uncharacteristically, Yan Yan looks frightened. You scan the surroundings. Aside from the wind making the amusement rides creak, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. The FEC soldiers nearby launch their scanning devices. Moments later, they still detect nothing unusual. That's okay. Let's go. You take Yan Yan's hand and continue walking forward. But you've barely taken on fast step when Yan Yan screams and cleans her waist like a sloth, then continues to mutter something. Celestial soldiers from the heavens, I beg your protection. What's the matter? You think Yan Yan has seen something spooky. During a casual chat with Duro, she mentioned that some Eastern with strong psychic power can see others things people cannot. If they can see things that exist beyond the physical world, then maybe Yan Yan too. There's gaming beasts ahead. That's not what you were expecting. Another term you don't know. You can only exchange confused looks with the FEC soldiers next to you. Is it? The thing is about the cyber tiger, and has many heads and always stands facing east. It's the scariest calamitous creature. Those things are up on the platform. Look, they're running in a circle. You're really terrified of them, are you? Okay. No, it's a merry-go-round. It's just, I think it imitates creatures that are similar to what she's afraid of. Yan Yan is not scared. The Great Seer wouldn't be scared of those monsters. Just this is an exception. That cursed dragon must have looked into my background. It knows I was scared to tears by the stories of calming my beast when I was little. That's why it's targeting me like this. Yeah, then trembles uncontrollably behind you while babbling incoherently, like a child scared by the first ghost story she's heard. Hey, isn't that Carousel? This is the first time I've seen a child spooked out by a carousel. The scavenger says behind you. He gazes at the so-called calamitous creature, according to Yan Yan, but it turns out to be only a carousel. The horse is spinning in a circle over the wind. As for the many heads, it's probably just the overlapped image of several abandoned horse rides. Carousel? Yan articulates the words carefully. Little girl, have you never been to a carousel before? Oh dear, a child your age should be playing in the amusement park all day. I have always been moving home since my earliest memories because of droughts and floods. Today's the first time I've heard of carousels or amusement parks. Didn't Yanyan say something wrong? Why are you so quiet? Yanyan looks at the scavenger curiously. Not expecting such a response, he doesn't know what to say for a moment. Sorry, kiddo. I shouldn't have said that. You see, it happens at my age. This amusement park has been abandoned for many years due to the Black Ring. Somehow, I thought everyone remembered it. But the Black Ring was eliminated 2 years ago, so maybe it can be rebuilt. The elderly scavenger looks towards the dilapidated amusement park siding. Amusement parks and carousels are things found only in this city, in the center of the world. It's impossible for those caught in the disasters in Sunsink City a few years ago to have experienced them. Children from Sunsink City have probably never even heard of an amusement park. I'm sure they can rebuild it.
7年前グセン朝がキーウの首都に目いっぱい破壊されちゃったけど、みんな諦めないでまた何年もかけてもっと大きくて新しいグレンジョを作ったの。
7 years ago, Sunset Town was completely destroyed by the Suncrow Apostle. But no one gave up, and a few years later, we built Sunsink City, which was brand new and even bigger. So I'm sure you guys can do it too. Haha, well said, kiddo. If it gets rebuilt, you must come to play again. Sure, Yanyan will be here. I'll make sure to have a great time. Oh! While the old man and young girl are chatting exuberantly, corruptors begin charging towards you again. You examine the monsters before you carefully. They are massive and extremely menacing. You've never encountered such species in this city over the past 2 years. For some reason, every time, after a few attacks, they emit a faint golden glow and freeze for a moment before shaking their heads and charging again. It's as if they're fighting against something for control of their bodies. With no time to dwell on this, you quickly tell the scavengers to leave, then hurriedly command the FSC soldiers to fight. What's that about?
もしこのシーンが再び起こったら、あなたは何を選ぶのかしら。
立ち去れ。近寄るな。
電話が鳴ってる。
Okay. Considering how over-leveled I am, I'm basically just leaving everything to Lady Pearl. She's just gonna smash all of these enemies. Lady Pearl, fuck the world. let's. Lady Pearl just like Lady Pearl with her Glock. Lady Pearl with her pair of Glocks. Okay, to save people, the hero ventures into the waves and slays the dragon. There appears to be many dragons. How's this? Okay. I'm curious if Lady Pearl will do the same thing.
Lady Pearl is surprisingly good. I thought she wasn't going to be much used before she released.
Yeah, she's amazing in that she's a really amazing wave clearer. And she does so much damage when you level her up properly. Like, she does a lot of damage. I've dealt with her when I do like the end game stuff, like Broken Frontline. I do a lot of damage with Lady Pearl because of her increased damage radius aura around her, as you can see here. And she also has a free to use 2-core break, just free to use. There's no strings attached to it. That also boosts the attack speed of everyone everyone around you. Plus, her ultimate basically makes her even better at what she does, which is wave clear. After dealing with this dragon-like corruptors, you still haven't found the whereabouts of the bowstring.
に書いてあったのに。
How strange. The poem literally says rush from the east, peer to the west.
東に行ったし、西の方も見たし。
Go east, check. Look west, check. Standing next to the dead corruptors, Yan Yan flips through the myth book from start to end several times.
イエンイエンがもう一度占ってみるよ。今度こそきっと見つかる。
Maybe I should try divining again. This time we'll definitely find it.
空に水あり、待つべし。いやいや、こっちじゃない。
Drops from heaven, pray be hastened. Oops, that's not what I'm asking. Weird sounds.
天下に山あり、忌避すべし。あれこれも違う。
When peril hit, in hill cell hit. That doesn't seem right either. Yan Yan concentrates on spinning into Vision's wheel in her hand, completely unaware of the changes happening around her. Watch out!
Now I just hope they bring old units up to current units standards. Oil's still sitting on a horrendously high energy cost for no core breaking and not much more damage.
Yeah, I think they should be. They definitely should be bringing a lot of the old units up to date. Maybe an update of some sort, because there's just doesn't seem any viable reason to use Zoya, from what I've seen of people. Like I have Nox. Nox still is great. I feel like Nox is still up to par with everything, and even though she's like the old unit, like she's amazing. She has core break, she has wave clear, she has damage reduce of health, right? But also like a lot of the later units, like say for example, Donald. Donald does everything from what I've seen Zoya does, but better, because he has a massive wave clear ability potential. He has a massive ability to utilize electricity to do the same thing Zoya does at much later, easier cost. He can jump around as on a map. He can break course easily on a fairly large scale. Not to mention how busted Darren is. Ow! I bit my tongue. I bit my tongue. But yeah. Not to mention how much busted Darren is comparatively speaking to like every other unit, previous unit. I don't think there is a single like busted unit in old units outside of maybe Nox. Nox is strong. Nox and Hamel, from what I've seen here. Hamel is the best healer. But now they released Duro, who basically combines the best aspects of Hamel, which is healing, consistent healing. With Anna's ultimate, but like also does damage somehow, like and can revive.
Yep, by Yi, Craig, Oak Casket and a few others just off the top of my head are all suffering from old unit syndrome.
I would say Oak Casket is pretty reliable. She doesn't break cores, but I feel like when I use her, I utilize largely her exclusive Crime Bread, which is pretty decent at dealing with a lot of enemies, especially if she's given enough damage buffs. However, you're right, yeah. I don't know about Bai or Kreish, but I don't use those because I don't have them. But yeah, the later units.
No shot that they will update old units. Best that can happen is what they did with Drea that buffed Sumire, or making a way to limit break them some way.
I can see that, yeah. I feel like for now they're focusing on like developing everything else, because they have like 2 more events coming out, I think, soon enough. Not to mention the whole JoJo thing that is going to be happening soon. I'm not sure if that event will lead into the global. I'm not sure yet, but I'd like to, because I would like to have Jolene Cujo in my roster, and then say to people that this is a JoJo reference. When people are gonna ask, "What the fuck are you doing with Jolene Cujo in your team?" I'm gonna say, "This is you thought it was Path to Nowhere, but it was me, Dio." No. The dead corruptor suddenly comes back to life, lifting its head and making it and makes to devour the human before it. It all happens too suddenly. The monster's gaping maw is already wide open, yet you and the VC soul just can't reach Yan Yan in time. A burst of golden light suddenly appears on the monster's body. It begins struggling in pain and collapses to the ground. Quick, subdue the monster!
Just
over-
need to wait till our old characters come back into the story and get limited alter versions.
Yeah, pretty much. You run over to scoop up the petrified Yan Yan and signal the FAC to quickly contain the situation. Eh? Eh? What happened? Yan Yan seems to have calmed down when the corruptor stops moving after being blasted by the FAC bullets. Only when then does she notice what happened around her just now. Is this? In the lifeless dragon's body, you see a wriggling thread with reddish gold glow slip into the carcass like a parasite. Did that thing interrupt the monster's revival? You look at the red worm, pondering. It feels different from the Apostles of Ashes you've encountered before. After the corruptor disappears, you don't feel any aggression. Instead, there's a strange sense of familiarity, as if you've seen this red flame somewhere. Is this the dragon's vein? Yana examines the worm curiously with the magnifying glass in her hand. Reciting some incomprehensible poetry, she approaches it with a glass jar she picked from the banks of the rust. Great dragon slain, bright glory claimed. Heh! Yanan grabs the long worm from the carcass of the corruptor and puts it into a glass jar. Having seen Yanan touch the contamination in the high tower black ring, the FSC soldiers are no longer surprised by her actions, but this is definitely against every rule they've been accustomed to. Hello, observer. Look, isn't it kind of cute? The object in the bottle emits a faint golden glow. Yan Yan lifts to your face excitedly, eager to show you the bowstring. You quickly wave your hands to refuse, but as soon as you stretch out your hand, a series of visions appear before your eyes. And now it's just Shorel, that sustenance that does not belong to the city, as its power to suppress the Black Ring's apostlekin. Continue the mission and move up to the security priority of the sunk city's seer. After conducting a detailed analysis on the dragon's vein acquired and consolidating the intelligence, Shorel has signed you to the next phase of the mission. Both the Sunsink City Seer and its Smith still present contradiction and questionable points. But her unique psychic abilities have repeatedly suggested that perhaps she really can create the almighty bow and end this disaster.
In any other series, that thing would be a magic tapeworm that mind-controlled you or something.
Yeah, definitely. But in this one, it's actually kind of peaceful, surprisingly. The persistent low fever is still ravaging your body. The omens brought by the Suncrow Apostle are becoming more apparent, and the time left for you seems to be running out. Okay. After the dragon dies, the hero pulls out its vein and makes it in bowstring. Okay, so it actually is true. I feel like there will be a constant, argument. And they will not I feel like no, this one is easier. Okay. I kind of like how they keep it vague, but we all know that the myths are true. We all know the myths are true, even though this city authorities are skeptical. We all are very much aware, I think, that this is true. Okay, so this is basically you kill as much units you need to progress through the event. That's what I'm understanding. You don't actually need to murder every unit here. Interesting. The music is ominous. Like, I still enjoy Oak Casket. Like, she does a fair bit of damage, honestly. I kind of enjoy the vibe of the event so far. Definitely. Okay, so we're done with that. The dragon has been slain. Yeah, the dragon string, the crow, the bird. Dragon's Tree, Prophecy. Sun deformed, device befell, healed, burned, and charge. Lives ebbed and fell, poisoned and cured from plants impure. Dragon's frenzy, bane of the sea. 10 suns in the sky, lest crops survive. Minds invaded by foul spirits. Brave champion sank, sunward quest began. The best bow carved from the blessed trunk. Berries and fruits, mere mortal woods. In divine breeds born divine seeds. Floods and downpour from dragon's claws. Grand scales clanking, veins bones rumbling. Rush from the east, pierce to the west. Great dragon slain, bright glory gained. So that's the next one I'm gonna get, apparently. Okay, so we are advancing to the scholar part, because we can't advance further until we get to the... Having finished the field exploration, Chief returns to the bureau and finds the Eastern scholar again.
私もう少し経ったら逃げちゃうわ。頑張って追いかけてね。
Having collected plenty of interesting information, you organize the facts and decide to bring them to
I
the
feel
bureau.
like Oak Casket is a mixed bag myself. The energy boosts her damage, but she doesn't really do anything until you spend that energy on her ultimates. She's great at clearing mob waves early.
Yeah, she's great at clearing mob waves. I think there are really good characters who don't have any at all core breaks, but because there's so many mobs. And not a lot of characters who can like focus immediately on several mobs immediately. And I feel like her special ultimate, that like even her normal ultimate, it can deal with like a lot of really little guys super easily because she has 3 of them to spam. She has 3 of them like off the cuff that she can spam, bam, 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 and that's very helpful. Especially in later levels where you have like a fuck ton of really small and annoying guys who really need them to be like cleared. In order for your heavy hitters to be focused on like the big core enemies, like that's what I would use Oak Casket. She's perfectly fine as a wave clearer personally, and she does additional damage to go along with the wave with the heavy hitters as soon as she dealt with the waves. The fact that she can like teleport alongside her ultimate allows you to save your moves as well. Having collected plenty of interesting information, you organize the facts and decide to bring them back to Duroa in the Bureau first. You also need some rest to recover your strength. Ever since the shackles came into contact with the Suncrow, your body has never fully recovered. You've been having this persistent low-grade fever. The exertion of the past half a day has worn you out, and once you get back, you soon fall asleep in your office. In the dream, something is scorching your skin. Whispers of mania and roars of a beast drill into your ears. Some chaotic, lacerated consciousness is forcibly tearing through, trying to invade your mind. Open your eyes. Flames lash out at you, and the sharp golden eyes of a fierce bird captures all your attention. Sparks spatter onto your body, causing unbearable pain, but fear swallows you whole before you can react. Is this a dream? You don't have the time to think as you struggle to hover away instinctively. But the monster screeches and lunges forward, pinning you to the ground with its sword and claws beside your ears. Trapped, you are forced to look at its true form. This is not a beast. It has the shape of a human, a woman bathing in fire whose body is covered in red feathers. She sits atop you like a hunter on its prey, leaning down close to your face, the intense heat of the fire suffocating you as she draws nearer. She opens her mouth near your neck, and then whispers mixed with the cackling of burning debris numb the back of your ears. What? You try to struggle, but unable to release the shackles in the dream. You remain imprisoned in the cage of flames. The charring smell surrounds you as the world gets incinerated, as if it isn't a dream but a true purgatory. And death is beckoning to you. Billy. Let go! The flames recede and her face leans even closer. Half of it's covered by an ominous cluster of contamination, like she's wearing a bent mask. The other half is indistinct against the black light, leaving only the golden eye visible, clear and sharp. That's not a human eye. But it's not menacing as a demonic beast either. It's simply staring at you like a golden sun. As you think that, the lapping flames gradually lose their heat, no longer causing the burning pain, but acting like a barrier protecting you in this inferno. The raging mania outside is entirely consumed by flames enveloping her body. She locks eyes with you without any other movement, only repeating the chaotic whispers over and over. That inhuman pupil seems so eager to convey 1,000 emotions to you. But you can't comprehend them. The distance between you is not just a matter of inches, but an insurmountable difference. Who are you? What are you trying to tell me? Chief! Chief! Chief is awake! A small hand is clapping your cheek, and you wake up to see Yan Yan's face instead of the monster's. She looks at you with concern. She's a good girl. Your cheeks are all red and you're all panting. Are you having a fever? You're scaring me. Maybe it's because you slapped them so hard. You only remark inwardly to raise your hands to move the girl aside. I'm fine. It's just a dream. You had a dream again? Oh! We're having the same dream again. Did you dream of a woman wearing a mask and extraordinary clothes with flames all over her body? She leaned very close to you, embraced you, and tried to talk to you. How did you know? Oh, did you have the same dream, Chief? Yan Yan is the chosen seer who receives oracles through her psychic dreams. How do you explain your dreams then? You're still pondering when the girl claps her hands joyfully and jumps up. You had the same wonderful dream as Yan Yan did. He also dreamed of the Great Seer. The Great Seer? Oh. Yes, in Sunset City. Oh, back then it was still called Sunset Town. The Great Seer was the most powerful person in Sunset Town. We were only able to repel all evil spirits and overcome natural disasters thanks to her leadership. So this is what Yao is. Interesting. She always wore a mask in her pretty seer robes. She would stand under her high altar accompanied by her long sword and flames, performing the ritual dance to drive away evil spirits and pray for blessings. What a beautiful sight. Actually, I dreamed of her just now when I was dozing off the current too. Maybe it will be because tackling the sun crowd is too hard. The Great Seer even came especially to comfort me. It's been a long time since I had such a beautiful dream. Mask, long sword, flames, woman. You indeed dreamed of the same things again. But can you call that hellish scene a beautiful dream? That being burned to the point of is no longer looks human. You could hardly see it as a beautiful and gentle woman. What did the Great Seer say to you? She told me Yan Yan to go to some sea, and she told me I could do it. Although I didn't hear the rest clearly, but she must be encouraging me. What she told me was different. Well, Juro is better at interpreting dreams. Let's go find her. She takes her hand and runs outside. You consider for a second and don't stop her. Never mind the strange dream. At the Duro's request, you've specifically brought back a lot of information for her. You wonder if the scholar has figured out anything out yet. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Good cooperation here. Watching the high tower Black Ring collapse from the helicopter. Man, how do I put it? I couldn't imagine the person who did such a thing was our chief. I mean, our skinny chief with those heavy dark circles from all the overtime, who we see every day. Who'd have thought? When the second Black Ring erupted, they said Chief was dead. I thought I'd never see him again. Eek, Chief! You walk over to find a few loudmouths from the bureau chatting to Duro, and they scurry off the second they see you. The scholar nods at you with a smile, her expression full of amusement. You steady your emotions and smile on Yan Yan. I'll ask her about the dream. Go play somewhere else, Yan Yan. But don't listen to the stories, read the actual reports. Don't get your hopes up, I'm not that bright. Getting your permission, the girl bounces about joyfully. She's already forgotten about the dream and is now captivated by those tales of Chief's great adventures spun by those two.
それじゃあ先に行くね。帰ったらうちらの夢がどう違うのか教えてね。自分も気になるから。
Then I'll be off. Tell me how my dream differs from yours later. I really want to know too. She runs off gleefully, leaving you and Juro alone.
フィールドワークがうまくいっていたのに残念です。か細い局長がブラックリングにカウンター。暴走するカセ VS 共同なんて。面白いところでしたね。
Bummer, my field research was just getting interesting. Skinny Chief strikes back and Mad Shackles versus Mania. How fascinating.
まあ、あなたの方が大事ですからね。やっと夢解きをさせてくれる気になったの。
Duro is so fucking smug. I cannot. How can they be such a smugness force in a woman? Like, in one woman. Give me what? Technical issues yesterday. I remember I had a DM. Okay. Replied. Never mind, you're my priority. Finally willing to let me interpret your dream. I'm not here to talk about the dream. We agreed to talk about that only when we can finally face each other honestly. But the things you've done, refusing to go out, using different excuses, being vague about everything, sending me away to gather information, and then snooping around in bureau, you're making it hard to trust you, you know?
局長さん、あなたの調査結果をないがしろにしたまま雑談に花を咲かせていたのを怒っているのですか?
Are you upset because I neglected your investigation results?
非法人である私を取り調べする
Or are you indeed here to interrogate the Outlander? I need an explanation. I can't work with someone suspicious.
まさか学者である私が疑われるなんて。今しっかり説明しなければあなたから逃れることはできそうにありません。
To think that one would doubt the truthfulness of a scholar's words. Not gonna let this slide if I say nothing, are you?
やれやれ。それでは
Alright.
少し白状しましょう。
Alright. She actually strikes things up and looks at you earnestly, the humor in her tone all gone.
私の故郷である東州はディスシティと違い長年天災に見舞われ人々は苦しみもがいてきました。私が神話を研究して旅に出てディスシティで情報を手に入れようとするのもすべては予測不可能と言われている天災を把握するためです。
My homeland.
そうですね。
My homeland is not like this city. Eastia is ever the victim of disasters, and our people struggle to survive. My studies in mythologies, frequent overseas journeys, and information gathering in this city is all to grasp these unpredictable disasters. For example,
112年、東州は大型の灰の潮に遭遇しました。いくつかの都市が破壊され、多くの土地が海へと沈みました。それがディスの言う東州沈没です。
in NF1112, Eastia faced a massive tide of ashes. Several cities were destroyed and vast lands sank beneath the sea. That would be later known in this city as the sinking of Eastia.
113年、ようやく鎮圧した首都キンウが突然暴走し、 封印を打ち破りました。その突然の出来事で再建途中だった新しいグエン城も再び大きな損害を受けました。
In Nightfall 113, just when we barely suppressed the Suncrow Apostle, it suddenly broke free from its seal, catching us off guard and severely damaging the newly revived Sunsing City.
ここ最近で起きた2つの天災はカンナギですら予言できなかったのですが、私はディスシティで興味深い手がかりを見つけたのです。
These are the two most recent disasters which even our seers did not foresee. Yet in this city I found some interesting clues. She looks at you, the warmth in her eyes cooling slightly.
112年8月、東州沈没の直前にどこかの局長さんが眠りから目覚めました。113年3月、彼が襲われて意識不明になった数日後、遥か遠い土地にいる金羽が封印を破り暴走しました。
In August, Nightfall 112, on the brink of the sinking of Eastia, a certain chief awoke from a slumber. In March, Nightfall 113, after he was attacked and fell into a coma, the Suncrow broke its seal and went berserk thousands of miles away. I'm sure you're smart enough to connect the dots. What you're getting at?
これはただの推測で証拠はありませんよ。
It's just a speculation. I have no solid proof. She smiles and steps closer smoothly as to whisper it to your ear. It is your imagination, or is there indeed a hint of hostility in her voice?
あなたたちは世界の中心で共同の中心。あなたの無自覚な行動一つが災いに影響します。それなのに皆が見て見ぬふりをしてきました。
Your people are the center of the world and the center of mania. Your every unconscious action might trigger a disaster that affects everyone, and yet you've been reluctant to see it.
自分の行動を振り返ってみてください。一体どちらが疑われ、憎まれるべきなのか。
Think about what you've done, and who is really the one to be doubted and hated. With that, you find the two of you locking eyes, standing merely a foot apart. Without waiting for your answer, Duru's smile fades and she looks away and stands up to go, leaving you there alone.
局長のお兄ちゃん、やっぱりここにいたんだ。早く夢解きの結果を教えて。うちも楽しませて。
Chief, you're still here. Tell me the result of the dream interpretation. I'm dying to know about the good news. You're still collecting yourself. Good news?
トジャクお姉ちゃんがここを出るとき、口を塞いでこっそり笑ってたよ。
Yeah, I saw Duro come out and just hovering around and giggling all the way. It's so rare to see her so happy. There must be some good news, right? Giggling? Damn it! You finally realize that Duro has dodged your question. You hurry out of the corridor, but the suspect is long gone. These nonsensical words were just a bluff to scare you. The trickster has played you again! Frustrated, you make the chase after her, but Yan Yan grabs your sleeve again. Wait, Duro asked me to tell you something. Another arrangement made by that woman. You quiver and swallow hard. Who knows what she's planning to play on you this time? What does she want you to tell me? Seemingly oblivious to your wary and puzzled look, Yan Yan breaks into a big smile and hugs you tightly. Thank you for always being with me and believing me and showing me all the fun things. Life's over. No matter where you're from, Yanman adores you, even if you believe in those strange blue and red crystals. Let's go! The mission isn't over yet. I have to work hard. I'll definitely defeat the Suncrow. I'll protect Chief and this city, your homeland. The straightforward declaration of affection following Duru's a roundabout threatening bluff throws your thoughts into a complete disarray. Tongue-tied, you come up with the only good conclusion. These two outlanders are both intimidating in their own ways. Can't let my guard down with them, not even a little. Tsundere Chief strikes once more. Remembering the observer's shocked expression at her threat, Duro chuckles slightly and strolls through the bureau's long corridor. His great deeds and miraculous shackles aside, that one is indeed beloved by those around him. He's also truly naive and kind, and almost too honest. Even that kind of lie could make him pale with shock. Outside the scholar's room, an agent from 9th Agency leans against the wall. Seeing Duro, he removes his hat in greeting. Duro smiles and returns the gesture before entering the room alone. Her smile fades as she flips through the documents the life server brought back, recalling what Yan Yan just said. Then I'll be off. Tell me how my dream differs from yours later. I really want to know too. 2 different psychic dreams. The characteristics of Visti and Seers can be deducted from comparison with the researchers and sinners. Black rings have only appeared within this city, and the mania contamination they produce is unique. Sinners born from them are thus more diverse and strange, their minds unstable. Such severe contamination does not exist in Istia. Seers are born when their innate psychic gifts awakens, likely induced by mania disasters. The awoken ones are also more likely to resonate with the deities that awaken them and possess similar mania properties. This is known as channeling. Those 2 cuties brought back a lot of interesting information. I'll be waiting for the Ring Research Institute analysis report. Interesting. Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. You called me a cutie. Shucks. Swear to God. Okay, let me see. Have a scoffer. Let me see if I can buy something. Oh, I can already bought everything. I do need this though. I do need this. I do need this. Let me quickly do something really quickly, by the way. Okay. I kind of want to do that really quickly. Fuck. Okay, okay, let's quickly take a break here and yeah, I think I will be able to get it. Item fusion, think. Okay, and now we'll do this. Okay, and let's fusion. Yeah. I think I can get. I think I could get it in shop anyway. I think I can get the specific one. No, I cannot. Surprisingly. Friendship maybe? Nope. Secret Society? 420. Oh yeah, 420. 420 guild chest. That's funny. Let me grab some stuff here. What is this? Oh, nice. Some of the additional. So far, I'm kind of interested. I'm really into what is happening here. By the way, like I'm really into everything here. I really like the story so far a lot. I think it's really interesting. So Duro obviously wants to research the events that occurred in her homeland. She's here to like kind of research stuff and help out whatever she can. But she's a bit of a mischievous person. Duh. So she's not going to be like straightforward about a lot of things. From what I can see here. Which, fair, right? Like, that's fair. Didn't really expect... Oh, there you go. I didn't really expect her to be exactly straightforward about things. That's fair, right? Still, kind of curious. What's like the pivotal point here? Okay, now I can do it. Yep. Okay, Ode to Sun. Unfold. Let's continue. Okay, so the next part is the third part of the thing. I assume this is the last part of the thing, where the
神はいずこか霊道にあり陰陽を知り神託を下す
in the great hall, the divine lay, all spells ordered, elements regained. Where are we going next?
あっちだよ
Over there. Yanyan closes the book in her hands and gazes reverently towards the statue of Kayla not far away, her previous vivacity gone. The usually fearless, curious girl even swallows hard nervously. Are you nervous, Yanyan? The little sir nods.
神君の試練を乗り越えてこそ金を射落とす矢が手に入るの
Only by passing the divine lord's trial can one obtain the arrow capable of shooting down the suncrow.
でもグエン城でも神君に謁見した不劇は少なくてあるのは神君の伝説だけだからいえいえちょっと怖いんだ
But even back in Sunsix City, few seers have actually seen the divine lord. We only hear legends about the divine lord, so Yanyan is a bit scared. Hey, don't worry, everyone will be cheering for you, Yanyan. You smile at the two soldiers behind you.
当州の人はいつも不思議なことを口にしますが、まあ、終わり良ければ全てよしです。
The people work from ASTL about that superstitious stuff. I mean, as long as it works.
ええ、だから安心して言ってください。我々はここで命令を待っています。
Yeah, just go and be confident. We'll wait here for you. We'll do whatever. Do what you say.
まあ、ここなら鳥の鳴き声も聞こえて退屈しませんから。
Well, at least we can still hear birds chirping here. Could have been worse.
そうですよ。知らん広場の時は今よりもっとひどかったんですから。頑張ってください。
I know, right? We've seen way worse in Kayland Square before. You just do your best, kiddo.
いえいえ頑張るよ
Yee. Okay, Yan Yan won't let you down. Hearing everyone's encouragement, a smile finally emerges on her tense little face. Kayland Square is quiet, with nothing unusual, but a faint, familiar sensation is emanating from the center of the square. East Divine's Lord's fading form, land in ruin, folks in fear. As you step into the square black ruins, the scenery around you starts to change rapidly. A red apparition materialized out of nowhere before you, speaking in an incomprehensible language. You look around to find the FEC soldiers unbothered by the apparition. It seems that only you and Yan Yan can see the unusual scene. A slight tingling sensation is prickling at the top of your head.
お初にお目にかかりますグエン城不撃候補イエンエンと申します
Reverend Divine Lord, sensing city's novice seer, Yan Yan to your service. Yan Yan devoutly kneels in front in the direction of the apparition, which is flickering and emitting a red light continuously. Uncertain what it wants, you can only stay silent and get your shackles ready.
局長のお兄ちゃん神君が試練の内容を教えてくれ
I'll have severed the Divine Lord is about to tell me about the trials. After saying that, Yan Yan sits up straight and closes her eyes. Soon after, her body emits a burst of red light as she speaks in the same mysterious language as the red apparition does. Yan Yan struggles to repeat the words uttered by apparition, her body trembling uncontrollably, sweat already soaking her gloves. Like Yan Yan, you too can feel that immense mental pressure that screeches and wails never cease. You think of interrupting Yan Yan's channeling, but can't bring yourself to do it. After what feels like an eternity, the apparition vanishes and the ritual is complete. Yan Yan struggles to her feet and takes your hand.
神君の神託分かったのこれはすごく難しい試練だからみんなで力を合わせないと
I understand the Divine Lord's decree.
最初の試練は
The divided trials will be difficult. We must work hard together to complete them. For the first trial, everyone waits quietly to hear Divine Lord's trial. There's no other sound than her bitter breathing.
湯の谷に行って金魚がお風呂に使う湯をバケツ2つ分汲んできて
Fetch 2 basins of bathing water from the Sun Crow from the Spring Valley. These Divine Lord fell down. Oh, interesting. Presently, several oracles before you await your actions. After carefully examining their content, you fell silent. Gather feathers. I think that Faris has feather of divide colors. This one is a piece of cake. Return to the Drift Camp. At the Drift Camp, that peddler is still praising his treasure loudly, with the parrot echoing him. Parrot, the bottom drops out! The bottom drops out of the fucking market! Buy feathers. Sir, we only need to buy 5 feathers. That way you don't have to be separate from your parrot. No deal. Take the whole parrot or go look elsewhere. Huh? There are many oracles and tasks left, but you can only do your best and try to complete them. The Spring Valley. Where's the Spring Valley? Not realizing how absurd the trial is, Yan is still frowning and racking her brains. Look for hints and myths. It's said that the Suncrow bathes in the Spring Valley. Is there such a place around the Kaylan Square? The FAC soldiers look around each other, completely clueless. We've circled Kaylan Square several times without even a drop of water inside. There used to be a few fountains here, but they've been dried up for years. Are we supposed to fix them? Give it a try. Miracle is not an easy puzzle to solve. Trial and error is your best bet. You've collected water from the possible sources you can think of. Even when faced with such an absurd task, the FAC soldiers accomplished the job impeccably. Yan stares intensely at the colorful bodies of water in front of her, then closes her eyes to perform a ritual, murmuring continuously. Yan can hear it. Next trial. No, there are many more trials to come. Plant a mulberry tree. Make a scramble eggs with the Must have misinterpreted the oracle. Even he can't help but let her groan inwardly. Interesting. After completing all Divine Lord's tasks with great effort, you continue your journey following Yan divination results. Apparently, the Divine Lord will be waiting there. Some FAC soldiers are clearly reaching the limit of their patience with these seemingly meaningless puzzles. Is this for real? Did she really translate this correctly? Do these Astian gods have a screw loose somewhere? Shh, keep it down. I knew something was off from the start. Fishing bathing water from the Suncrow from the Spring Valley. You can't be serious. For another trial, we need to make scrambled eggs with japonica flowers or something. I've practically turned the flower shops in East Side upside down. She was muttering to herself just now. Has she been corrupted by mania? Right. And she keeps murmuring Divine Lord or something to herself too. Is she mental? The soldiers keep whispering about this and that. You shake your head and ask them to give the two of you some space. Are you okay, Yan? Channeling must be exhausting for you. Don't push yourself too hard. Yan doesn't respond immediately. She looks in the direction where the Divine Lord was, standing and shaking her head. She then takes out her divination cards and fiddles with them for a while before putting them away hurriedly. Alive as ever. Do you find the trials Yan interpreted bizarre too? Not really. Does it bother you? Oh, I'm just worried that I'm not qualified enough to interpret the Divine Lord's verse correctly. In the legends, the Divine Lord has always been a supreme, awe-inspiring entity. They would never pose strange tasks or be ridiculed. It's me who's strange and deserves to be laughed at. The girl lowers her head in dejection. Yan isn't making things up or deceiving anyone. You've seen the Divine Lord yourself. This is the best proof. That's the best proof. But this proof means nothing to the FAC soldiers. If channeling doesn't work, you're left with only one last resort. Don't worry, leave it to me. You read Yan's book before, and besides some ritual dance moves, it didn't contain the stories she mentioned, just a few lines of obscure poetry. Behold moments from the soul summoned, your iris is seen with cold arrow's gleam. The Divine Lord indeed exists, but their condition is unstable. The strange text might not be Yan's misinterpretation, but an issue with the Divine Lord themselves. You've been holding back from using the shackles, fearing that the backlash might sabotage the current mission, but you can feel the lingering resonance pointing to the Suncrow's apostle, as well as to the fragmented clues here. Even if your channeling didn't go wrong, as long as you keep trying to get closer to the Divine Lord, accept their trials, the connection between the Seer and the Divine Lord will only grow stronger, right?
本にはそう書いてあった
Yes,
けど
that's what the book says. Then there's no problem. Let's go on. We'll take on the Divine Lord's trial together. Even if we mess up, as long as we don't give up, we'll definitely be able to communicate with the Divine Lord and reach where they are.
頑張るよ
I see. I'll do my best. The small hands holding yours is a bit tense. You squeeze it tightly, hoping to give her some strength. You're confident in completing these trials, which might just point to the way forward. Behold omens from souls summoned. After completing many absurd trials, even you begin to feel an aura, the aura of Divine Lord. Traces of various intensities are scattered all around Kaelan Square like a trail. Red, orange, yellow, and gold. All the brilliant warm hues paint your vision gradually. For the first time, you feel an inexplicable warmth instead of scorching pain from the shackles backlash after being invaded by those malicious dreams. Interesting. The light guides you forward. At the far end, you see a vague golden silhouette standing above and peering down. Okay, and we are starting. Wert thou, Lord Divine? In a myth, unable to track down the Sun Crow, the hero instead finds the Divine Lord, the Sun Crow's worshipper.
みんなに踏ん張る力を与えましょう
Oh, the Sun Crow's apparition. Can I do this? And then place... I'm gonna place tank right here.
立ち去れ近寄る燃え尽き灰となれ
電話が鳴ってるよ
And then you here. And here.
私の行くところすべてに
Would that work? That was a personal smack. Did you see that, guys? Did you see that smack from Vanilla? That was personal. She basically just like fucking bitch slapped this guy to death. Did you see that? That was the last hit too. Just bitch slapped the fucking thing away until it out of existence.
さて私の
That was funny.
終わりだ君たちの行
I mean, I guess she did her job as a tank by rolling over everything. The arrow is like tracks, and though the Divine Lord may not appear at the end of them, each pursuit makes you more familiar with the Holy Aura. Following this track, you seem to see many lights and shadows. Instead of invading your memory forcefully, they simply float around lightly, like some advanced holographic projection. In the warm light, those fragments of lights and shadows fly towards the sky and converge above the square, like birds returning to their nests, or morning stars fading before sunrise. Okay. The Divine Lord presents the trials. The hero passes them one by one.
チームの火力支援を行います
Interesting. Here. 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 No. Here.
もしこのシーンが再び起こったら
Here. Here.
私の行くところすべてに花が咲き乱
Here.
れ
電話が鳴ってるよ
Oh, less than 4 6 people. Okay, let's use you. This bitch is here. Ah, he died instantly. He just fucking perished. He's still there.
さて
I see. Okay, so almost done. Standing at the top of the statue of Kaelan, both of you can see those flickering lights and shadows. They seem like Divine Lord's memories, but just like the oracles, they're too fragmented to understand. Every time you see those memories, both of you feel pressured. You're still fine, but Yan Yan has been overusing her Eastern sorcery these past few days and is looking sickly.
これがシンくん
Is this the Divine Lord? As if responding to Yan Yan's word, the LED light engulfs the top of the tower as powerful awe looms over everyone present. Even you begin to have a headache. Divine Lord, can you hear my voice? Upon seeing the golden light, Yan Yan forces herself to stagger forward, trying to approach the glowing Divine Lord. It's too dangerous. If the myth is true, the Divine Lord shouldn't be so irritable. If you let her go on, Yan Yan will definitely be in danger. Chirp, chirp. You make to stop Yan Yan, and suddenly a chubby bird flies through the light and knocks Yan Yan over. The red light fades and the scene changes once more. This time, it seems everyone can see the strange spectacle. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The chubby bird flutters up a tree branch. It's hard to guess what it's trying to do. People exchange looks of confusion. One of the braver soldiers stomps near the bird. Startled, it scurries down from the top of the tower, leaving behind only a few feathers. Chirp, chirp! Before it flees, it doesn't forget to strut its stuff. After the chubby lords run away, Yan Yan, who's been knocked over, seems to regain consciousness. You quickly help her up, but she can barely stand after over-exaggerating her power. You tell the diligent seer what happened just now. She seems a bit disheartened. Oh, I see. Did the Divine Lord reject Yan Yan? If not, why would it send a big fat bird to bump into Yan Yan? The girl becomes more and more aggravated, tears already swirling in her eyes. Yan Yan isn't good enough. Let everyone down. No. That's the Divine Lord. Look. You pull out 2 golden feathers from your pocket and place them in Yan Yan's palm. Is this? Yan Yan looked at the feathers in her hand, clearly feeling the power harbored within them. But she still can't believe that those big chubby bird is a formidable Divine Lord. Maybe both of you and Divine Lords are not that good at channeling. You look at the array of items Yan Yan has set up on the altar for channeling, then think of the Divine Lord who was scared off by the storming feet of the FEC Team soldier. You reach out and pat Yan Yan's hand. Perhaps when you meet again, Yan Yan will see the most majestic and powerful Divine Lord. It's interesting, but it seems like both sides are experiencing connection issues. Bad internet. I hope so. Thank you everyone for accompanying Yan Yan all the way here. With that, Yan Yan closes her eyes and falls asleep. Just as you're about to carry her away, someone steps forward to take the girl. Chief, let me do it. You hesitate for a moment. Don't worry, Chief. He'll protect her as well. You must be exhausted too. You can trust him. He's actually a pretty nice guy. He just likes to run his mouth. She collapsed because she tried so hard to protect this city. Whether or not she was talking childish nonsense, she's still a good kid. The story has come to an end, and the hero has found the treasure. Whatever the myth is true, what Divine Lord really is, let's leave that to the future, Yan Yan. Okay. Interesting. Finally, Divine Lord hands the feather to the hero who completed the trial. Amid brilliant light, the feather transforms into the Divine Arrow. Okay. Let's do this. And I'm gonna slap Yao here. Just so she can exist. She successfully existed. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we did get the feather, didn't we? Okay. Hey, Senpai! Welcome.
Hand pink waving.
Yep, hey, Senpai. Okay, in the Great Hall, the Divine Lay, all spells ordered, elements regained, behold omens, from salt summoned, iris seen, with cold arrow gleam. Interesting. So I assume we finished all of the parts of the prophecy here. I'm playing a really fun event here that is very mythological focused. Look at that, look how pretty it is. Look how pretty it is. Gives Belgium intercept. So pretty. Look at this. So
The text-to-speech scared me lol.
oh yeah. It's my little buddy over on the shoulder. If you notice, I have a little buddy on the shoulder. It basically reads out loud every text, every message I get in the comments. Captivate. Okay, we can continue. Captivate. Captivate. The battle against the Sun Crow Apostle is still in preparation. The ominous bizarre nightmares once again invade your mind. And there will be a fight here. Nice. (6:23), February 3rd, Nightfall 114. Kaelan Square Black Ring Ruins. FSE monitoring station break room. Has the Sun Crow Apostle not showed up yet? When will this operation finally end? All of this superstitious stuff's chief and that little trickster of us, Senor. Would you buy it?
How that's interesting, there's still so much streaming shit hide.
Oh, it's a program. I'll link you to later if you want to get it. It's like very cheap. You can both get a chat reader out of that and a fun little voice sound effect stuff. It's all-purpose kind of stuff. It connects to Twitch, connects to YouTube, yada yada. It works. I'll link you to it later. Well, actually, don't dislike her. I used to think Easterners were pretty strange, always looking like they were up to something. But it seems like this girl is really trying hard to help. Well, so the trick actually works on you? Maybe that's why they send that girl, so they would lower a guard. I say we can't trust these outlanders before they explain the purpose of their sorcery. Okay, I'll admit, I don't hate her either. Even Chief is nice to her, isn't he? That's the clever hero who beat the Black Ring we're talking about. He can't be wrong.
My chat might be too fast for something like that, honestly.
Oh, it doesn't need to be all the chats. It has a function to read out loud the super chats and subscriptions and yada yada. So it could be like a special greeting thing for like this person has subscribed, became a member, or this person has given you the super chat, and it reads out loud the super chat stuff. So it doesn't have to be necessarily all the chat. My chat is pretty slow right now, so that's why I'm having it all be all chats, but as soon as it like becomes faster, yeah, it's customizable.
Oh, okay, so it's customizable, I see.
Yeah, it is. Those two are exhausted from their work today. Let them sleep for a bit. We've got it covered here. BR004, Ruined Outpost, break room. Before the fever breaks, you're having a strange dream again. Danger! Is that voice again? An ominous heat gradually envelops your body. You recoil instinctively, but she grabs you firmly. Wake up! The Sun Crow is coming! You gradually begin to understand the words spoken by that blurry, hoarse voice, or perhaps you're starting to grasp the genuine emotions in the anxious cries. What are you? The sun? Who are you? The Sun Crow? Or what exactly mean by danger?
あの子が危ない。助けて。
That child, danger, save her! A blast of blazing flames hits you, knocking out of consciousness. Snapping your eyes open, you don't see Yan Yan. However, the air around you is abnormally dry and hot. It's mania. This is bad. You burst out of the break room. Yan Yan hasn't gone far, but something seems wrong with her.
わからない。怖いよ。こんなに頑張っても
I don't know. I'm so scared. You tried so hard.
失敗したらイエイエンのせいだよね。どうすればいいの？
If it fails, it's all Yan Yan's fault. I don't know what to do. The girl mumbles to herself, walking towards obviously in the open space, scorching like an inside of an oven. Yan Yan? Hearing you call Yan Yan now a few meters away, does not turn back and even keeps going further. You try to go up to her, but the closer you get, the more uneasy you feel. The grass where Yan Yan passes dries up and catches fire, the air twisting with steam. Yan Yan, can you hear me? She trembles, clearly hearing something, but doesn't turn to look over you. Money is spilling out of her, and the girl casts her gaze into nothingness.
ルリキのお姉ちゃん、やっと会いに来てくれたの？
Great Seer, is that you? Have you finally come to see me? Yana fumbles forward. The blinding golden light continuously strips away her consciousness, taking over her body. She's channeling now, but the mania entwined around her comes from something you're more familiar with. It's the Sun Crow. Wake up! The Great Seer isn't here! Whatever it is, it's luring you. You must not fall for its trap. You reach out to touch Yan Yan, but immediately recoil as the shocking heat of her body. Indeed, it's as hot as the apostle in your memory. Already worn out by the bow-making preparation, Yan Yan grows paler, but she's still conversing with the voice in her spiritual world.
ルリキのお姉ちゃん、会いたかったよ。話したいことがたくさんあるの。うち不器用で何にもうまくいかなくて。
Interesting.
どうしたらいいのかわか
Great Seer, I've missed you, and I've got so many questions for you. There's too much I still need to do, but I don't know how. Yan Yan, stop! She can't hear your voice anymore.
そう。力をキーウに捧げればいいんだね。わかった。今行くよ。
I only need to offer my power to Suncrowd. I see. I'm coming. I'll listen to you. Oh, don't go. It's a trap.
ルリキのお姉ちゃんの言うことは
The Great Seer is always right. The mark signaling as the challenge begins to flicker, and Yan Yan's strength is being rapidly drained. But hindered by the melting heat, you cannot get closer. The voice in your dream warns you once again.
阻止して。危ない。
Stop it! Danger! The wake-up call seems to be pushing you forward, helping you tear through the barrier of heat and grab hold of Yan Yan. Shako! Oh, this is fun. Okay. Vanilla. Vanilla goes here. Yeah. Thank you. You're being helpful.
私ここで咲かせるわ。終わるまで。
Okay. Okay. Stop yeeting shit at me. What stupid monkey. The fucking monkey still continues yeeting shit at me. Okay.
ここまでだ。ここ。
お聞きいただき
Okay, it just died immediately. Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
お楽しみくださいませ。
Yeah, I think this one is for no. Yeah, this will be a full battle, I think.
お聞きいただきお聞きいただき
Yay!
ありがとうございました。
Captivate. The backlash of the shackles is incessant, and you are drenched in cold sweat. Releasing the shackles in your right arm is covered in bulging veins, trembling uncontrollably. On the other hand of the shackles, the red glow of contamination in Yang Yan's body finally starts to flicker unsteadily. The monster possessing Yan Yan is declaring its ownership, but you refuse to let go. Your vision starts to blur, possibly due to the heat of the steam of your fading consciousness. You can only force yourself to stay awake with the pain on your palm. But you cannot last long. Eventually, you black out. We found Chief and that girl. In your coma, you hear that sound of armor approaching. Apparently, the hypercube shields are right beside you, protecting you. Where's Yan Yan? As you ask, you see Yan Yan laying in the arms of the son of soldier in white armor, smacking her lips. The envoy is fine. Thankfully, you intervene in time, but you're not in the best shape. Please take care of yourself first, Chief. Right. You just used the shackles, and they caught fire again after touching the wraith spirit possessed in Yan Yan, just like when you first drove away the Suncrow. So that thing really was the Suncrow apostle. Did it invade Yan Yan's mind by taking advantage of her psychical nature? I'm fine. I feel much better now. Take Yan Yan back first, Chi. Look at the state you're in before you worry about Yan Yan. A cold hand presses against your forehead and everything calms down again. It's that familiar sense of incense. As you tilt your head up, you finally see who is holding you. Tiro? Yes, it's me again. Stop being so harsh toward yourself. It makes my heart ache to see a saint like you suffer. Her composure's smile somehow calms you down a lot, and you're surprised that Duro, who's usually reluctant to go out, came promptly. The materials from the almighty bow are all safe. Relax and just rest. You both have worked hard. Duro waves the incense burner in her hand, covering the small camp with green smoke, healing the injuries of you, the soldiers, and Yan Yan. Interesting. Very interesting. So we have the Suncrow. We have the Suncrow, and we have the okay. Speed increased by 30 and strong gain applied units. Oh, hang on. Okay. So the Crimson Bow is next. Okay, let's go. Crimson Bow. The materials are ready. Yan Yan begins crafting the legendary Almighty Bow. 22:30. February 3rd. Nightfall 114. Minus Bureau of Crisis Control. Cradling the bow, Yan Yan curls up in the corner of the room. She wraps her carving knife with her special ability, engraving the bow body bit by bit while filling the patterns with white small flames. Apparently, this is how the sorcery works. Since having gathered all the materials for the almighty bow, she has maintained this posture without ever getting up. That's okay. It will work. Everything's gonna be fine. Eyes shadowed by heavy dark circles, she mumbles to herself as her hands continue both crafting process mechanically. Persuade Yan Yan to rest. You're pushing yourself too hard. You'll be exhausted before the sun's shot. The AFC hasn't localized the sun crow yet. We still have time. Okay, a little bit too more to go. It's almost done. There will be no more problems. I can't make mistakes again. Not noticing your approach, the ship keeps working without looking up. Her hands moving faster and faster. Finally. Huh? In her haste, the carving knife cuts Yan Yan's finger. The blood drops onto the bow. She quickly pulls it up her sleeve. Pulls up her sleeve to wipe it up. She keeps wiping and wiping, as if she's a strange spot could never be cleaned. Help Yan Yan treat the wound. You take the bow wordlessly and make a show of wiping it a few times before settling aside. Then you grab Yan Yan's hand and check the wound. Look how clumsy I am. I'm only got one final step. left, but I can't even do the engraving properly. How can I be Great Seer like this? She tries to shrug it off, but her shoulders remain drooped, and she bows her head too low to avoid her gaze. You both plunge into the brief silence. Finally, she speaks first.
局長のお兄ちゃん、イエイエンはね、天才が怖いの。子供の時、金融の日照りで畑が全部台無しになって、手下の怪物も人を傷つけたりして、今でもおばあちゃんの家が燃えるとこをはっきり覚えてるよ。すごく怖かった。
You know, Chief, I'm actually very afraid of natural disasters. When I was a child, the great drought brought by the sun crow dried up the fields, and its little monsters hurt people everywhere. I still remember how Grandma's house was set ablaze. It was terrifying.
でもあの時、苦戦町にすごく強い不撃が現れたの。そのお姉ちゃんはすっごく優しくて強くてね。いつも災いの日時を予言して、うちらの前に立って、天才に抗って邪推を撃退してくれたんだ。
Back then, there was a very powerful seer in Sunset Town. The great seer was a wonderful person. She could always predict when disasters would come. She was always fighting against natural disasters and protecting us, warding off evil spirits.
うちやおばあちゃんがもうダメだって思った時、お姉ちゃんは新しい場所を占ってくれたんだ。あと祭司の前でうちらを祝福してくれたの。それでおばあちゃんやみんなに一番綺麗な日没を見せてくれるって話してくれたんだよ。
Grandma and I were struggling to survive. She led us to our new shelters, were giving her divination and perform a ritual dance to bless us. She told Grandma and I, and everyone that we would all see the most beautiful sunset.
不撃のお姉ちゃんは強くて頼もしくて、いつも笑顔でみんなを励ましてくれて、みんなに信頼されてたよ。そして、
Yao is admirable from everything we can see here.
金運を射止めた。
Even now, whenever she is trapped and potentially absorbed by the crow or whatever, she is still doing her job of trying to warn everyone of dangers, trying to save everyone. That's admirable. In that hellish inferno she is right now. The great seer kept her promise. She was so powerful and reassuring, always inspiring everyone with her smile. Everyone trusted her fully. In the end, she led us to shoot down the sun crow.
うちもお姉ちゃんみたいに天才の前に立ちふさがる人になりたい。おばあちゃんや天才で苦しむみんなや、うちのような怖かった人たちに、大丈夫だよ、不撃がいるからって言いたいんだ。
I too wish to stop disasters like the Great Seer. I want to tell Grandma, my fellow townspeople victimized by disasters, and everyone who is scared like me, that everything will be alright because the Seer is here. The Vasang branch, the string of East Sea, and the mythic fledgling. Yanyan looks at these symbols laden with great wishes and bows her head lower and lower.
でもイエイエンはそんなに強くなれなかった。
But Yanyan can't do it as well.
高齢の力も弱くて、いつも妖霊の言うことを勘違いするし、古文も読み足りなくて、信託を間違えたりして、大ごとになったこともあった。
My channel skills aren't strong enough. I often misinterpret the wrath spirits. I haven't read enough scriptures. I don't know the oracles by heart. I even made a fool of myself.
リスのみんながイエイエンのこと信じてないって分かってる。不撃のお姉ちゃんの口から言う神話はあんなにすごかったのに、うちの口からするとバカみたいで。
I know the people of this city don't believe in Yanyan.
集める時もみんなに迷惑かけてばっかりだったし。
Those myths sounded so captivating in the great seer's words, but they become foolish coming from me. I've been nothing but trouble on our journey to gather materials.
不撃のお姉ちゃんはもういない。お姉ちゃんが守り抜いたこの世界をうちが守れなかったらどうしよう。もしまた災いが来たら。
The great seer is no longer with us. She left the human realm, which she painstakingly guarded in my care. What if I can't protect it? What if the disasters return? What then? She cuts the unfinished bow and her arrow dejectedly, too guilty to meet your eyes. Comfort Yanya. You've done very well already. You deciphered the myth and gathered all the materials for the almighty bow in just a few days. It's proof that you're more than capable. We all support you.
それは れなのにうちは邪推に騙されて。
That's because Chief had made the others help me, and yet I was still distracted by evil spirits.
ここにも優しい人がたくさんいる。うちがちゃんとやらないとみんなまで苦しむことに。
There are many good people here too. If I fail, I'll let you all down as well. Before he can say anything more, the faint foreign fragrance drifts by as Duro walks past you and approaches Yan Yan. She gently takes Yan Yan's injured hand that you're gripping. A smoke brushes over the wound and heals it.
到着お姉ちゃん。
Duro, ouch, ouch! Before Yan Yan finishes her sentence, Duro knocks her forehead hard with her knuckles, an elegant, charming smile still on her face. Watching this, you instinctively shut your mouth.
あら、イェンイェンのこの小さな脳みそは寝ぼけているみたいですね。あまり思い詰めるのは心の病。
Oh dear, it seems like Yan Yan's little brain is getting confused because from too much sleep. Overthinking is an illness. I must help you cure it.
具仙町に長くいましたが、完璧なアイドルのような不劇なんて聞いたことがありません。どうやら真実を教えてあげないといけません。
Having spent so much time in Sunset Town, I know for a fact that there wasn't any so-called flawless great seer. It's about time I expose her to the other side. Dura casually picks up the brush and inks on the other desk.
これって
What is this?
これがあの不劇が作った初めての神弓です。あなたのとは比べ物になりませんね。
The first attempt at the Almighty Seal bow from that great seer, but it's nowhere near as good as yours. Or maybe you just can't draw?
局長さんは学者であるこの私の近畿書門。
Are you questioning your cultured scholar's art skills, Chief? She gives you a smile, but the smoke around her cools by a few degrees. I'd never dare.
彼女が彫刻した本物を見れば、私の絵がいかに素晴らしいか感心するでしょうね。
If you had
むしろ私の筆により、今の神弓の上品なデザインがあるという。
If you had seen her actual carvings, you would only marvel at how lifelike my drawing is. It's my personal touch that gave the Almighty Bow its elegant and majestic design. Of course, the great scholar is always right. And then can't help but laugh at your banter, and then quickly tries to compose herself. Durua bends down and hands over the comical drawing to Yan Yan seriously.
だからそんなに眉をしかめないでください。イェンイェンはよくやっています。先輩にも負けないくらい。
Stop frowning, Yan Yan. You did very well. You are not lesser than your predecessor.
そうですね。もう一つ教えてあげましょう。あの人、あなたの年では泳ぎもできなかったんですよ。水に入ってしまった時など、危うく溺死するところでした。
I just imagine right now a moment happening of Yao screams, "Stop! Don't tell my embarrassing stories. I'm trying to be cool here." Oh, let me tell you a secret. The great seer couldn't even swim at your age, and she nearly drowned herself once.
本当？うちでも。
No way. Really? Even I can.
違う。そんなことない。トジャコお姉ちゃんは人をからかうの
Oh, I don't believe it.
局長のお兄ちゃんが言ってたもん。
Chief said Dura's a liar. Before Dura turns to you, you quickly look away to avoid her gaze.
うちこの目で不劇のお姉ちゃんの力を見たんだ。あれは神弓を作り出して金運を殲滅するほどの真の力だった。
I've seen the power of the great seer myself.
お姉ちゃんが言うように弱いはずがない。
That's not the power that created the Almighty Bow. That's the power that created the Almighty Bow and defeated the Sun Crow. She was not as weak as you made it sound like, unlike me.
一緒ですよ。あのバカもあなたの前で格好つけるために必死に頑張っていた。
She was not different than you. That fool also had to work hard to look cool in front of you. The Duro's tone is mocking, her expression softens a bit.
あの人はさまざまな場所に旅に出て本を読んで修行を積み、他人に疑われては傷ついて、そして何度倒れても立ち上がってきた。
Yeah, you cannot be born invincible and superior and amazing. That's not how it works. If she's amazing, it's because she actually went through all of the failures that came with actually learning how to be amazing. It doesn't work like that. That you just like, oh, I'm just suddenly amazing. That's just not how it does. That's just not how it works. She traveled, studied, practiced, faced doubts, asked stupid questions, and got backed up every time she fell. That's how she became skillful in channeling, saw through the unknown, and led her force to the people.
水流に抗うために3ヶ月も池にこもり、お腹いっぱいになるくらいの水を飲んで、ようやく泳げるようになりました。
To combat the aquatic dragons, she spent 3 months practicing in the lake. She finally learned how to swim when she choked on water for the umpteenth time.
だからね、イェンイェン。それでも不劇が遠い存在だと思います。
Now, do you still think the Great Seer is untouchable? Yan Yan looks up at Duroa, her eyes filled with curiosity, surprise, and confusion.
でも結局イエイエンは最後にキーウに立ち向かわないとダメなの。キーウがどれだけ怖いのかはすごく知ってる。うちなんかが残された短い時間で本当にできるのかな。
Regardless, Yan Yan's ultimate enemy is the Sun Crow. I know how terrifying that creature is. Can I really do it in so little time?
あなただけなら無理でしょうね。
Of course not, if you try to do it all by yourself. Yana looks puzzled as Duro knocks her on her forehead again.
視野術は一人でなせることではありません。あの人の後ろに支えてくれる仲間が大勢いたように、不劇は全員の力を合わせて視野術を成し遂げるもの。
The sunshot wasn't the effort of a single person, but one with the support of many people. The seer gathered everyone's strength to accomplish the feat of shooting down the suns.
それじゃどこからそん
Where
な
can I find these people?
の
Hello?
あなたね、後ろに振り向いてみた。
Why don't you take a look behind you? It's a bit sudden. Yanan still seems confused but when she looks at you, but Duro's smile already tells you what to do. Let me take you to meet them. You take Yan Yan's hand and walk out of the break room. In the ABC's narrow corridor, Nightingale and FSC soldiers are on standby.
少々ご報告を。FAC は使徒の居場所をおおむね突き止めました。射術計画は間もなく実行に移すこと。
I'm looking for you guys. The FEC has roughly pinpointed the Apostle's location. We can soon proceed with the sunshot.
MBCC のメンバーも調整完了しております。いつでも局長と施設団に合わせて行動を開始できます。
The embassy is also done with deploying the guards. They're ready to assist Chief and the envoys on the operation anytime.
研究所の推測では使徒はまだ休眠状態にあるとのことです。必要があるようならドローンを派遣して時間を稼げますが、どうしましたイエンエン大使？目が赤いようですが。
The research institute speculates the apostle is currently in dormant state. If needed, we can dispatch unnamed armor to buy you some time. Ambassador Yanan, why are your eyes so red? He turns and punches his comrade in the helmet, on the helmet.
だから女の子をいじめるなって言ったろ。何怖い顔してんだよ。早く謝れ。
Did I tell you to treat her nicely? It must be you who made her cry. Apologize now.
大丈夫。白くてでかい人、ありがとう。
This is wholesome. I am unused to this. I'm alright. Thank you so much, Mr. White Armor and everyone in Vera.
ちゃんと休んで、ぐっすり寝ていっぱい食べて、頑張って、落ち着いて、そして視野術をなしてみせ
I'm going to rest well, sleep hard, and eat properly so I can complete the sunshot perfectly. Yeah. Perfect. One day later. In the late night at the bureau, Yan Yan once again takes out the sketch of the original Almighty Bow and examines it carefully before tucking it back into her pocket. She takes a deep breath and starts in front of you in Duro.
準備できたよ。トジャクお姉ちゃんが教えてくれた視野術の流れもきっちり覚えた。お腹いっぱい
Yeah,
食べて
you cannot function without properly taking care of yourself. That's just how it works again, either.
それにスリングショットも用意した。そして
I'm ready. I memorized the sunshot procedures Duro has taught me. My belly is full, and I've had plenty of sleep. Compass, slingshot, magnifying glass, all in place. And also, she raises the almighty bow in her hands and high in the air.
イエンエンのそばには2人が、そしてディスのみんながいてくれる。だから明日の視野術はきっとうまく。
With you and everyone from this city by Yan Yan's side, the sunshot must be a huge success tomorrow. The new engravings on the almighty bow emit a faint golden light, shining upon the entire break room with its gentle warmth, unlike the scorching sun. You smile as you bid farewell to everyone and return to your office by yourself. The almighty bow and the myth are the child's more sincere beliefs. You trust Yan Yan's intention, but the elusive heat inside your body is still warning you. The Sun Crow is special and powerful apostle of ashes. Can it really be defeated by such juvenile sorcery and a mere bow? The Ring Research Institute's analysis report arrives at the MBCC. BR-002 ruins Fusang branch, a substitute between Mania Crystal and Ash Crystal with a significant mental resonance effect. BR-001 ruins String of Sea, another unique Mania creature parasiting the body of a Sun Crow skin. While it's virtually non-aggressive towards humans, it has a strong instinct to corrode the Sun Crow. Oh! BR-004 ruins Mystic Fletchling, confirmed to possess some mental characteristics of Mania creatures, a mythological wraith spirit that resonates strongly with seers. Is it the Sun Crow's skin, or...? Compared to the 3 calamities 7 years ago, the anomalies here are more pronounced. Is it the influence of the Black Ring? I need more information on the Black Rings to confirm the connection between them and the Apostle. I submitted the application through ABCC, but as expected, it was rejected. 3 time is running out. Interesting. Yep, the bow is ready. Almighty bow, fashioned from the mythical materials gathered by Yan Yan. It appears nondescript at first glance. The legendary fair Divine Lord handed to the hero, which could be transformed into the sun-shooting mighty arrow. Divine Lord's Spectre. Traces left by the legendary Divine Lord, which could be used to locate the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord is the soul of the former seer. The Divine Lord and the Wraith Spirit are just different names that refer to essentially the same thing. A parasite inside the Aqua Dragon, which controls the dragon's actions. What dragon? Wave Dragon. An Aqua Dragon capable of summoning floods, which seem to result of a mutation of some six-legged fish species. Its movement is controlled by a special dragon's vein within its body. Its power shares the same origin as that of the Sun Crow Apostle, but is different in nature. Fusang branch. A branch growing at the top of the Fusang tree. Once refined, it can be used as raw material for crafting the almighty bow. Exobird. An exobird born alongside the Fusang tree with a human face, a single foot and 2 clogged wings. It has a symbiotic relationship with the Fusang tree. Once the Fusang tree reaches maturity, these birds are captured by its nourishment. Indecent auspice. It is innocent bird born alongside the disastrous apparitions which seemed capable of controlling celestial phenomena. Unlike the monsters appearing in the domain of the Sun Crow, the iridescent bird is friendly towards humans and even uses its ability to alleviate disasters. Interesting. Dream Interpreter. The nightmare invades once again, but this time, Chief sees a new vision. Hajimemashou? Returning to this dream, you no longer feel surprised or afraid. The familiar figure stands quietly in front of you, seemingly waiting for your arrival. Her figure coincides with that of the woman who had become the Apostle. But stripped of the red feathers, she appears surprisingly human-like. A narrow river flows between you two, its rushing waters emphasizing the silence in the air. Nice to see you again. You step forward, but fail to get closer after walking for a long time. The river and the woman maintain a fixed distance from you. So you stop. Is this a psychic dream of the Sun Crow? Kanya and I have both dreamed of you, and we've both made contact with the Sun Crow. Are you related to the Sun Crow? When Yan Yan was bewitched by the Sun Crow, why were you the one to alert me? The woman on the opposite bank doesn't respond directly. You seem to see her lips move slightly, but the vague movements form no coherent sentences. Or perhaps it's a foreign language you don't understand. You move closer to her. You've been protecting us. Are you the previous seer who sealed the Sun Crow, according to Yan Yan? Where are you, physically? Why do you keep coming into my dreams? Are you trying to tell me something? She tilts her head, clearly hearing your words, but the river's currents grow more intense, widening the gap between you two, and the surging waters drown out her voice. Finally, when you try to step forward, Again, you touch the river. The currents suddenly turn into flames of mania. It's not water, but boiling lava swallowing you. Hey, Zero. A heat melting your perception, but so you reach
Hey
forward.
Theo.
Hey, Zero, yeah. The heat is melting your perception, so you reach forward instinctively. The answer is right before you, but the figure is slowly blurring. Wait! Stop pushing yourself too hard, you fool. Once again, you see familiar ceiling on the break room, drenched in cold sweat. Smoke curls by your bedside, and the woman is staring at you. This time, though, her gaze shows genuine concern. Hello for the third time. How come you're here? Because I know how dangerous it is for the shackles to come into contact with the Sun Crow. I've been keeping an eye on you since you came back from the square. I'm more careful than a certain someone who never learns their lessons and insists on taking risks. She reaches out to wipe the sweat from your forehead. The white smoke from the incense burner rises about you, quickly bringing your temperature back to normal. You looked like you were having a hard time. What happened? I think I dreamed of the great seer. This is the fourth time, maybe some more. Since the Sun Crow appeared and the shackles came into contact with it, I've been dreaming of that woman in an inferno of mania fire. I thought it was a fever dream, a side effect of the Sun Crow contamination, but when Yan Yan got corrupted, it was the woman who alerted me in my dreams. She told me to act immediately, to protect Yan Yan from that monster. I think it's more than just a dream. What exactly is this? The Ruiz listened and falls into a long silence. Just as you're about to speak again, she saws a smile that seemed someone's forced. Why did you tell me about your dream? I haven't been completely honest with you yet. Isn't it too early to trust me? He reaches out to feel your forehead again to make sure you're not delirious from the fever. You realize she's changing the subject. I trust you. I don't understand your myths and can't grab any principles behind them. It makes me uneasy. I want answers from a scholar. You can see things that I can't and understand their underlying meanings. If it's the great scholar's job to educate the public, then enlighten me. I want to know what exactly the sunshot is and what happened 7 years ago. What you're prying into is Atlan intelligence. As an affiliate of the Ninth Agency, you should understand that some secrets are meant to be kept. That said, I can tell you the bedtime story from Estia. It's a legend about legend. She never sounded so gentle and sincere before. It could just be the illusion of comfort created by the incense, but you nod in agreement. Not that long ago, in the faraway Eastia, natural disasters and evil spirits ran rampant. A seer with great psychic power was born in a small town. In Sinner's terms, the nature of her mania was likely very similar to that of the Apostle of Ashes, and they resonated easily, so it looked like she was channeling the creature. Why is she making theories about the plot of a story? Is this also the habit of scholars?
すぐにわかるものです。
But unlike Yan Yan, her psychic power only made her see the cruel reality.
そして信者たちの祈りからも逃れられなかった。
The Sun Crow was so powerful, in humanity so insignificant, and disparity left no chance of victory. She couldn't escape from this fact, nor could she ignore the prayers sent her way by her believers.
この世界に一体何が起きたのです。どうしてこんなことに。
Yeah, she probably had felt many
どのように歩ん
things
で
like
いくの
that.
でしょう。
What on earth is happening?
希望はあるのでしょう。
How should humanity move forward? Is there any hope of salvation ahead?
彼女はその質問のどれにも答えられませんでした。本当の答えを知れば苦しみもがく人々は耐えられなくなるでしょう。不義は人に希望を、人々が信じる希望を与えなければならない。
She couldn't answer those questions because the honest answers would crush the already suffering people, and a seer must bring people hope, a convincing hope.
悩み抜いた末、彼女はあの大陸で1000年以上存在していた伝説の物語を見つけて、それを改ざんし、無理やり現実の災いと関連づけて、幸せな結
So she found the legend that had been passed down for millennia on the continent and modified them to fit the current disasters into the narrative, and made up a hopeful ending.
この世界には慈悲があり、英雄も現れる。一日一年と耐えて、皆が希望を信じて自分にできることをすれば、いずれは光が見えてくる。彼女は皆にそう信じさせようとしたのです。
She convinced everyone that the gods were merciful and a hero would be reborn into the world. If everyone just did their best and preserved the day longer, a year longer, as long as everyone had hope and acted accordingly, they would eventually see the dawn.
あなたが子供を騙すのが得意なのと同じように、彼女も儚く美しい夢を紡いで人を励ますのが得意です。
Just like you're good at pacifying kids with lies, she was also good at motivating people with her made-up fairy tales. Why must she drag you into this? But you suppressed the urge to return and continued to listening to her.
しかしそれは単なる気休めにしかなりませんでした。金雨の到来は唐突であっという間でした。神話で約束された予兆も、毒された草木も、洪水も妖霊も現れること。
But it was nothing more than a placebo.
ただ現れたのは空を彩り、大地を焦がす無数の太陽でした。
The real Sun Crow came fiercely and suddenly. There was no preordained omens of this from the myths, no poisonous trees, no floods of wraith spirits, only countless suns in the sky scorching the earth and terrorizing all living things.
術式も法人も何もかもが聞きませんでした。希望は嘘とともに儚く散り、神話は崩れたのです。
But
助けてくれるシア実の英雄などいないと
so something clearly changed.
誰もが理解しました。
None of the magical rituals proved effective. The flimsy lies of hope were immediately exposed and the mythical fantasy collapsed. Everyone finally came to the realization that there was no sun shooter to save them.
一番最初に真実が見えた不義本人を除いて、
Except for the seer herself, who witnessed the truth first.
嘘をつき続けたから信じ込んでしまったのか、それともただ失敗を認めたくなかったのか、それは誰にもわかりません。でも最後の最後まで彼女はおかしな神話を信じ続けました。
She had told the lies too many times that had she told lies too many times that she convinced her, even herself of it, or was she too stubborn to admit her failure? No one knows. But she held on to that ridiculous myth till the very end.
不義は一人で灼熱した大地に踏み入り、金雨と無数の太陽に立ち向かいました。
Alone, the seer stepped on the decharged earth, facing the sun crow and the countless suns behind it, and then she didn't continue. You see a rare sadness in Scholar's eyes. The seer never came back, did she? She shakes her head.
そして事態は変化
After
しま
that,
した
things changed.
金雨の火に覆われて大地から毒された草木が生え洪水が起こり妖霊が出現しました
On the land covered by the sun crow's fire, poisonous trees sprouted in one place, floods rose in another, and raised spirits appeared in yet another place.
空にある無数の太陽は徐々に消えて重なっていき神話のように9つの太陽と金雨で合わせて塔
Oh.
になりました
Yao basically sacrificed herself to the flames, and now she's forcing the mania to be just like the myth, just like the legend. She's forcing it from within to give it that one crucial weakness so it can be defeated. The 10 countless suns in the sky gradually disappeared and merged, turning into what the myth described 9 suns plus the sun crow, 10 in total.
そして物好きな人たちが彼女の残した神話をたどって3つの災いの場に入り本当に3つの宝を見つけ出したのです。皆はその宝で弓と矢を作り彼女を信じて疑わなか
That's
った人を呼
interesting.
び寄せました
An interesting twist.
その人は弓で金雨を射て
She has gave them the chance. That's what she did. She has gave them the opportunity to cross that insurmountable border. That's respectable.
Imagine giving an eldritch god thing a headshot hitbox.
That's respectable. Imagine leaving yourself to all-consuming fires all the time just so anyone else can have the chance to kill this bitch. Like, you probably will die alongside it, but that's fine. Because you gave people hope. And some curious folks ventured deep into the 3 calamities following the myths and actually retrieved the 3 treasures. They crafted a bow and an arrow and brought a person who had adamant faith in her. That person drew the bow and shot at the sun crow, and then
神話は現実になったのです。
the myth came true.
塔の太陽はここに終わり金雨も封印されました。不劇が作った話は東州大陸に知れ渡り人々の信仰となりやがてシアジツ神話の一部に
The disaster of the 10 scorching suns ended, and the sun crow was sealed. The story made up by the seer spread across the whole Eastia and became everyone's belief. That's the myth of the sunspot. That's what she's trying to do. That's what Yao's trying to do again. She influenced the 3 nearest available spots. It isn't the sun crow who's influencing the black rings. It was Yao. She's pushing again to transform the surroundings into providing the source to seal herself along with the crow. Again. She's continuing to push it. She wants that thing gone. Even if it's alongside her, continuously. Even if she's continuously trapped inside that thing. She will continuously create that opportunity for people to take and destroy the crow. Everything she does, it seems like, it's directed exactly at the point to destroy the crow. Almost in almost like an obsessive kind of thing. The disaster of the 10 scorching suns ended, and the sun crow was sealed. The story made up by the seer spread across the whole Eastia and became everyone's belief. That's the myth of the sunshot.
さてお話はここまでです。
The end.
局長さん
Do you like this
お気
story,
に召しました
Chief?
か
Is the person in our dreams the seer in the story? Yanya's predecessor, the seer who stopped the natural disasters, left behind the bow-making instructions and made the myth come true. She is still guiding her successor, even now. She is the source of your confidence in the so-called myth. Both the seal and the almighty bow are related to her. Yan is also chasing after her. Even the disaster is echoing the myth. The bow crafting and sunshot are both ritual to connect with her, or to gain her power. This powerful sinner is the key to sealing the sun crow, right? An S-class sinner. No, even an S-class couldn't achieve this or directly confront an apostle of ashes. There's something more to this. Where is she now? You're thinking seriously when you hear Daru's usual teasing tone.
はいはい。そこまで思い込まないでください。ただの物語ですよ。まさか局長さんも信じてしまったのですか。
Come on, don't take it too seriously. It's just a story. You wouldn't believe it in that kind of tale, would you?
あくまで伝説にまつわる逸話です。当州の人もそこまで愚かではありません。たったの7年で一人の出来事が全大陸の認識を変える。
This is only a legend about a legend. Eastia is no land of barbaric superstitions. A single person's deeds can possibly reshape the entire continent's way of thinking just 7 years.
実際のところは陰性の落ちた後、最初に天才に影響されて高齢の力を覚醒した人が地位を経て神話を人々の統治する道具とし、やがて後世のカンナギに倒す。
In fact, after the fall of Perishin Star, the first psychics whose power evoked due to disasters rose to power and held the sole right to interpret the calamities, using the myths as political tool. They were only overthrown by seers of the following generations much later.
そう、歴史の真相など面白みのない残酷なものです。神話は儚い慰めに過ぎません。
You see, real history is boring and cruel, and myths are the dose of romantic comfort we need. So you don't believe in myths and worship no gods. If you don't believe your own people can defeat the Sun Crow, why come with them?
信じていますよ。
Because I do.
7年前、私もグセンで戦いに参加し、金雨が封印されるのをこの目で見ました。この真実はずっと心の中に深く刻みつけていくつもりです。
7 years ago, I was in Sunset Town. I fought in the battle and witnessed the Sun Crow being sealed with my own eyes. This is the truth, which I will forever remember.
そして神話に埋もれた真相やまだ説明のつかないところは学者として探求いたします。
As for those truths buried in the myths, and those discrepancies that still lack explanations, well, scholars dedicate their lives to pursuing them.
とはいえ、これ以上は本当の機密になります。使節団に目をつけられてしまいます。
I should stop talking before I reveal actual secrets of my city. The envoys will be watching me. She picks up the incense burner, and the calming exotic fragrance grows stronger. Powerful drowsiness overcomes you.
もう遅いですね。明日は大事なことがありますし、そろそろ寝ることとしましょう。答えはいずれわかります。だから焦らなくてもいいのですよ。
It's getting late. Tomorrow is a big day, so let's get some sleep. Be patient. We'll all know the answers soon enough.
7年前に見えなかったことを、あなたがいる今、しっかりと見ておきます。
What I failed to understand 7 years ago, I'll see it through this time with you here. Your eyelids struggle to stay open. Drowsy, you can still see Duro sitting by your bed. You think she's holding your hand the whole time, stabilizing your body temperature with her soothing power.
寝ましょう。私がそばにいますから。良い夢を。
Sleep now. I'll be here with you. Sweet dreams. You hear the lingering sentence right before you fall into slumber.
明日になれば答えがわかります。
We'll all know the answer tomorrow. I am really curious about this whole shit. Okay. And we are asleep, it seems. After I'm going to finish this level, I'm going to go grab some water, by the way. The same figure again, but this time there are no more scorching flames, and the atmosphere is peaceful. You can see the woman in front of you more clearly than before. You can't make out her face, but you can see her, feel her smile.
あとは任せた。感謝するぞ。
Thank you. It's all up to you now.
何も問題はない。
Everything will be fine. Did she smile at you? You can see clearly. All you know that is that this has been one of the rare peaceful dreams in recent days. The apostle of ashes from eastern continent, bearing a striking resemblance to the divine sun crow described in the east side, by the Eastians. Okay, so this is like the start of the finale, I think.
その MB なんとかつまり
Yee. Yeah, this is like, these are like the, there's a few more level here. Okay, so, unfold. Okay, unfold. Is it? Okay, apparition. Oh, okay, so the sun chase, all of that. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yep. Okay, I'll be right back. Be right back really quickly. I need water. I need water. I really fucking need water. I'll be right back. I really, my throat was actually getting hurt from the amount of shit the amount of talking I did. Huh. I was legitimately getting, No, I think I'm gonna finish this, the story today. It's definitely a bit more condensed than, this Cars events, because this Cars event had like 3 movies, separate movies, like 3. There's so many branches of stories there. Actually, see, I'm just curious. I'm gonna go. I'm actually curious. Archives, how much percentage I'm finished on? Oh, 57%. Interesting. Interesting. Uh-huh. Wow, okay. That's okay, 57% is not as much as I expected. Not as much as I expected. Not as much as I expected. Chase. Once Almighty Bow is crafted, the operation against the Sun Crow Apostle kicks off. However, the battle does not turn out how everyone expects. We can do it!
装甲兵器で周囲の指導を殲滅完了。金運を指定座標まで追い込みました。ドローンは安全な位置に向け撤退中です。
The Sun Crow has been driven to the designated coordinates. The armored units have finished clearing out the scattered corruptors. The drones are retreating to a safe location. The vanguard troops are ready to move out at any time. The desert 13 kilometers away from this city. The FSC has set up a temporary base and are waiting for the next move. Next to them, the Eastern envoys have formed a circle. The sinners known as sealers are gathering their power, patterned green light gradually falling into the sorcerer's formation.
戦術については把握しているな。
Are you still clear about their strategy?
ええ、FAC の火力で金運を法人の罠へと追い込み、我々が全力で金運を束縛し、不撃に視野術の機会を作ります。
Sure. The FEC will corner the Sun Crow into the sorcery with firepower. Then we will do our best to restrain it, open it up a chance for the seer to perform the sunshot.
それならいいが、後で腰が抜けて作戦を乱すようなことはするなよ。FAC は今回の作戦に大量の資源を投入している。我々のイレギュラーキューブを浪費するわけにはいかない。
Good. Just don't get cold feet and messed up, and mess things up later. The APC has poured a huge amount of resources into this operation, so your silly myth better be useful. Don't waste our happy cubes.
浪費ですと、ここ数日における当主の秘術による金運への抑制効果は皆さんもご存知でしょう。我々のおかげで節約できたイレギュラーキューブの数を計上して箱詰めにして。
Waste. You saw with your own eyes how effective the Eastern sorcery has been for suppressing the Sun Crow. How about you count how many hypercubes we saved you and send them back to us in Istia? The Desai seems to have grown more irritable with each other in the past few days. You seldom see that officers snap like that, and even the Istian ambassador has lost his composure. You turn your head and whisper to Duro. Should we say something?
いいですよ。二人は作戦会議で何度も言い争い、もう仲良しになっています。
Honestly, that sounds about right.
友好的な交流です。
Let them be. That's the conversation style they've acquired after quarreling through all the meetings. They're just having a friendly exchange now. Drawing a sorcerer symbol on the ground with the incense and ash in the center, Duroa wears a rare serious expression at this moment. How are the things I asked the FEC to do going? You mean the rituals? It's all done. We've set up altars in the busiest places. But will it work? Most passerby simply laugh at it. According to the method used in Eastia 7 years ago, the envoys requested to replace the leftover bow materials in different corners of the city, calling it Ritual of Faith. Let's give it a try. Consider it a small experiment to verify my guess. Next, I'll count on you guys. I wonder if it will work. You and Yan Yan observe the Sun Crow movements from behind the cover. This is the best vantage point, the optimal location for the Sun Crow, for the sunshot calculated by Yan Yan with her compass. In the distance, wide armored units form a horizontal line under the huge wings of the dormant apostle, poised to strike. Once the FEC open fire and drive the Sun Crow apostle into the sorcery, that's our chance. We've only got one arrow. You got this. Just try to remember how much you've practiced. Once the FEC open fire and draw the Sun Crow attention, complete the sunshot immediately. Roger that. Dero has already made me learn everything by heart. Arrow and string. The young sun shooter is ready to draw her by the bow. On the other end of the shackles, you can feel Yan Yan's value fluttering. Nervous? You bet! I'm so nervous! But for those vanished cities, for my predecessors who sacrificed their lives, and for those who believe in the myth, I must do it, no matter how nervous I am. Breathe in, breathe out.
うちは一人じゃない。たくさんの人が応援してるもん。
You can do it, Yan Yan. Jurua said I've worked hard, and I'm not alone. There are many others backing me up.
不劇のお姉ちゃんが託した使命、必ずやり遂げる。塔の太陽なんてもう消し去ってやる。
I must accomplish the mission the Great Seer entrusted me. Never let the 10 suns descend upon the world again. She gives herself a bad pep talk, then turns and smiles at you. Under the blinding sun, for an instant, the way Yan Yan turns her head back reminds you of the woman in your dreams. Go for it. We'll get things ready for you. Immediately, you hear a distant chant. Patterned green light shines and covers the entire battlefield. You turn back to find the sealers casting spells in the formation. Among them, Durua signs to you. Good luck.
金雨確認行動を開始する FAC 全隊員に次ぐ
Sun Crow image confirmed.
火力制圧開始
Operation begins. FSC fire! At the command, the FSC armored vehicles fire together, meeting the fiery bird head on. A bird! Okay, let's do this here. Let's do this here. This here. I'm still over leveled as fuck, so here. 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 Here.
私の行くところ。
Okay.
ここで咲かせる、ここで咲かせるわ。
Okay.
終わるまで。
Bonk. Bonk. That worked. Bruh. Yeah, I didn't lose any. Okay, boom. Bonk. That was a big bonk.
お聞きいただきありがとうございました。
Okay. Okay, we did it.
使徒を目的地点まで追い詰めた当州の連中今だ
The apostle is driven back to the target point. Isia, that was your chance.
法人起動すべてを終わらせましょう
Begin the ritual. Let's end this. The apostle sweeps past the sorcery, briefly entangled in rising green light, revealing its weakness momentarily. Yan Yan, now! I got it! The girl extends also strength to draw the bow to its limit, entwined with the contamination overflowing from the bow. Hearing your shout, she lets go, and the arrow flies of the string instantly. Having fulfilled this task, the almighty bow loses its flames and turns into ashes in Yan Yan's hands. The arrow turns into a beam of light and splits for a split second. Its fetchling becomes flames and propels straight towards the Sun Crow's chest. At that moment, no one can doubt that this is indeed the blessed almighty bow. The moment the arrow hits the Sun Crow, the flames explode and a wave of heat sweeps up dust across the battlefield. You pull Yan Yan into cover, but she's eager to peek outside. Did it work? The battlefield is filled only with blazing flames. No one can see clearly what's happening in the center of the fire. The FSC dare not stop firing, and the sorcerer is holding out laboriously. Everyone is holding their breath, waiting for the changes after the Sun Crow is hit by the arrow. The battlefield is eerily quiet despite the tens of thousands of people there, until a piercing scream penetrates everyone's eardrums. The giant bird suddenly leaps from the fire, flapping its wings. With a screech, a massive force gathers a sound wave that instantly disperses the flames and knocks back several rows of soldiers beneath it. You clearly see the bent arrow stuck in Apostle's body. It is indeed briefly suppressed the Sun Crow, but it has been quickly consumed by the flames. Enraged, the Sun Crow is seeking to its attacker vindictively. Its body is swelling at the distance. DC rumbles in response. The surrounding temperature is rising continuously.
そんなあの時の神弓は一撃で気運を封印したはず。こんなはずじゃ。
No, it shouldn't be like this. The almighty bow is supposed to seal the Sun Crow with a single arrow. It shouldn't have done it.
うちの力が足りなかった。
Am I not powerful enough? She pauses for a moment, then stands up again.
弓はもう一度試してみよう。弓
Where's the
を
bow?
もう一本作らない
Let me
と
try.
急がなきゃ
No, we need to make another one. Quick, I...
その子はよくやった下がってろあとはこっちがやる火
You've got a good enough job. Now go take cover. We'll take cover from here and eliminate the monster. Abikubere's view light covers the sorcerer's green light, covering his shield. That monster fails to break through several times. It lands with a thunderous crash and curls its flames into a ball that simply remains still like that, as if gathering strength for the next attack. To everyone's surprise, it suddenly lifts its head and caws. The flames leap up one last time before vanishing with its feathers and wings, and its enormous body begins to shrink and gradually condense into a figure covered with mania at the center of the scorched earth. Is that a person? What? The patterned green light and blue barrier quickly surround it. As soon as you see that person's appearance, your head suddenly throbs with pain. Corrupted like limbs, magma cracked skin, body covered with fiery feathers, tainted mask, golden eye. You've seen her before. Great seer? You heard soft call. The Estian envoy seems stunned too. Duro looks at the center of the battlefield, her expression dark and elusive. Is that a human? No, it's a simmer. One fused with the Apostle of Ashes. No wonder that none of the alarms were triggered. In this form, the woman is easily bound by his sorcery. She makes a sound like a mournful cry, as if her power has been restrained. Although she looks the same as in your dreams, the groveling figure with the piercing gaze doesn't seem human at all now, the golden eye burning with fury and ferocity. Just as everyone is shocked, a new troop enters from the rear in a single file. From now on, we're temporarily taking over here. They surround the envoys, and in the rear of the formation, a shorl floats into the battlefield. The Suncrow is suppressed with its true form revealed. They seem very satisfied with this outcome. That is neither the Apostle of Ashes nor mythical Suncrow you of legends. It is a sinner, or one of your revered Estinian seers, if you will. Explain, Ambassador. Why did your great seer bring the Apostle of Ashes into this city? Oh, of course. Of course. The fucking higher-ups are, of course, gonna point fingers now. After the biggest battle has been finished. Of course they're gonna be pointing fingers now. Why wouldn't they? Ridiculous. Okay. Ah, fuck. I missed it. Let's continue. Karmic fire. Faced with an unexpected outcome, a huge conflict erupts between the Eastern delegation and this city. Explain, Ambassador. Why did your great seer bring a great Apostle of Ashes into this city? The crowd splits into two factions, confronting each other. Among them, a great seer lying on the ground makes a timely wail, dragging traces of mania contamination on the earth. Her voice carries a chilling echo, not belonging to any language, but more like a monster's growl. The Eastern sealer immediately turns away, face full of pity. She was the former seer with powerful potential, psychic skills, capable of communicating with brave spirits in all things. She recreated the Almighty Bow and was the greatest contributor to the Sunshot battle 7 years ago. But this right here, she is no longer herself. Seven years ago, she invaded the Sunscrow consciousness through channeling and suppressed the monster until others shot at it and completed the sealing. But the Great Seer herself was also consumed by the Suncrow, overexerting her power.
金雨に抗うと
She left the ode to Sun as her last words, to remind us that her spirit would always be with us, always fighting against the Sun Crow.
たとえ封印が破れ金雨が再び外に出ようとも彼女の言う通りに神弓を再び作り最も信仰心の熱い者に弓を引かせ視野術を行えば彼女の不撃としての最後の力を
She's crying.
もう一度封印されるのです
Should the seal be broken and the Sun Crow return, by heeding her advice, crafting the almighty bow, and having the most steadfast believer shoot at the sun, we could rouse the great seer's last sliver of power to complete the sealing again. But the great seer before you clearly cannot fulfill this grand promise, for she seems to have lost all sense of self. The Rose's expression is cold. She's focused on the sorcerer at hand, seemingly lost in the thought. But some of the people here still refuse to sympathize with this tragic tale. The great seer of Istria. She's a self-awakened sinner, right? You mean to say that a mere sinner could suppress the Apostle of Ashes without the shackles? It's true. The great seer indeed had such power, and she did. What are you doubting? We've committed no crime. You have no right to interrogate us. We may not have your hypercubes, but Sunset City, no. The East, too, has collectively stood firm against the calamity for a century. We rely on our own sorcery and have endured great sacrifices. Shoal hovers quietly. After a long time, the flat, synthetic voice speaks. He felt before that until the almighty bow was made, the envoys would subdue the Sun Crow with the Eastian sealing sorcery to delay its assault on this sea. Sealing sorcery, mania manipulation. We have seen the undergrounds use similar forbidden technology as well. It's a dangerous theory that exists beyond science, in which scientific mania-infected humans manipulate mania and the power of contamination. Our enemies use it to spread contamination and extend the Black Rings, consciously seeking to subvert the city. What are you implying? You claim that sorcery to weaken the Sun Crow, but is there any proof? Can you prove that your sorcery isn't meant to strengthen the Sun Crow and destroy our city? Nonsense. We have no connections with your enemies. Are you trying to extort ASTS sorcery and steal our core technology with this pretext? According to the border law, this city has no right to do this. When the safety of the city is threatened, we have every right to take action. You make the step forward, but one of your colleagues from the Ninth Agency hold your back by the shoulder. Yeah. This is normal, Chief. This conflict is inherent, otherwise the invoice wouldn't have so many secrets. This city is the only source of hypercubes, and there are constant attempts to infiltrate and replace us. The spies targeted the Ninth Agency, targeted by the Ninth Agency, have already filled the archives. The tragic incidents they have led to in the past were way more intense.
BR002 新しい採掘地や新資源が見つかり、あなたの見えないところで都市に潜伏している各違法勢力が陰で暗躍し始めている。
You're an honest person, Chief, but honesty does not exist between two cities, especially after BR002, with new mines and resources entering the game. In places you cannot see, all major outland forces lurking in the city have long been itching to move.
当主を信じているのなら、今こそ彼らが
If you truly believe in Istia, now it's their chance to prove their innocence. Yana has been protected by you since the sun shot. She's clearly startled by this sudden situation, instinctively clutching your sleeve and speaking with a trembling voice.
違うよ。うちらは悪さなんてしてないし、手術が失敗したのもわざとじゃない。イエンエンがちゃんと神話の説明ができなくて、手術をせ
No, we really didn't mean any harm. The failure of the sun shot wasn't intentional. It's Yanyan's fault. Yanyan didn't explain the myth clearly, and I'm not powerful enough to complete the sun shot.
もう一度やらせて。今度こそ
Let me try again. Make sure to do it right this time. Yanyan's eyes are red, to which the city officials only respond with annoyance.
その子はまだいるのか。子供でごまかすのはやめたらどうなんだ。
Why is this child still here? Stop using her as a decoy. We've seen through your intentions long ago.
そもそも金運は当主が放った怪物だ。お前たちにディスシティと戦う術がないからこそ、灰の使徒をコンビクトと融合させ、FAC の使徒監視網を逃れ、この化け物を内界に入れて我々を転覆させようと。
The Sun Crow is a monster released by Astia. You can't take on this city yourself, so you've used the Apostle of Ashes into the center to break through this FSC Apostle monitoring network. You led this monster into this sea to cause the disaster in Zrekar City.
その愚かな儀式も我々の注意力を分散させるトリックに。
Oh, those foolish superstitious rituals are just smoke screens to distract us. He raises his hand and the guards all aim their guns at the delegation.
我々は遠い道のりを経て幾多の困難を乗り越えてここまで来ました。疑われる覚悟はありましたが、まさかここまで卑劣な罠に陥るとは。
We endured a long, harsh journey to come here expecting this distrust, but on a despicable trust trap like this.
ディスが我々の善意ある行動を信じないのも無理ありません。己にやましさがある以上、他人の純粋な善意も信じるはずがないでしょうね。
It's only natural for this city to be doubted our good intentions. Knowing what you've done in the past, you must not be able to believe we would repay you with kindness.
落ち着いてください。今は法人の維持に集中して動揺してはいけません。奴らを相手にしないことです。
Calm down, Ambassador. Focus on maintaining the sorcery. Now is not the time to be distracted. Don't waste your energy on reasoning with them. But her words have little effect. The heat, the mania, and the years of suppressed doubt and anger have overwhelmed the ambassador's rational thinking.
世界の中心、共同に抗う前線とは。ここに来て、あなたたちの本質がようやく見えま
The
した。
center of the world, the front line against mania. Now that we're here, we finally understand what you are.
106年、第3のブラックリングが爆発し、塔の太陽が引き起こした干ばつで、グ船長は焼き尽くされる寸前まで陥りました。我々は全ての資源を使い、
003 is mentioned. I don't think there was any mention of that before. In Nightfall 116, the VR-003 broke out in the drought of the 10 suns, almost burned down Sunset Town. We've exhausted our resources and sacrificed many lives to suppress the Sun Crow.
112年、第4のブラックリングが爆発し、その日に当主は壊滅的な天災に見舞われました。それがあなたたちが軽々しく語っている当主沈没です。
In Nightfall 112, the BR-004 broke out. On the same day, Istia was hit by catastrophic natural disasters. That's right. That's the sinking of Istia you guys like to joke about.
我々がようやくグエン城を再建したというのに、あなたたちは再び勝手に暴動を起こし、第2のブラックリングを再び出現させ、キングの封印を破らせ、暴走を引き起こす機会を作
We
り
barely rebuilt Sunsink City when you brought the riots upon yourselves and triggered BR-002. That's why the Sun Crow suddenly broke its seal and went out of control.
ブラックリングに関する情報が公開されないのも無理ありません。陰性のもと、すべてのブラックリングは共同の根源につながっており、どのブラックリングも世界全体に影響を及ぼします。そしてそれらすべてがあなたたちの手によるものなのです。
No wonder you always cover up the news about the Black Rings. Under the perishing star, every Black Ring is connected to the source of mania, and each one could affect the whole world. It's all your fault.
金は当主が放った怪物ですと。あなたたちの行動に世界中の人々が苦しめられてきたのです。挙句に我々を中傷するなどとは。
Istia sent the Sacron Apostle to invade this city? You're the ones forcing the whole world to suffer the consequences of your own deed, and yet you're trying to smear us?
陰で て情報を探っているとはな。俺はスパイとしての罪に問われるぞ。奴らを逮捕しろ。
And you dare prop for intelligence behind our back. This is blatant espionage. Arrest them.
話は取り調べ室で聞かせてもらおうか。もうディスシティを出るときは来ない。
You have all the right to explain yourself in the interrogation room. You won't be leaving this city ever again. The Estian voice furious with indignation. The patterned light on the sorcery beside him flickers and shatters, and the temperature rises again. But besides you, the only person who notices this is the monster. That monster. Stop it! The Sun Crow is still here. You want to stop the infighting, but the situation escalates quickly. The apostle, previously groveling and suppressed by the sorcery and the hypercube field, seizes the opportunities to strike back. Yan clutches her head and falls to the ground, just like a few days ago. The consciousness of the Sun Crow Apostle contaminates the girl's mind again. You and the she are impacted almost at the same time. EM value is skyrocketing. A high-density mining entity is activating. Imagine being so fucking stupid that you try to push the people who are suppressing the big fucking monster and try to arrest the people who are suppressing the big fucking monster. Imagine being so fucking idiotic. This is the kind of people Chief works with. Fucking idiots. It instantly sheds its weak, pitiful of him in disguise, inflating and spreading its massive wings back of black flames. This time it completely breaks through everything binding it, soaring and screeching. Contamination falls up on the entire battlefield like raw boiling brine, and the only people left unscathed are... A mass of dark flames envelop the Estians, turning into broken wings that barred off the descending mania contamination. Strangely, this pitiful, barely human figure seems more like a person who invaded your dreams than the woman in the Sun Crow just transformed into. Even though protected by the black flames, the ruins incense burner still cracks slowly, and the sorceress formation has been broken. She opens her eyes slightly to see the blazing dark flames and the fierce, fiery bird beside her. Even if you become like this, it's still in your instincts to protect your kin. The Eastern sealers took at the atrocious mania flames, then at the crumbling sorcery, their faces turned pale. I let my anger get the better of me, because of me, the sorcery. It can't be helped. You've journeyed far and have been staying up nights to maintain the sorcery. Your mind has reached its limits and couldn't resist that kind of provocation. What's done is done. There's no need to blame yourself. Let's just say it was meant to be. The day's representative's expression is a mixture of emotions, looking both terrified and smugly satisfied that his suspicions were confirmed. Despite the impending danger, his gaze remained firmly on the invoice. The monster is protecting them. See, they're in league with that thing. How dare you try to destroy this city with the bostle of ashes? Your sorcery won't last long. Surrender immediately. The solo looks around at the guards encircling her, the not haughty this city representative towards the shore. Looking surprisingly serene, she smiles. Let's not waste time on mind games when a disaster is about to end us. I'll explain in terms you this city gentlemen can understand. Fossil of ashes are a product of concentrated mania, a material projection of collective consciousness. They manifest themselves in this world in the forms of disasters and wraith beasts. Hypercubes does exist in Istia. Facing the Apostle, people could only rely on their faith in the Sunshot legend. In other words, they were fighting the product of collective will with their collective will. When the Great Seer crafted the almighty bow, she was captivated, activating this immense spiritual power. No matter how many times she failed, she always had that faith. This Yan Yan is surely capable of.
視野術者の強さで
Our problem is not that the sun shooter is not powerful enough, but that
水滴が集わなければ海は生まれない。今ここは全く見知らぬ土地なのです。誰も私たちの信仰を信じて
a single droplet makes no ocean, a sole tree forms no forest. Here and now, in this foreign land, no one shares our belief. Suddenly, the giant burst cries out in the sky, breaking through their defenses and here, heading straight for the sea. Okay, so this is basically basically what happened is they tried to make them believe into this whole situation, but you cannot make someone believe something they don't believe. And that obviously didn't trigger as much of a response, as much of a massive response of Mania as it did back then. So obviously, it did not work. That's, annoying. Okay. Bye. Okay. I mean, yeah, this more deeply explores the whole system of beliefs that the yeah, we won, I think. Oh, one more special enemy. There you go.
全都市の温度が急速に上昇しています。三大フラックリング廃墟の M 値も同様に上昇中。防衛部隊に至急
Citywide temperatures are rising quickly, and values of the three major Black Rings ruined are surging. The defense forces have requested urgent reinforcements.
灰の使徒が内海の防衛線に対して攻撃を加えています。波動が拡大し、全都市にブラックリング
The Apostle of Ash is confirmed to be attacking the city's defense line. The range of fluctuations is expanding. The Black Rings are slow, showing citywide fluctuations. Level S class plus crisis response initiated. I repeat, level S plus crisis response initiated. What's happening? Is this apostle really so powerful? Approaching the boundary of BR00 and 0. At the end of the broken front line, the Sun Crow flames already cover nearly half the sky. It's attacking humanity's last barrier ceaselessly. Does FSC grapple with it while regrouping?
灰の人はブラックリングと共鳴し、力を拡大してきている。当主の法陣が破れたがゆえに。
The sea is boiling. The Apostle of Ashes is resonating with the Black Rings and amplifying its power. Is this the result of Eastian sorcery breaking?
粉砕の防衛線を固め、金運を阻止しろ。今度も我々で防ぐぞ。
Reinforce the broken front line and stop the Sun Crow. We must hold on by ourselves this time. It must not enter the sea. The sea boils in resonance with the Apostle of Ashes. The sky is dyed red and the temperature is rising continuously. The air is filled with uncontrollable mania, distorting your vision. You see three major black rings, ruins flare up simultaneously. Fiery pollution spurting outwards. Your body burns like never before. In a daze, all you see is the crimson sky catches fire slowly. The sun casts huge hollows, overlapping parts growing brighter until they become blazing new suns. As long as it follows the legend, you still have a chance. The sun deformed demise befell. Hills burn and charge, lives ebbed and fell. 10 suns in sky, less corrupt survives. O hero's soul, when shalt thou show? On the chaotic battlefield, the figure walks up to you, reciting a poem, and takes Yan Yan from your nearly exhausted embrace. This is all we can do. Next. Since this city doesn't believe in myths, fight in your own way then. Wait. She doesn't stop at your call, but before she goes, you see a wave of the delicate fabric leaving a wisp of protective smoke around you. This is so frustrating. This could have been an end of it. Like, legitimately. This could have been just the end of it. But this city decided to just like, you know what, we're just gonna fuck it over. When the seal of the Suncrow Apostle broken, anomalies of varying degrees have occurred in the three black ruins. Ring ruins.
周囲の民衆に対しかなりの
BR002 afterimage expanding abnormally. Highly contaminating crystalline substances are occurring, producing a massive amount of mania radiation confirmed to significantly affect the surrounding civilians.
現在西区の民間組織も救援に入り避難協力に当たっていますが脅威は
Currently, the civilian forces of the West District are assisting in evacuation the population, but the threat remains.
首都キーウが人々とつながり共同を吸収して力を獲得していると判断します。いち早く排除してくだ
The
さい。
Suncrow Apostle is possibly reaching the crowd through radiation to gain power by absorbing mania. Please stop it as soon as possible. The sudden disaster has caught West District off guard. People who are mildly infected with mania are subject to stronger radiation, which drags them into fear, despair, and even madness. The executive committee is aiding the evacuation, but not enough executive officers can be deployed within such a short time, so the people are mostly left to their own devices. And in the process, more and more people are affected. It's so hot. My head hurts. Why do I hear birds chirping in my head? Our Black Ring is in trouble again. Have you got lives already, Yan? Come back. He supports himself with the wall and walks outside, then looks up to see the afterimage of collapsed high tower. Black Ring gradually expanding and branching out. Is that a tree? You can clearly see the branch protruding a strange crystal, very similar to what Yan and Lazaver were carefully collecting. The entire afterimage of the Black Ring looks like a sky-reaching tree or a terrifying antenna, visible to every West District resident. That's what Yao is. This is Yao. This is Yao. She's still fighting. She's still fighting. I think this proves that Yao is still attempting to channel the energy. And protect the people. Even though it's a kind of a disaster, she's making sure everyone, as many people as possible, believes into the legend. That's what she's trying to do. If they believe in the legend, then it will work. Okay. So far, so good. Did. Nice. At least that's what I believe. That's what I believe she's doing right now. Branch grow at the top of your sanctuary. Once refined, it can be used. It is essentially a crystal of highly concentrated contamination and shares common properties with Mimia crystal and ash crystal. Yeah, fair enough. Fusang tree, Dragon Slate. The contamination spills out from the rust as a multitude of natural corruptors brought by the Suncrow plagues these isolation belt. Contamination is spilling out of the rust. Native corruptors are spilling out and constantly threatening to the isolation belt of the rust. They have inherited many traits of the Sun Crow Apostle and are highly aggressive. To ensure the safety of both sides of the city, please spread out the defenses and rescue those who are in danger. What, monsters again? Quick, call the chief of the MB... something. He said to tell him immediately if anything happens. Ah! A fissure suddenly opens up in front of him and contamination gushes out towards his waist. If not for a companion pulling him back in time, he would have been trapped in contamination. This is way worse than the first time. Forget about the phone call. Hide quickly. Scavengers gather at the FSC's makeshift evacuation point on the raised area. The site is filled with surging contamination spilling from the carnal ruins, from which grotesque creatures are emerging. Advancing against the waves of monsters are FEC warriors in white armor. They aim to repair the base near BR-001, but facing them is constant flow of apostle skin. What about the soldiers? What about the little girl? This.
Worshipping is not working like the Warhammer universe. The thing you more believing doesn't give you a higher chance of getting it. God, these gotcha addict.
Well, it works in this storyline because the entire point of the Sun Crow, specifically the Yao. What is Yao doing? She is influencing the Sun Crow to be able to be susceptible to the influence of the legends. So what she's now doing again is that she's amplifying those legendary things in order to get as many people as possible to believe in what is happening, and that way she will actually be able to influence the events here, and that will give the chance to actually kill the fucker. That's what I think. That's basically what is happening here, I figure. Parasite inside the Aqua Dragon, which controls the dragon's actions. The parasite's form is in between spiritual and material. This seems to point at a certain special entity. Divine Lord. Temperature around the BR-00 ruins surges rapidly. Apostles attack the broken front line. That's like the gist of what is happening, I believe. FSC Sun Crow Operation Temporary Command.
BR-001 と BR-002 廃墟の状況は確認しているが、主力部隊は内海でキーウの足止めに向かっている。
The conditions of BR-001 and BR-002 ruins have been confirmed. We must focus on stopping the Sun Crow at this sea. We're out of men. Tell the garrisons to hold on. What about BR-004?
BR-004 は汚染の流出がかなりひどく、温度も異様に高くなっており、多くの設備が機能しておりません。
Sir.
守備部隊の中にはひどい精神汚染を受けた者も出ています。
Damn, I just realized that I was watching the rewinded part of the stream.
Oh, you weren't watching you weren't watching the current events? That's funny. You were You were in the past. Sir, BR-004 is showing severe contamination spillage, and the temperature is abnormally high. Many devices are malfunctioning, and some soldiers at the garrison are expecting severe mental contamination. The whole city's temperature is abnormally high. Specifically where? How many degrees? Rate of temperature increase? Any singularities? Search for the Sun Crow kin or any other weird signs. We need to locate the Sun Crow quickly. The hit has the entire troop on edge. The rampaging apostle is attacking the broken front line while constantly switching locations. This makes the FEC's defense work even more challenging. He must admit that a part of him misses the times when those patterned green lines were still around. But currently, the battlefield doesn't afford him the leisure to ponder with various what-ifs.
BR004 の状況はまだ定かではありません。ですが、MBCC の局長がすでに向かっているようです。
The condition of BR004 is yet to be confirmed, but the MBCC's chief is already heading there.
なんだと?
What did you say?
ふざけるな。局長の数はまだ回復していないだろうが。再び使徒に触れようものならどうなるかわからないぞ。
Damn it.
早く救援に向か
The chief's shackles haven't recovered yet. Who knows what it might happen if Chiefs gets into contact with the Apostle again. Go help them now! Inside the station of Kailan, the damaged stairs aren't restored yet, and neither is your body. The fever makes your steps unsteady. You have to stop occasionally for a breather before resuming the climb as quickly as possible. Having broken free and being near the sea, the Suncrow Apostle has gone completely berserk. The high heat within the radius of 100 meters from it is almost devoid of any living things. You're physically unable to get close, nor can any normal human being. Although the FEC hasn't said anything, you know that if it discontinues, they'll only receive one last order. Eliminate the Suncrow at all costs.
局長、やめてください。もうこれ以上無理をするのは。調査なら我々がします。局長に何かあればどうするんですか?
Chief, please stop. Don't push yourself anymore. Leave the inspection work to us. What would we do if something were to happen to you? I'll take responsibility. Sorry. Even if it's risky, I must verify some things. It's a job only I can do, I'm afraid. If all of the three calamities are escalating, then the Wraith Spirit must be here too. Whenever it's the enemy or an ally, it's what's closest to the Suncrow Apostle. Within this thought, you reach out to grasp the scalding doorknob to push it open. Wait, Chief, let me open the door. Let me do it. Open the door. You fling the door open. A wave of heat hits you as countless fiery birds flap their wings in the air, screeching. The soldiers guard before you swiftly. Please step back. You're not fit for battle right now. No. Now is exactly what I need to play my part. What? You look ahead. In the center of the rooftop's inferno, amid countless specters of the mythical bird, a mass of pitch-black flames burns. It's unlike any of the Wraith spirits around. The figure within is watching you. Wraith Spirit. Are you the Wraith Spirit who tested Yang Yang, the remnant of the Suncrow Apostle? Or should I call you the former Great Seal of Estia, Sunset Town, the sinner who invaded my consciousness through the shackles? It's been a while. Since the Suncrow was released, it's been having a 40-degree fever. Yet I didn't dream of you again. You've been corrupted by the contamination too. Does it hurt? But regardless, I need your guidance, so I came to see you. Amid the intense mania field, you summon the shackles effortlessly and take a step forward. The shadow shrieks, and suddenly, all the specters of the Wraith Spirit on the rooftop rush towards you. No, Chief, don't use your shackles, you'll... What a reckless motherfucker. What a reckless motherfucker. Oh my god. The chief is such a reckless motherfucker, I swear to god. I can't help but appreciate the balls on the man. Yao is pretty strong though, to be fair.
Don't worry, it's only first-degree burns.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. It's just burning. It's just burning the city. It's just minor burns. Chief, watch out! He wants to protect you, but the black flames pass through the soldier's body without physical collision. However, the heat inside the armor makes him feel like he's suffering from heat stroke, and he's gradually losing consciousness. You're also having a splitting headache, but you hold on to your last bit of clarity and keep away from your comrades, taking the black flames away from their vicinity. Approach the rage spirit. You're here because you have something to say to us. You see the familiar golden eye and hear the same mournful whisper. Unlike the dream, her figure is elusive and engulfed in pitch black flames, looking even more in pain. Sorry, I can't understand what you're saying like Yan Yan does. But since you fought me through the shackles, I must also be able to find you, right?
Just an eldritch abomination turned into a sun. I got this, ow, ow, ow.
I got this, ow, ow, ow. I can read your mind now, somehow. Danger, leave. You don't black down, and the shackles advance and penetrate through whatever is ahead. The moment they touch the specter, the black flames ignite your shackles, quickly spreading to swallowing your entire existence. Ah, yes, the power of the great cliffhanger. Fucking hell. The might of the great cliffhanger. That doesn't sound good. Chief uses the shackles on the Sun Arrow Apostle, and the black backfiring comes as promised. The Wraith Spirit intrudes into the dream. After the searing flames burn out a desolate wilderness and falls before you, a scene you've never seen before. Mine's still hazy. You start walking. The riverbed is dry. The earth is cracked. The sparse huts from afar look like cracked charcoal. People scatter around in twos and threes, hanging their heads in despair, like the withered grass underfoot. The sun shines in cloudless sky, but it only reveals a scene of desolation. Compared to this city, this place is even more ruined, and humans seem even more powerless here. Harbinger rose, seen in the sky. All lives perished with the 10 suns high. And cautiously you begin reciting the poem Duro read to you before. The words taste strangely dry and bitter in your mouth. Where are you? Is it Yan Yan and Duo's Ruo's hometown? Is this the present, or even 7 years ago? You ended up here after touching that apparition of the Sun Crow. Is the Sun Crow here too? Whose memory is this? Whose dream? You wander past the scattered grounds, groups of people, and find yourself glancing at their faces, perhaps in an attempt to recognize them. To your surprise, the moment you gaze meets theirs, these blurry faces respond to you. Great Seer? It's the Great Seer! It's back! She's back! We're safe! You're taken aback and recoil instinctively, but your body defies your thoughts and grows even closer. Open your arms. You hear a woman's voice, as bright as sunshine. Oh dear, look at you. Has something been troubling you while I was away? Come and tell me all about your worries. Where sun sank low came where we dwelt. I'm back. The crowd cheers as they rush over to you, and only does the sunlight gain warmth and color, enveloping and illuminating you. Great Seer, but that nightmare of a great flood I had last time, was it really a premonition? Did you check out my hometown? Goodness, I'm too worried. Town has always been prone to disasters. Should I give more offerings? I've only managed to save up a bit of grain. That enough to stop the god's anger? No need. I did visit your hometown. The disaster has been resolved thanks to the stories passed down through generations among your townsfolk.
とは聞き覚えがあるか？
Grand scales clanking, vast bones rumbling. Ever heard of this poem and the tale behind it?
ああ、あっしが子供の頃、故郷で聞いた伝説じゃの。竜の筋を弓のつるにすれば、どんなもんも射止めて、災いを止めてくれるっつう話。
Honestly, this is genius.
も昔から伝わっておってな。
This is genius, though.
病気になると、大人たちは
If you don't have the hypercubes, you don't have the science behind it, and you don't have everything, use the same technique and the same mechanic behind how apostles work and how mania works. Belief. If you believe hard enough, if you make an entire country believe in a sorcery, it will work. If you make an entire country believe that something will happen, it will happen because the mania is so deeply rooted into this world. It's affecting it's basically feeding from the collective unconsciousness. And everyone in that country believe that these rituals work, believe that these legends work, and so they do. It's a very interesting preservation. It's a very interesting preservation tactic. The Greats here did a really good job. Yao did a really great job here. That legend from my childhood in the village. Take a dragon's vein as bowstring, and one could become a great archer and expel evil and sickness. The poem goes back to hundreds of years ago. You hear that whenever a child falls ill.
そう、あれは本当の話だ。おばあさんの故郷に行き、水の中におる妖獣を倒す時の参考にさせていただいた。
Exactly. And it's no lie. During my visit to your hometown, I learned a lot while fighting great fiends underwater.
竜の筋とはいいものだ。金羽と戦う時にきっと役に立つ。おばあさんの実家の伝説は神話の重要な糧となろう。
The Dragon's Vein. What a wonderful thing. It'll definitely come in handy when fighting the Sun Crow in the future. The legends from your hometown are an important piece of the myth.
まあ、その後の内容はよく覚えてねえけど、不撃様がそう言うなら
I don't remember the details. But whatever you say must be right.
何にせよ良いことじゃ。不撃様がいろいろ物知りで助かったわい。
That's great.
再撃退できれば皆が
It's all thanks to your knowledge. As long as we can defeat the Sun Crow, we'll be safe again. The elderly woman cries tears of joy. Following her, a frail young woman comes over.
不撃さん、オラ頼み事があってな。オラのムラン川が干上がってしもうて、夜になると怪物も出てくるありさまじゃ。ここにね、みんな出て行ってもうてな。
Great Seal,
出た方がいいんけれども、でもな。
Great Seer, I have a favor to ask. The river in my village has dried up, and at night the monsters roam everywhere. The villagers have all left over the past 2 years. They told me to go with them, but I...
オラは出ていけんのじゃ。
Yao becomes a conman so good she tricks reality into making cutting-edge Stone Age tech super effective against the sun.
ここで途絶えさせ
Yep.
るわけにはい
That's brilliant, isn't it, though? She has attained such a deep understanding of how the mechanics behind Mania works that she managed to convince the world that these legends work. That's fucking amazing. She managed to in a roundabout way make a life hack in which the stories in which a David can defeat a Goliath with a single stone are reality. So she realized the insurmountable difference between the Mania monsters, the Apostles of Ashes, and humanity, and the insurmountable difference between them that cannot be crossed. So what she did is that she brought them down back, is that she managed to use that insurmountable difference to fuel the belief of the humans beneath. And the belief managed to fuel the Mania to actually respond to it in such a way that it actually works. It's such a long con. I can't even imagine how much shit she had to go through just to maintain this fucking this fucking con on the entire country. I can't leave. My grandfather found that piece of blessed land after all half a lifetime search. It's been passed down through 4 generations. I can't abandon it.
不撃さんどうか砲術使うてムランジャを払うてくれオラは
Could I perform the ritual to expel it? The evil? I don't want to leave it, even if it means dying on my own land.
ほうなるほど故郷と先祖を思い災いが降りかかろうと離れんとはなんという
How much effort she had to maintain to keep.
力を貸してやろう
I see. Even in the face of the disaster, you're still attached to your homeland and wish to respect your ancestors. I'm touched by the sincerity of your emotions. I will certainly lend you a hand.
ウヌの村が風水の良いところなら仙人の加護があろう風水が変わったのもおそらく守護神に何かあったのであろう
Boss, here is one advice to improve the stream quality for viewers. PLS adds Subway Surfers gameplay next to the dialogue. The brain rot has got into me 07.
God damn it. Don't be the TikTok person. Don't be the TikTok crew. Don't. Don't be the TikTok crew. Don't. Don't do that. I believe in you. You are capable of more than that. Okay.
Big screen, heartbreaking story.
Bling bling coin. Oh no. Blessed land is always protected by immortals. The changes.
Small screen, bling bling coin.
The changes how now could be due to some issues with the guardian spirit. Let me seek out that immortal through divinations and look into the matter. The great seer begins gesturing with her fingers. Soon she falls into a daze and starts muttering herself to herself.
ここはどこだウヌの畑には見えんが仙人は一体どこへあの仙人もしや
Where am I? These don't look like your fields. Have I lost my way? Could this be mortal be? Ah! The great seer's eyes still closed, but her body jolts suddenly. The being is twitching unnaturally.
神様が取り付いたんか仙人様でいらっしゃるか
Am I? Is a deity possessing you? I ask, which divine being is you?
何バカ言っとんのや誰が仙人じゃオラのことも忘れたんかお前のひいじいじゃ今この娘ん体を借りてお前と喋って
Nonsense! Divine being! Don't you recognize me, none? I'm your great-grandfather, speaking to this lass. She jumps all of a sudden, her face taking off a terrifying expression, and she yells.
こんバカ耳やなかっぽじってよう聞け何でも信ずるな畑が死のうが人は生きとるじゃろ人より大事な畑があるかオラは墓場にするためにあの土地選んだんじゃねえ
My child, listen to me with your respect. How could you be so dumb? It's a piece of land more important than your life. I didn't find this land for you to just sit around and waiting to die.
暇ごんため次の土地も見つけてやったわこっから南東方向750キロのとこに金芸号っちゅうとこがある
Goldiaville!
四季折々で気候もええ
Oh, Goldiaville!
家族と隣に奴らを連れて
Ha 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 ha.
これだけは覚えとけ人あるとこに家があるんじゃ聞いとるか
I already scouted it for you. 1,050 miles to the southeast is Goldianville, where the climate is mild and seasons are distinct. Take your family and neighbors and leave before the disaster strikes. Remember, home is where the people are. Ya got it?
あと風劇さんなんて呼ぶな風劇様じゃまったく礼儀を知らんやつじゃああ時間じゃオラはもう行くでな
So stop her, you great seer. You should call her...
Yes, hello, this is your deceased grandpa and not conman lady. Anyway, there's a goddamn disaster on its way now, bloody run, you idiot.
I mean, if a con, again, in the Mania context, if a con is good enough, it actually turns out to be true. So there might be an actual spirit of grandfather, but by the power of bullshit, the grandpa might actually be possessing her. by the sheer power of her believing in her own bullshit. Also, stop calling her Great Seer. You should call her Miss Great Seer. The last is younger than you by a few years. Be a gentleman. My time's here is over. Off you go. Off I go. The possessed Great Seer blurts out before her eyes rolled back, her body falling backward. The next second, her gaze is normal again, looking somewhat stunned. It's brilliant. She's brilliant. Huh? What happened? I was in a trance for a while, and I saw an old man who looked just like you. He said he wanted to borrow my voice. Did he say anything to you? That was my great-grandfather. I remember now. He used to talk to me like that when I was a child. Great-grandpa told me to take refuge in the south. I'm going to move right away. I must try my best to survive. Thank you, Great Seer. Thank you, Sun Crow. I'll never forget your great kindness. You're right. You should thank the Sun Crow, your ancestors, and yourself. Me, I'm merely a messenger. Actually, I think the interesting thing about this is that if Yao actually fuses actively, we already seen this before, by the way. We already seen before with the Immortals when they fused with their actual Apostles of Ashes and became more condensed sinners. Like they absorbed the Apostles of Ashes. I think that's what happened to Drea, Mantis, and Vanilla. They absorbed each of them absorbed their own Apostles of Ashes that they got contaminated with, right? That's what I think, at least. In this case, if Yao absorbs the Sun Crow, she might actually bring the bullshit to reality, which is interesting. You're right. You should say okay. I already read this. You're spreading lies, smooth talker. In the empty space behind the altar, a young scholar crosses her arms and stares at the Great Seer who is stuck in a break. You speak of no true oracles. You're just swindling everyone using the name of the Sun Crow. Even your so-called search for the divine truth is nothing but nonsense.
So now if someone shoots Yao with an arrow, fuck, I can't believe you've done this.
Exactly. Oh fuck, I can't believe you've done this. It's one thing for the people to be superstitious, but as Sung Sing Society official seer and the one appointed to fight the disasters, how could you not clarify the truth and even play along with those fabricated stories? Have you no shame? No comment? I dare you to tell me your fake myth again. I'll expose all of your lies. Well, I have nothing to add, because everything you said is right.
I just joined back and I got to say, what the fuck, Theo? How long have you been at it?
5 hours? Yeah, 5 hours. 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. Yeah, it's been 5 hours. This is my third fucking stream in a row that is going to be 6 hours, isn't it? God fucking damn it. Of course I'm not smart enough to fool everyone. I'm simply taking inspiration from the people and giving back to them. After all, myths are a collective creation of the masses over thousands of years. I'm just doing a bit of consolidation.
Yay, 1 hour more to meet the quota.
Yeah, consolidation and retelling them to make them feel relevant and practical to our times.
前の干ばつで皆が萎縮していた時も神話を用いて皆が家を出て行動するようになっただろう。それで解決することもあった。
You truly are dedicated to PTN.
I love PTN, like I really do. Though my first stream for 6 hours was Dorica, not PTN. We were finishing the Dorica Eclipse storyline with Ashroll. Somehow Ashroll managed to sit through all of that with me, and we were both sobbing. But this one, the last 2 streams were on the Discards, and now this. You see, last time during the drought, everyone's too scared to even leave their homes. But once I wove my advice into the legends and performed the ritual, everyone had the courage to step outside and get to work. It surely solved many problems. Pretty cool, right? Without disturbing her arrogant air, the young scholar rolls her eyes.
天才を前にしては真相に向き合ってこそ解決の道を探れるのです。なのにあなたは民が立ち向かう勇気を奪ってしまいました。
Don't use reassuring the public as an excuse. In the face of disasters, the real solution can only be found by confronting reality. Yet you're depriving the people of the courage to face the truth.
万物と対話するあなたこそ金の本質。そして最悪の真相に最も近いという。
Your psychic power is strong. You're the closest to the essence of the Sun Crow and the truth of the disasters, yet only present those lies to the masses. The truth, huh? The truth is a blazing knife, a sharp knife. Only heroes dare to confront it directly, but not everyone is as brave as you. The world is mostly made up of ordinary people. But the choices of ordinary people can be powerful too. Someone comes laughing and jumping. You hear a faintly familiar laugh. Great seer, great seer! I dream of the race spirit of that fiery bird, and I'm not terrified of it anymore. I realized it was a sign as soon as I woke up, so I ran to the kitchen, and sure enough, the stove was on fire. Guess what? I could suddenly work magic. I was able to control the small flames. Can Yan Yan become a seer too and protect Grandma? Of course! You have the same power as mine, and you're so diligent and honest. You'll go praise places and protect more people in the future. Aw, this is kind of cute, actually. The suns are far hotter than the Sun Crow you saw in this city. 10 of them. No, even more blinding suns hang in the sky, the melting heat sweeping across the land with the Sun Crow's skin. The calamity has escalated. Several allied states in Istia has been victimized by the 10 suns and had to abandon their cities due to extreme heat. Something major seemed to have happened in this city too, cutting off trade completely. We can't import hypercubes anymore, and our reserves are... The Sun's Crow power has grown too strong. Our sorcery and defense equipment are all rendered useless. We're no match for it. We have no choice but to abandon the city. But how should we explain this to the people? Should we admit that the old apoptotic rituals have failed us, that even the myths can save us? So angry. What did we do wrong to deserve such punishment from the Sun Crow? What can we do to appease its anger? It's here. Can't we find instructions in the myth? Are they all fake?
災いがあまりに突然すぎて、カンナギたちも術式の力を疑っています。そのため、封印の陣の効果が弱まったのでしょう。
The disaster came too suddenly. Even the seers are doubting the power of sorcery, and the effectiveness of the sealing formation has weakened.
新しい避難所を見つけました。小さな場所ですが、しばらくは耐えられるでしょう。知識があれば、
I found a new shelter.
安心して暮らせる故郷を
It's a bit small,
再建できますか？
but it will sustain us for a while. We have the knowledge to find another home where we can live in peace, no matter how far and unreachable it may be.
皆を連れて逃げてくれ。ウヌは嘘をつかぬ。ウヌの言葉なら皆信じるだろう。頼んだぞ。
Great. Take everyone with you. You speak nothing but the truth, and everyone believes what you say. Their safety is in your hands now.
一緒に行かないのですか？
You're not coming with us?
もうそんな神話でどうにかできる範疇じゃないんですよ。自分の命まで無駄にしないでください。光、一体どういうつもりですか？
Those myths can't hold out any longer. Are you really risking your life for this? What do you plan to do this time, Zu? The Great Seer smiles. Having been questioned too many times before, she can easily sidestep this one with a small lie. The people left Sunset Town, but she strayed behind.
一つ、嘘をつきたいと。
I want to tell a lie. Finally, she's left alone, all alone.
愚仙町の不劇は妖霊も万物も人の心とも対話できる。民が求めているのだ。天地に問えと。
I am the seer of the Sunset Town, who channels wraith spirits, all living things in the hearts of people. My people have turned to me, demanding an answer from the world itself.
だからずっと前から知っていた。天才や邪推は人の心の混沌が凝縮したものだと。金運の本質は恐怖だろう。
That's how I've long foreseen it. The calamities and evil spirits are chaotic accumulation of human emotions. The sun, the real Sun Crow, may have other names, be it fear, death, vengeance, hatred. Yeah.
呼び方がどうであれ、あれはわしが対抗できるものではない。対話どころか、善意も持たず、止めることもかなわない。
She knew all along.
あれは人の心にある闇だ。わしらに拒むことはできない。
Whatever it's called, I cannot defy it. I cannot communicate with it. For it's merciless and unstoppable thing. It's the dark side of human hearts. We have no way to deny it, and thus we find no escape.
神話は義なり、この世に神などなし。わしも真実を知った上で、そのようなデタラメな嘘を
The myths are fake. There are no gods in this world. Even if I don't have the heart to keep telling those blatant lies after seeing the truth.
あれは、すべて民の口からついて出た。
The truth is, they come from the people themselves.
人の無力さも、世界が滅ぶ真相も、その運命も、彼らは知らない。災いの中で、彼らはただ笑顔で生きていたいと願う。
They don't care about the truth.
勇気、知恵、真相。そんなものより、彼らは自分の願いを信じておる。
What is happening? Internet could... Okay, cool. It stabilized again. Nice. They don't care about the truth, the insignificance of man, or the inevitable end. In the face of disasters, they simply want to live on and be happy again. What they believe is not the courage, wisdom, or the truth, but their own wishes. They believe.
そして、彼らの居場所は必ずどこかにある。
They believe that there are miracles in this vast world, that they can always find another place to call home.
すべての現象に断りあり。そして善には善の報いがある。
They believe that there were rules that govern all things. that kindness will be rewarded while evil will be punished.
悪あるところに善あり。すべての苦しみはやがて円満な結末に書き換えられる。
They believe that when evil spirits are rampant, a hero will be born, and that all tales of suffering have a hopeful ending. To the great seer who can channel all things, the most precious thing is this in this chaotic and cruel world is the undying glimmer of hope. This belief has given her the strength to confront reality countless times.
それなら
Since that's the case, she steps steadily into the inferno, her opulent ceremonial robe torn and burned by the flames, the thread meticulously sewn and passed down through generations which once offered her protection and blessings are now turning into ashes. What a waste. Had she known earlier, she would have taken it off and left it off for the next year. The seers must all have been envious to see her dance in these beautiful clothes. The bright daylight is blinding her eyes. She can no longer see. Her sense of pain is numbed. With the shrieking in her ears as an accompaniment, she dances to the rhythm, reminiscing about the cheerful music her folks once played for her. The heathen mania gnaw at her body, and her skin bursts open like new wings. The great seer feels that if she spreads her wings, she'll finally be able to soar high in the sky, next to the cruel gods she spent her whole life serving and defying. She embraces the claws of mania, just like how she's let the Sun Crow invade and disturb her mind countless times before. This time she will embrace all her fears and despair, and in return she will be the one to undermine the calamity.
金烏神よ、わしはウヌの不劇。日々嘘をついて、ウヌの神話を語っておる。
Oh, revered Sun Crow, I am your seer, the one who spun tales about you every day.
だから最後の芝居、付き合うてくれ。皆にわしの嘘を真実だと信じ込ませたい。
Would you be so kind and play along with me one last time? I want everyone to believe that the lie has come true. Before her consciousness fully fuses with the massive mania, the great seer draws her sword and points it at the Sun Crow, smiling radiantly at the last moments of her life. What a crazy lady, huh? She did it. She sure did it. Yeah, I love this story. The story of human wishes. And beliefs. Bonk. I know I'm over leveled as fuck for this, but sure. Dage! Since the town is destroyed by the scorching heat, the disaster-stricken people have lost their homes. The Great Seer has gone missing and the disasters are continuing, but people begin to notice changes. The forest is crystal spreading and evil entities are gathering. Power awakens in the Seer of the next generation. She hears the call of wraith spirits in her dreams. Amid the chaotic and unpredictable disasters, some strange yet familiar phenomena have occurred. The sky tree stood, yet world lay waste. While dragon flew, the Sun Crow shone. The omens all correspond perfectly to the myth. Everything the great seer has said was true. Everything the myth is coming true. Something is suppressing the Sun Crow's power. The sorcery left by the great seer is also starting to work. The great seer is right about everything. The myth is true. And the almighty bow is now ready. But where is the great seer go? It's time for her to shoot the sun.
最も信仰心のある者に弓を引いてもらう必要があります。
The Great Seer has already set off to the battlefield.
神弓に真の力を与え
She's entrusted us with the sunshot. She told us to let the person with the most adamant faith to draw the bow. For the belief of the archer will unleash the true power of the almighty bow.
弓を引く者はその一撃で災いが静まると信じてい
The
る
archer must believe that this arrow can settle the calamity.
弓を私に。私が引きましょう。
Give me the bow. I'll do it.
あの嘘つきを誰よりも信じています。
No one has more faith in that liar than I do. Seers chanted, demons revealed. Demons reveled. The end was near. The way back long. With right and bow, revered fate must hold. Where sun sank low, my heart finds home. Opening your eyes, you return to reality. You find yourself surrounded by a crowd, their faces stiff with concern and worry.
やっと起きてくれましたか、局長。指導者自ら兵の先頭に立たれるとは。もっと自分の命を大事にしてください。あなたに何かあってからでは遅いのです。
Ah, you're finally awake. Chief, your bravery can be frightening sometimes. Please prioritize your safety. You're too important to suffer any mishap. I'm sorry. Indeed, they have stressed this countless times before. Take care of yourself.
Bravery, yes.
Bravery, yeah. The FEC will protect the city without you needing to risk your life. You spread your palm that has reached out that creature, to that creature with shackles. Quietly laying in your hand is an arrowhead burned with flames. This is the last trace that proves the person in the dream truly existed. Meanwhile, the call connects.
局長、破壊工作が完了しました。土着大使は確かに相当な研究データを残しています。その中には局長のために
Chief, the decoding is complete. Ambassador Duruo indeed left behind a considerable amount of research material, some of which seems to be specifically prepared for you. Got it. I'll be right back. Duruo says she's waiting for a missing piece in this city. I have to find the final truth for her. Compile all the information Duruo accessed at the bureau while Yan Yan and I were away, including all the texts she left behind. I need all the clues. The power of the sunshot first came from the myths believed by the people of the East. I'm sure there is something in this city that's worth everybody's faith. The faith is the final piece. The fuel. The apostles' ash from Eastern Continent being bearing a striking resemblance to the divine sun crow described by the Istians. The previous seer sacrificed her life to seal it, and after breaking the seal, the sun crow apostle seems to have fused with the seer. The great hall, the divine lay, all spells orders, elements regained, behold omens from souls summoned. In her iris seen with cold Aaron's arrow gleam. Crimson bow knocked, while fletchlings cocked. Sparkle flickered, glints and glimmers. Seers chanted, demons reveled. The end was near, the way back long. With right and bow, revered fate must hold. While sun sank low, my heart finds home. So, sun. Myths are inherently fictitious. Then why are they able to bring the truth strength to man? In the uninhabited part of the white sand on the border of the city, the envoys are regrouping after evading all of their pursuers. From this position, they happen to be able to get a full view of this city. Under the calamity, the most prosperous city is now enduring new trials.
憎らしい人もいましたが、無実の人の方がはるかに多いのです。 彼らはあのような災難に遭うべきではありません。誰であろうとも。
Despite this despicable minority, most people there are innocent. They shouldn't have to suffer this kind of catastrophe. No one should. But there's nothing more they can do now. This is the third time they witnessed the fall of the city. Perhaps they should have gotten used to these tragedies, to their own powerlessness and resignation, and to this grievance.
神弓が消え、光もあのような姿になり、ディスの人々は神話を信じないでしょう。なら神話もこの地に改変をもたらすことはできません。
The mighty bow is gone, and who has become that thing we saw? Since the people of the city don't believe in myths, the myths have no power to save them.
ここに残る意味はありません。そろそろ行きましょう。
We have no more reason to stay. It's time to go. In the distance, they can see the densely packed army and armor gathering in this sea. This time, Paradisos is utilizing firepower several times stronger than its sunshot operation.
まずは不撃の意見を聞きましょう。ヤンヤン、どうですか？
Let's hear it from the thief. Yan Yan, shall we go? She looks at the girl sitting with her hands around her knees, gazing into the distance, but she doesn't look back at Duro.
土着お姉ちゃんは大嘘つきだよ。
You're a liar, Duro. Yan Yan sits alone. Duro has already used her ability to reduce her fever, but the girl still looks sullen with her red eyes.
視野術が失敗するって知ってたなら、もっと早く教えてくれても。
You knew all along the sunshot would fail. If you had told us earlier.
すみません。確かに嘘をついてばかりですね。ですが、神話の真相や視野術の結果に関しては、最後の瞬間まで誰にもわかりません。
I'm sorry. I'll admit I'll tell lies pretty often, but when it comes to the truth about the myth and whenever the sunshot is real, no one could tell. No one could be sure until the very last moment.
あなたがあそこまで頑張ってくれなかったら、私もすべての雑念を排除して推測を証明することが
If it weren't for your continuous efforts, I wouldn't have been able to weed out the obstruction and prove my guess.
お姉ちゃんも何でも知っているわけではありませんから、謎解きが少し遅くなってしまいました。許してもらえますか？
Sorry it took me so long to decode everything. You see, I don't know all the things in the world after all. Will you forgive me? She squats down, takes Yan Yan's hand, and pats her head. The girl's eyes turn red.
ディスは本当にキウに焼かれちゃうの？苦戦町のように、当州の都市のように。
Will the city be ruined by the Sun Crow, just like Sunset Town and many other cities in Eastia?
うちら本当になんとかできないの？このまま去るしかないの？
Can we do something more for them? Must we go now?
ここは私たちの故郷ではありません。何より大勢の人に笑い物にされてきました。それでも何かしてあげたい。
Even if this place isn't our homeland, even if many here mock you, you still want to help them?
もちろんだよ。ここには頼りがいのある白くてでっかい人がいて、支え合う流民要塞の人たちがいて、遊園地の未来を話してくれるサビの川のおじいちゃんがいて、あちこち駆け回ってくれる局長のお兄ちゃんもいる。
I do. This place is also the home of those reliable big guys in white armor, those helpful folks at the drifter camp, the old man at the Rust who told me about the future of the amusement park, and the chief who accompanied me everywhere.
あの人たちだけじゃないもん。ここで必死に生きてる人がたくさんいる。それは苦戦と当州と同じだ
Not just them. There's so many people here striving to live, just like in Sunset Town and Eastia.
うちらはその苦しみを知ってるからこそ、キウを急いで止めに来て、傷つく人をなくしたいんだ。ここまで来たのもそのためだよね。
We've suffered that kind of torment ourselves. That's why we want to stop the Sun Crow, to prevent it from harming others. We came all the way here for this, didn't we? Slowly, the girl stops crying and her voice becomes more determined.
視野術の不撃が固い意志を持ってこそ、人々を導いたり、もっと強い力を使えるんだ。
You said that the seer of the sunshot must have a strong faith to lead more people and wield greater power then.
ディスは焦土になんかならない。きっとまた奇跡が。うちにできることが
I
ある。
believe this city will not be burned down. There must be new sacred signs. No, there still must be still something I can do.
うちはもう立派な不撃だから。最悪の前から うちを必要としてくれてる人たちの前から絶対に逃げない。
I'm a full-fledged seer. I will never run away from the catastrophe, from those who need me. Having heard Yan Yan's speech, Zero falls silent for a moment, then turns to look at the other invoice.
どうします？一人前の不撃様が諦めたくないとおっしゃっております。まあ、一理ありますけれど。
And what do we do, Ambassador? Our little great seer here doesn't want to give up just yet. And I must say, she got a point.
諦めたくない人とは最初からあなたのことではないです。
You've been the one reluctant to give up the whole time, Scholar.
だって7年もあの環境の中を生きてきたんですもの。目の前に希望が少しでもあるのなら死んでも掴んで離さないでしょう。
After all, we've all experienced this kind of desperate situation 7 years ago. As long as there's glimmer of hope, we'll cling to it and never let go.
あなたという人がわかりません。
I don't get you.
神話を否定したり、自分を慰めるための嘘だと言ったり、力を信じたり、より儚い奇跡を期待したり。今回の行動が成功すると信じていないにもかかわらず、使節団に入り、ここまで来ました。
One moment you called him if a placebo and a lie. The next you're suddenly its believer and even hope for the elusive miracles. You knew the chance of success was slim, yet you still joined the delegation to come here.
昔は素直でわかりやすかったものですが、今では真逆です。
It used to be an open book, but now you're a mystery.
神話の力を否定してはいませんし、変わった自覚もありません。
She just understood the reason why the power of myth works now. I don't deny the power of myth, and I haven't fully really changed.
それに考えが違っても7年も同じ戦場で戦ってきたのです。少々意見が違ってもいいじゃないですか。
Besides, you and I may have different views, but we've been fighting side by side for 7 years now. What's the small disagreement to us? The two old friends exchange a smile.
それもそうですね。では始めましょう。みんな、学者さんの言うことなら信じますか？
You're right. Let's get started then. We have only ourselves to blame for always putting our faith in you. I like these people.
キーンはうちの精神に入り込んだことがある。それなら恒例であいつの尻尾を掴んでみるよ。
The Sun Crow has invaded Yan Yan's mind before, which means I can now catch its tail through its channeling.
ちょっと大変かもしれないけど、うちが法人を導いて、またあいつを
It won't be easy, but I'll conduct the sorcery and help everyone catch it again. Yan Yan retreats to the Uro's side and sits cross-legged, activating her ability. The spell she can chant intentively is none other than the one that bolsters the sun's shot sorcery.
はるばるここまで来たのです。簡単に諦めるわけにはい
It was a long journey to come here. Of course, we can't give up so easily. The Rose smiles and knows they need no more persuasion. She waves the incense burner, infusing powerful energy into the sorcery, connecting it to the Sun Crow.
本当に最後の瞬間まで
Yes,
誰にもわかりません。
no one could be sure until the very last moment. The sorcery works. Paradise's armors has also spotted the Sun Crow weakness, aiming and firing it in unison. The battle resumes.
"もしこのシーンが再び起こったら、あなたは何を選ぶのかしら。
電話。
ここで咲かせるわ。
Okay.
終わるまで。
Oh, nice. That hit correctly. Okay. Yeah.
お聞きいただき、
Okay.
ここで咲かせるわ。
Yeah, I believe you will deal with that.
終わるまで。
うるさい。静かに
Bonk.
したまえ。
There's Shoryuken. Okay. Die. Oh wow, that just immediately eviscerated the thing. That just fucking eviscerated the thing there.
キングが
内海に近づいています。力がさらに強くなっており、法人が持ちま
The
す。
Sun Crow is drawing close to the sea. Its power is growing stronger. The sorcery is barely holding up.
うちならまだいける。
I can still go. Hold on, I can definitely catch it. The green light of sorcery flickers unsteadily, as if the distant heat building binding the Sun Crow has traveled here. The casters all turn pale and are sweating profusely. Several sealers are about to collapse. And what saves them at the crucial moment is the scholar's gentle smoke. Duro gives them all a lukewarm smile. Bolstering the sorcery while healing the seers is no easy task, and she can't afford to be distracted. Yet she can't help but recall someone's question in her mind. So you don't believe in myths and worship no gods? Why come with them? After all these years, now is finally her turn to be questioned. She knows their differences are hard to overcome. That the lies will eventually be exposed, and that no one can escape the truth and their suffering. Everything is hard. She finally begins to feel somewhat powerless, her strength being drained a bit by bit. The smoke has cleared. She's a bit unsteady on her feet, her body probably failing backwards. Her vision is blurring and blacking out. Even at this moment, she doesn't panic.
信じていた
I do believe.
時からずっと昔から私の信じるものは変わってい
Since then, or even earlier, I've never stopped believing. In places she can't see, there must still be someone.
君たちは
You are. Something cold touches her forehead, and Duro opens her eyes, feeling she hasn't fainted for long. She hasn't fallen to the ground, but it's carefully supported by someone. She hears a familiar yet slightly tired voice behind her. Duro doesn't need to look to know who it is. Hi. Look at you. I don't think you'll get to tease me anymore. Why push yourself so hard? Realizing this is not a dream, Duro smiles.
そうですね私も悪い癖が
I mean,
つった
I've
よう
been under some bad influence.
ここに散っている花びらは本当に比類ないほどの美しさだわ。
Oh man, I do appreciate this game a lot. Covenant. Ah, she's continue. Facing the crisis, Chief is determined to go with the plan.
早く遅れないでください。
Under the leadership of the ABCC chief, the medical team quickly arrived to support the Eastian delegation. The sorcery was temporarily lifted and the Sun Crow's power got stronger, but according to the news from the FEC DC frontline, losses have been within the manageable range so far. The FEC seems to have given up on confronting the Sun Crow head-on and switched to a more roundabout tactic to wear it down. They seem to be trying to conserve resources or waiting till some kind of turning point.
FAC が変わりましたねあれはあの三角形が下すような命
The
令
FEC strategy has changed. This isn't something that Little Triangle would order.
それで局長さんは何を
The
したん
chief,
ですか
what have you done? Well,
本気ですか？この時に及んで
are you sure? Are you serious? Are you sure that now is the best time to... February 6th, Nightfall 113. Time left until second apostle interception, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Under the scorching sun, the troops are only a dozen kilometers away from the apostle. Upon hearing your plan, all the soldiers' expressions turn heavy. Reiterate your proposal. The almighty bow produced by the Eastians have been rendered useless. But I and a few SFAC soldiers watched and assisted with the entire crafting process. I want to make another bow with the same effect as soon as possible, and for that, I require your assistance. That should not take up much manpower from the main battlefield.
当州の計画はすでに失敗しています。そして彼らには今、スパイの容疑及び都市の安全を脅かした容疑
Eastia's plan has already failed. They also suspect of espionage, threatening the city's security and other crimes. We can't trust any documents they've left behind. You don't have to believe me. Just believe in yourselves. All I'm doing is offering you guys a little help. He presented a brand new report. That's a summary of Miss ABC reports of the bugcrafting mission, an analysis of the materials by the Ring Research Institute, and a decoded text of the documents left by the Eastian scholar Duro. We don't have to blindly believe in that myth, but note that this city has its own history, scholars, and heroes too. Return to the FSC's troops who have been through countless battles. Battles with the Black Rings, with the disasters, with their own weakness and fear. We all experience those unusual phenomena in Black Rings together. The myth may sound far-fetched, but we can't deny the things that have actually happened. If you need evidence, the Ring Research Institute have preliminarily confirmed that the principle behind the power of the bow and the birth of the Apostle of Ashes is the same. In both cases, the power originates from the collective will. And be confident about one thing: the destruction of the 3 Black Rings and the century-long peace in this city have all been the result of your hard work and courage. I believe such willpower exists in this city too. I see. If that's what you advise, Chief. The belief. Oh, so the Honorable Chief went to my room and peeked at my files. I'm not proud of it. Just kidding. I'm glad those messy notes could be of help. Your argument is very persuasive. You're an expert in combating the Black Rings, after all. Somewhat of it was made up, though. The Ninth Agency has a few contacts in the Ring Research Institute. They got me some help. But that wasn't enough to convince the Paradisos, I had to add. These are the Istian secrets I've painstakingly decoded. This old man in Paradisos was tempted right away. You've gotten a lot of better lying. You fooled even me. Like teacher, like student. A smile shows on her face.
BR002 と BR001 の廃墟に向かってもらう。お前たちの目的は単純明快だ。指定の材料を見つけて処理し、それを局長に渡す。
The special squad will split into 2 groups to head to the ruins of BR002 and BR001. Your goal is clear: find and prepare the materials as fast as you can and bring them back to Chief Alive Server.
他は全員内海に向かい、灰の使徒を食い止める。目的は奴の足止めだ。
Everyone else, head to the DC, intercept the Apostle of Ashes. The goal is to hold it off and buy time for Chief.
他に言うことはない。今変異した3つのブラックリングも彼が FAC と共に攻略したのだ。彼はいつも我々と共に立ち、一緒に戦ってきた。FAC は彼を信じる。
I have no more lectures to give. He's defeated all 3 problematic Black Rings with the FAC. He has always stood with us and fought with us. With his life next to us, he has the FAC's trust. Let's look forward to what new possibilities he may bring us again. It's not the first time, after all. Now, move out. I guess they do believe in something. After all. Let's go. Duro, fight Duro. Okay. I guess I melted that bus. Very appropriate. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. I guess I did melt that bus, huh? let's grab all the materials here. Yeah, that's the last one, I think. Almost 6 hours, but yeah. Sack of giant pepper. Yep, that's the last one. Let's go! It doesn't take long to return to the front line from the White Sands border, but you take a detour to avoid surveillance. This way, you won't have to waste time explaining to the higher-ups. That's what happened, basically. The FEC retrieved the materials again. Yan Yan and Indie Voice worked hard to patch up the sorcery. The Ring Research Institute also set up resonance devices all over the city. Time's not on our side, so the product is roughly only 40% of the original effectiveness. As this city first attempted the bow, well, we did our best. So what will you do next? Come help us prepare the second sunshot and let Yan Yan have another try? Dero turns around to see you come out with the makeshift changing room, having just changed into the special Estian sunshot attire. Her face seems to say, oh. That teasing smile always gives you the shivers. I didn't ask for the spotlight. I've tried both Yan Yan and the FEC, but they have all refused. And yet they all want the ritual to look authentic. Why don't you do it? You were the one holding the ball 7 years ago, right? I am so sick right now, all of a sudden. I'm sorry, I cannot do this anymore. Sorry, I've spent too much time buried in the books. Classic Dura. You used to find such detachment, cold and aloof, but now you can somehow feel the calm trust in her ever-poised smile. Test the bow. You grabbed the city-made sunshot bow. The moment you pull the bow, the flames shooting out scorch your body. You hear an indistinct voice. Are you confident you can do it? It's hard to say. After all, you have never been to Estia or lived those times. You don't understand those embedded emotions. But you believe that even if you fail, the city will withstand this trial somehow. Not just this time. You witnessed so much all along. As you draw the bow, scenes flash across your mind. The soldiers who stood in front of you, the weak ones who helped each other up after being abandoned, the companions who always trusted and follow you in desperate situations, and those who have never seen you but sing praises of your stories. If the story of this incident spreads to the other places, I'm sure many would just laugh it off as some exaggerated tale. It probably sounds less intriguing than the Hypercube cult. But these are memories who truly lived in this city. If the Almighty Bow allows it, I wouldn't mind recounting them personally. Congratulations, we gave the right answer. He comes to your side and takes your hand, helping you lift the Almighty Bow light as a feather, yet heavy as a steel. Don't rush. This is Estia's special archery ritual. Xu never taught you this in your dreams, did she? No worries. I'm here. I'll teach you. You are very smart. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it right away. Lower your shoulders. Open your chest. Use your back muscles and keep your arms level, just like this. She lifts your arms and surrounds you with her smoke, helping you suppress the sinister fire spilling out of the bow and the chaotic whispers from all over this city. Next, listen carefully. In the darkness, the world suddenly quiets down. The noise of the border's sad storm and those inexplicable whispers all fade away. The bowstring suppresses the mania, and the bow trembles as familiar figures emerge in your mind. The equipment has fused again. We can't mend the gap now. The apostle will soon. A soldier cries out as his Hypercube's shield shatters. Just as the monster is about to pounce on him, a large shield lands before him firmly. Sir? I got this. Go fix the equipment or find backup. Hurry! But the official's draw dawdles no more and turns to charge the next monster. In the flurry of the battlefield, he doesn't notice a new threat approaching from the side. The patterned green light shining down from above clears the threat beside him. The soldier instantly recognizes who will help him. Is this Estian sorcery? Like I need their help.
いえいえ、こちらは任せてください。くれぐれも
Lianyan,
無理はせず
leave this to us. Don't overexert yourself.
大丈夫、うち頑張るから。今度はうちがみんなを支える。
It's okay. I can hold on. It's my turn to support everyone now. Syndicates gather in squares everywhere, looking at the sky with anxious hearts, filled with unfounded hope. At the rust, scavengers sit together and pray softly. Even in East Side, hurried passersby hold their steps. They all hear it.
何が聞こえたのです
What do you hear? The echoes continue as more and more people flash past your memory. Gradually, you begin to hear vague shouts, the sparse voices drawing closer and growing more unified. I hear what you hear. People are afraid and panicking, but they also want to survive the calamity. The simplest wish becomes the unbreakable myth that crosses mountains and seas. Speaking of which, for someone who doesn't believe in the myth, you're quite enthusiastic about drawing the bow each time. She chuckles.
たとえ嘘に隠れていても私の信仰も変わって
Beneath the lies, what I believe in has never changed. Under the joint attack of Eastie and the VC, the enraged Suncrow spreads and swings, assuming an offensive posture. At that moment, you feel the arrow on the bow tremble slightly. A flame not belonging to the Suncrow flows like an invisible hand brushing over the arrow. Suddenly, the bowstring feels less taut and no longer hurts your hand.
さて準備は完璧です英雄の出番
Perfect.
ですよ
It's all ready now. Come on, hero. The moment you let go, the arrow mixed with flames, your shackles, and the healing smoke soars as if alive. The fledgling draws as a long rainbow in the air, instantly leaving your side, but you are certain it will hit its mark. The arrow is propelled by undying fire in the gaze of every soldier and every citizen holding their small hope, and it hits the chest of the Suncrow precisely. The Suncrow lets out a painful roar, attempting to once more to swallow the arrow with its body, as it did once before. However, the moment the arrow sinks into its chest, flames burst forth from the wound, burning and tearing the skies from the inside out. The burning feathers peeled away from its body layer by layer, merging with the countless suns in the sky before splitting off again, finally settling in the form prophesied by the mural. Everyone sees it, a blurry figure flashing across the 10 suns. It's a small figure of a mere human, but it may be an everlasting simple prayer. The lie left behind 7 years ago has now crossed thousands of miles, once again transforming into a sword that pierces the chest of the calamity. You know that now is the moment. Let's kill this fucking thing. My corrupted front.
私の行くところすべてに花が咲き乱れる。
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go.
ここで咲かせるわ。終わるまで。
お楽しみくださいませ。うるさい。静かにしたまえ。ここまでだ。
Nice. Be it the myths of the East, yeah, or but all the technology this city takes pride in, these are all stories of repeated victories over calamities, of miracles, of humanity's ability to flourish again in the apocalypse. It's the history of all the humans who overcome the impossible. Everything is set in stone now. Sinners who were affected by the shackles and suffering from the mania fever all recover. The aftermath of the tide of ashes in the city is quickly cleaned up.
最近熱があって
Oh, whoa.
ずっと夢を見てた気がするある。風も暑いね。スタ
This fever of these past few days felt like a dream. The shackles were burning hot. Did something happen to the little clapper? I heard from folks from the different camp that I missed a ton of exciting things.
そうそう。ミノバンのスタッフさんがこっそり下請けしてて、エキゾチックなファンタジー映画を作っていたようだね。
Yes, my best school car's little clapper got a job behind our backs. Went to shoot some exotic epic fantasy film.
まあいろいろあったけど、最終的には無事
Darren?
できたみたい。
Despite some hitches, it's probably wrapped up smoothly in the end. Ha. What? He went behind Owa's back and shot an epic film? No way! He can't possibly make anything good without my best school car's great director. He'll have plenty of help from the rest of the crew. Fine. Congratulations, I guess. But it surely can't beat Owa's amazing film. I'll catch him next time and show him what a true masterpiece looks like. With the Suncrow's fall, the three calamities ended, and the bow's material soon fell apart in the last Sunshot's bow. However, the data collected in the process has been well preserved and remains invaluable research material. I did it. Although it wasn't Yan Yan who performed the Sunshot, the 10 Suns didn't return and the Suncrow was defeated. Great seer. Great seer, Grandma, Yan Yan did it. We didn't let anyone down. Did you catch a cold after all the temperature fell back down? If you require medical care. No, don't worry about me, Adjutant Nightingale. I'm fine, really. Is everyone okay in the city? Uncle Greta at the Drifter camp and that old man at the Rust. Are they all safe now? It was such a huge disaster. I'm really worried about them. Damage assessment is still ongoing, but for now, everything is fine. If you're so worried, why not head back to the bureau and give them a call? Thank you for your assistance these past few days. Don't mention it. You helped save this city. And given your physique, I imagine it was indeed not easy for you to travel all the way here. The Eastern Alliance and this city have resumed discussion to evaluate various details in the Suncrow Apostles operation. Their relations remain tense, with both sides sticking to their guns on technical intelligence security issues. Despite that, communication channels have been established. Trade and shipping are gradually resuming, and exchanges between Estians and the citizens are thriving. The public is optimistic about the future development between the two states. Alright, the Eastern sorcery is indeed powerful. Thanks to you, the FEC has not just saved not just hypercubes, but also many precious lives of our soldiers. I owe you my thanks. No, it's me who should be grateful. Thank you for fighting hard to defeat the Sun Crow and fulfilling our long-held wish. The leader in our white armor extends his hand.
共同がある以上、これからも問題は生じるだろう。機会があれば、またディスに来てくれ。
We're all victims of mania. When you get a chance, come visit to this city again so we can exchange our experiences. Certainly. Yeah.
違法のスパイに心を許すなど。なぜ上帝はあの局長に好き勝手させるのだ。余計なことをしよって。
They're too lenient with those outlight spies. Why would Paradisers allow that chief to act so recklessly? This will only complicate things.
リスク評価を担当しているのはあなたではなく、第9機関ですよ。
Because the one assessing the risks isn't you, it's the 9th agency.
代表、安心してください。不穏分子の監視、都市脅威の排除。それは我々の仕事です。
You were basically a threat to the city there, by the way, Bucko. You nearly messed up the entire operation to kill the city. So, we're watching you. Rest assured, representative, where are the pros of monitoring suspicious individuals and eliminating threats to the city? If needed, we'll be watching you too. He smiles and tips his hat to the representative before taking a step back into the darkness. On the screen, you and Duro are still being monitored. The flames near the battlefield have died out, leaving only the lingering acrid smoke. You and Duro support each other, making your way through the rubble of the ruins. Can you feel it? On the other end of the shackles, the heat and madness have vanished. Finally, the long mist peace is back. But it makes you feel a bit melancholic. I feel nothing. She served as a container for the sealed Suncrow for so long, but not a sliver of her consciousness was left behind. The fierce battle was also temporarily cleared the threats that used to roam this sea. Dragging your weary bodies, you trudge over the rubble, searching every piece of debris burned down by the Suncrow with faint hope. Finally, you reach the center of the battlefield. It's a vast expanse of empty, scorched earth. The Suncrow didn't leave behind a single feather or any trace of remains. The row bends down to feel the resonant warmth of the earth led by the fire. You're gone. Well, it's for the best. I don't even know how else to express my gratitude to you. Look, the sun is about to set. The great Seer's lie has come to a perfect end. Moving 3 into east, heaven sigh, falls it sprouts, seeds take rise. East dragons royals, sea space royals, scales loud clang, bones spring might. East divine lord, fading form, land in ruin, folks in fear. 10 suns blaze, eastward gaze, void of divine might, heroes falter. February 7 and F14, this city, Distian delegation, united in command of the bow, vanquished the Suncrow Apostle, the 10 Sun Almighty thing. Okay, whatever. Grand feathers burst, light and sway, Suncrow falls west, lost all grace, all trace. Radiant spirits trek, solemn and grand, dusk skies path, long years stretch. With right and bow, revered rate must hold. Where sun sank low, my hearts find home. Is this the... Found it! Oh, hello there. Yao. In cocoon. Cocoon Yao. I assume this is done, right? That's it. Let me see. Yeah, I assume that's it. Let me just make sure. Let me make sure. I must make sure. Wow, this was something. I really enjoyed myself. 6 hours, exactly 6 hours, as I expected. So it was around the same size as the Yep, we're done. It was around the same size. Oh my god, this was amazing. I just like, this is a really good story. I really love the importance of belief and everything. I really do find it amazing. I'll clear it later. I'm not gonna focus because I want to eat. Like I'm starving right now. So I'm probably gonna be focusing on that. What do you guys think about the story? People who've hanged around for all this time. What do you guys think of the story? Because I think this was really cool. I think this was like really fucking cool. Yeah, and you need to, and these like pass. I think these are like yeah, and this is literally the additional levels. I'll pass them on my own time. Let me actually add some music. This was cool. I liked it. I genuinely enjoyed myself here. Nocturne Hotline. Into the Sun. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, Hymn to the Sun. Once Upon a Lullaby. Rainburst. Good Night, Lewd. And then End of Summer. Yep. And Fond of the Mist. Let's do these. So, what's your opinions, guys? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Anyone who's like listening right now actively, what's your opinion of this story? I think they've managed to wrap up all the themes of it perfectly. Like, that was perfect, honestly. Can't even say anything. Do you guys want to finish with a single pull? Let's finish with a single temple. I don't really care about conserving resources at this point. It will be a bit before the new thing comes around anyway. Is this? It's Apis. Okay. This was good though. I think I really enjoy the type of stories that they are going to tell from now on, because this is like the inherent hope. This whole vibe about it is like the inherent hope of it all, you know? And that's a theme I really enjoy in storytelling. despite the bleakness of it all, the hope that it will continue on, it'll prevail. Yao is great. Like despite the fact that there is not really much Yao in the story itself, much presence of Yao herself, right? It's the Sun Crow and everything. It's just vague visions of her and what she was once before. I just really like her character. The way she managed to turn this completely hopeless situation around on its head by just being such a charismatic and influential figure in everyone's lives. And now I can do the interrogations as well. And now I can do the interrogations as well. Oh, I need to buy these things, actually. A jar of candy. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. That's funky. Let's buy this as well. Because I did get Darren as well. By the way, ignore the fact that I have some of these passed because I needed to assemble those for the sake of getting all the needed coins to get the Duro and others. So I basically cheated it by passing some, by skipping through some of the interrogation events effectively. I will still replay them when I'm gonna do the interrogations because I don't know actually what happened in them. I just passed through, skipped through them. And where's Yo Yo? Yo 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 yo. Yeah, Yan Yan. Yan Yan. Yep. Okay. Okay. I think we're gonna be done here. Feel free to leave in the comments, by the way, what you feel about the story. Feel free in the comments what you think happened, what you think you enjoyed, what is your favorite part. Do you enjoy the soundtrack? Enjoyed the voice acting, whatever? I'm curious about what people think. Obviously, if you watch this far into the VOD, it's like 6 hours. Good lord, I'm sweating. I don't know why. But yeah, I hope you enjoy all of it. I hope it's been a fun experience listening to me in the background or watching me if you are here. Can't believe some of y'all probably stuck throughout the entire 6 hours again. Thank you for that. I'll see you in a few hours, actually. The first episode of Talks in Library will be happening, so I will be seeing you there. I'm gonna relax now. For now. I'll see you around. Stay frosty. Don't get burned by Sun Crow. See you in a few hours.